Rated by Chris Andrew Shula. Chapter 1. In the dark, one could almost pretend that the world was peaceful and that nothing was out of the ordinary. The motion of the vehicle was soothing. Forward motion gave the illusion that they were making progress and moving on. If it weren't for the soft glow of the fires that burned the city, the drive would feel no different than a ride home from grandmother's house after a long holiday celebration, when a warm bed at home was the only goal. Wrapped under heaps of blankets, everything was safe, and everything was all right. In the back seat, Will snored softly, making Elaina envious that at least one of them was able to escape consciousness, if only for a brief moment. She knew that sleep would do her body good, but she was too nervous to lose control of her brain, even if it was just for rest. As they drove on in silence, Elaina made a mental log of her vital signs. Barring fear and anxiety about what was to come, she felt just fine. She closed her eyes and checked her pulse, counting and recounting the beats. She covertly examined her skin for any new spots or lesions. Her face felt cool and dry, and her lymph nodes were normal. Though she knew it was futile, Elaina tried to give herself a basic psychological exam. She thought about everything that had happened to her, and examined her thoughts as though she were leafing through file cabinets in her brain, stopping to pull out a particularly interesting document and read it. While she felt an incredible amount of stress, none of her thoughts seemed irrational, and they certainly didn't seem violent. But even Elaina knew that her self-exam didn't mean much. In fact, thinking too hard about it made her wonder if her brain was already trying to cover up insanity. She had to shake the thought out of her head altogether, or else it would consume her, and perhaps drive her mad for real. Instead, Elaina focused on what she knew. It had been 4 hours since she was infected. As far as she knew, she was still okay. She was okay, despite the fact that her driver despised her. Alec refused to talk to or look at Elaina, and kept his jaw clenched tightly. He hardly even blinked as he continued driving in the dark, speeding through intersections and weaving around abandoned cars. His face was locked in its stony expression. It didn't feel good to have someone she once thought of as a friend furious at her, but she couldn't let it consume her thoughts. Elaina knew that, with her future so uncertain, it would be best if she didn't get too close to anyone. She didn't know if she would be able to keep from spreading the infection to her traveling companions. Elaina knew nothing about the new kid, Will, but he seemed likable enough. She didn't feel any strong connection to him, so she was generally indifferent about where he ended up. Natalia, on the other hand, was a different story. Natalia and Elaina had been through a lot together. While Natalia clung to Elaina because she had been a source of protection, Elaina needed Natalia for a whole other reason. Natalia was the only person in the world who knew what Breton was capable of, and believed that Elaina was truly innocent. Allies were hard to find in this new world, and Elaina needed to keep Natalia safe. The silence must have been too much to bear for Alec, because after a few hours of driving, he turned on the radio. At that time of night, there were few stations that actually employed workers. For the most part, music, and even talk radio, was pre-recorded and set to play at certain times. Robotic employees handled requests and calls from listeners, but whatever information was being delivered was already old news. Sources from the military base near Seattle have told us that Elaina Morgan, creator of the Morgan strain, has been captured and is currently being held by authorities. New information suggests that Morgan allegedly infected lab interns with her virus in order to bypass human trial regulations. While Morgan is no longer an immediate threat to the general population, her virus is still spreading at an exponential rate. Regardless of your distance from the epicenter, please use caution when interacting with others of unknown infection status. Also, sources close to the governor believe that the evacuation plan and travel ban will soon be enacted for the entirety of Washington state. If possible, avoid the Pacific Northwest region and those who have traveled from that area. Elaina didn't look, but she felt like everyone's eyes were on her. "I wonder when they'll update the news," Will said, suddenly awake. "I hope they don't," Natalia said. "If the world thinks that Elaina is being held by the military, then no one is going to notice her." Elaina smiled toward the floor. At least someone was still looking out for her. "I'd like to hear about new breakouts, though," Alec said gruffly. "The radio might be our only source of information while we're out here. Let's hope we get some answers soon." The radio changed to smooth jazz, and Alec turned the volume down to an indistinguishable level. The news had broken the spell of silence that had fallen over the vehicle. Everyone was awake and alert now. "Is it a good time to ask where we're going?" Will tried. The others looked at Alec for an answer. "I'm not exactly sure. I don't think we'll be able to cross the border, especially with Elaina in the truck. I don't want to go back to the city, because nothing is left there. I don't know. I don't know what our options are at this point." Quiet fell over the passengers again. No one had any good suggestions. Elaina wanted to go to a hospital, but she didn't want to give her reasoning away. If Alec knew she might be infected, he'd shoot her on the spot. They drove past two men walking down the side of the road. They didn't look at the car, but just kept walking. "Should we pick them up?" Natalia asked. "They could ride in the bed of the truck. I don't think they look infected. In fact, they look more afraid of us than we are of them." The two walked further away from the car and even stopped and waited for it to pass. They were thin and exhausted, but not skeletal, like the infected were. "I don't think so," Will said softly. "We can't risk it." "I'm with Will," Alec said. "We already have a full car. I think we just need to worry about ourselves now." Natalia looked sadly out the window at the people she knew would never make it to their final destination. Without a vehicle, it would be hard to get far before the infected swarmed. "Look at all these people," Will noted, pointing at the increasing traffic around them. "They're all trying to get out of the city, too. I bet you that we'll be able to escape without any problems. Just follow these people, and we'll get the hell out of here." "Okay," Alex said. "I'll do my best." Elaina tried to look into the other cars to see what the passengers looked like. There were apparently more survivors than the military had believed. They had made it seem like the four of them were the only ones, but there were a few hundred vehicles lined up, waiting to get across the bridge. "The traffic's not even this bad during normal rush hour. I think they're being held up by something up there," Alex said, trying to look ahead. "I bet you wish you had your police sirens now," Will chuckled. Alec looked ahead. "More than you know. Maybe people would actually start driving," he grunted, stomping on his brake again. The cars, as if they had heard Alec's grumpy request, started moving forward. One by one, they moved until their truck could slowly roll along with the others. "Finally," Natalia breathed. "I think we're really getting out of here." Elaina felt hopeful. She knew that the virus existed outside of the city limits, but they were headed in the right direction. If other people were going to have the opportunity to live a new life, she might too. All she needed was to stay healthy until she found a lab to continue her work. She checked her watch. She had made it another hour without any sign of symptoms. There was no way of knowing what the virus and the antiviral were doing inside her body, but if the antiviral kept the virus at bay for a few weeks, then she would be in the clear. She was itching to look at a sample of her own blood under a microscope. Elaina was about to marvel at the fact that she was the first human test subject of her serum when she remembered the woman in the hospice. By now, Elaina feared she was dead. Either her pre-existing condition or the virus would almost certainly have killed her by now. She hoped for her sake it was the former. Slowly but surely, the four made their way through the broken barricade. Bright orange traffic cones lay squashed and displaced from the original path that they had blocked off. Abandoned military vehicles had been pushed off the road, and several bodies lay face down in the ditch. Natalia turned her head, but Elaina looked on in horror, trying to piece together what had happened there. If I could go the rest of my life without seeing another dead body, that would be enough for me, Will said. Alec frowned. He clearly thought that they had only seen the beginning of it. His hands clutched the wheel, prepared for an altercation or attack that never came. Whether by choice or by force, the border was no longer guarded. Anyone could enter or exit as they pleased. That meant that all of the infected in the city had nothing stopping them from releasing terror on the rest of the world. But it also meant that healthy people were no longer prisoners in their own hometown. Since there was no better solution, Elaina hoped that the healthy would all get out and run as far as they could go. No one else needed to suffer from Breton Vincent's weak attempts at fame. "Now that we're out of there," Alec said, looking back at the burning city through the rearview mirror, "I think we need to discuss where we want to go. I need to stop for gas here pretty soon, but afterwards we need to discuss this as a group. Everyone's suggestions are welcome," he said, moving his eyes toward Elaina for a split second. "Good," Natalia whined. "I have to pee so bad. I've been holding it in since we left the military base." "I'm sure there are bathrooms at the gas station," Alec said. "Hell no," she retorted. "The last time I stopped at a gas station convenience store, we were almost killed. That was right before we met you, Alec. I'm not going to have a repeat experience." "That's fine," Alec said casually. "I think I saw an empty bottle back there." "Ugh," she groaned. "Fine. But I'd like someone to guard the door for me. I know we're out of Seattle, but I'm still not far enough away to feel safe." "I'll look out for you," Will said brightly. Natalia gave him an unenthused look. "I'm not going to go in there with you," he explained. "Unless you want me to," he added quickly. "Then it's settled," Alec laughed. "Will can escort you to the bathroom and stand outside the door while I pump gas. Lainey will stay inside the car," he said, using her nickname out of habit. Elaina was relieved by this arrangement. The more time she spent alone, the better. She would do whatever the group needed her to do to survive, but she didn't want to do anything that would put them in more danger than she was already in. "Good," Alec said finally, after no one objected to his plan. "Why don't you guys see if you can find any supplies while you're in there? We should take whatever we can get from now on. Do you have any money?" Will looked at Alec as if he were speaking another language. Natalia dug around her pocket and came up with nothing. "We may be venturing into territory that has yet to be abandoned," Alec said, handing Natalia $20. "I know there's still some civilization out there. Don't forget, if you act like a feral human, you're going to be treated like one. Let's just act as normal as possible. People will be very defensive about their health." "Damn," Will said under his breath. "I was hoping we could get a nice big bottle of champagne to celebrate getting out of Seattle." "Let's not celebrate yet," Alex said, shutting down the teens' attempts to seem cool. "Let's get somewhere without infected people first." He turned into the first gas station he saw on the side of the road, just as the sun began to rise above the horizon. Elaina looked out the window, afraid her nervous expression would give her secret away. They weren't as far away from the danger as they might think. Chapter 2. "Awesome," Will said as he looked into the dark store. "This place has been abandoned. We can take whatever we want." "I don't think that's a good thing," Natalia replied, stepping over broken glass. "That means the risk of virus is increased here. I'd almost rather have someone working, just so I know that we're safe." "Oh," Will said softly, looking at the ground. "I guess I didn't think of it that way." They got closer to the store and looked for a point of entry. The doors were locked and didn't budge, even when Will pulled them as hard as he could. "It's been a long time since I've seen a perfectly intact building," Will noted. "Find me a rock or a brick." Natalia picked up a large, smooth river rock from the landscaping around the building and held it out to Will. "I don't like this," she said. "Before, it just felt different. It didn't seem so wrong to steal when we were always coming in for scraps. We never had to break into someone's business before." "I know," Will said. throwing the rock a few inches into the air and catching it. "We need supplies, and you need to use the bathroom. If it makes you feel better, I won't take more than we absolutely need. Okay?" "Okay," she agreed. With a quick throw, the glass door shattered into bits. Will grabbed a hold of Natalia's arm and tried to escort her through the shards. She shook off his hold. "I can walk through myself, thanks," she said, raising an eyebrow at him. "Sure," he said sheepishly. "I'll just wait outside the bathroom door now," he said, stopping short of the restroom. Once Natalia was in the privacy of the stall, she laughed quietly. Will had been obsessed with her since the moment he laid eyes on her. She wasn't sure if he actually liked anything about her, or if it was the fact that she was available that drew him to her. She didn't mind the attention, though, if it meant that another person was taking a special interest in her well-being. She was not in a position to turn away protection. When she was finished, she tried to flush the toilet, but there was no water. Annoyed that she wouldn't be able to wash up in the sink, she checked her appearance in the mirror and returned to Will. "Water's out," she announced. "Bummer," he said. "I guess that means that this gas station is permanently closed. Well, let's grab the essentials and get back to the car." Natalia looked out at the truck and noticed that Alec had finished pumping gas and had returned behind the wheel. She wondered if he was talking to her again. "Do you mind if we have a quick bite? I get really tired of being in cars," Natalia said, dragging her fingers over cellophane-wrapped snack cakes. She wanted to stall for time, just in case there was any chance that the two in the truck would reconcile. "Sure," Will said brightly, eager to spend more time with Natalia. He reached into the refrigerator and pulled out a small bottle of chocolate milk. Snacks in hand, they sat in the middle of the floor, in clear view of the front door. When Alec was ready to leave, he would certainly let them know. Natalia looked at the clock on the wall. She would give them a 5-minute head start on their conversation before gathering supplies. "Want to split a nut roll?" Will asked Natalia, pulling a bar off the shelf. "No, thanks," she said, crinkling her nose. "My dad used to buy those. Anything that makes me think about him has somehow been ruined." "That makes sense," Will said, tossing the candy out of sight. "I know I don't know the whole story, but I'm sorry about that." "You know all you need to know," she replied. "He's an asshole. Plain and simple." "Has he always been that way?" "I don't know," Natalia replied. "I suppose he wasn't so bad when I was younger. Then my mom left him for someone who was almost closer to my age than hers. I think it messed him up. But if he weren't such a dick, maybe she would have never left in the first place." "Maybe," he said, taking a big gulp of milk. "I guess I don't know much about that stuff. My parents stayed together until they died. But I know they had their problems." "I think everybody does." Natalia nodded. "I think it was around that time that my dad started working harder in the lab. He told me that he'd be one of the most groundbreaking scientists in the field, and that I'd be able to go to any college I wanted because they'd know who I was. I just wanted to go to nursing school when I graduated from high school. I'm not sure if I'll ever graduate at this rate." "I'm sure schools will understand," he said, giving her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Anyone would be lucky to have a girl who survived in Seattle during the great epidemic at their academic institution." "I hope so. It would feel amazing to be able to move back in with my mom and show my dad how well I'm doing without him. Hopefully, the next time I see him, he'll be in prison." "He really is a mad scientist, isn't he?" "I'm afraid so. I feel guilty that Elaina is being blamed for this." "It's not your fault. It's not like you had anything to do with his actions." "I know, but he's still my father. When you're close to someone, whether through circumstance or just DNA, you can't help but feel somewhat responsible for them. The only way to make things right is to get the truth out there. If we make it out of here, that will be my contribution. I don't even care if there's no record of me helping when this time is written about. I just need to know that I made a difference." "You will," Will said, cautiously draping an arm around the girl. He was pleasantly surprised when she didn't move away from him. Natalia sat for a moment, enjoying the company. Will was goofy, but a nice guy. She wasn't interested in him in the same way he seemed to be interested in her, but she wasn't going to turn him away. He was a good companion nonetheless. "Should we start gathering supplies?" she asked, looking at the clock. "Sure," he said, hopping up from his seat and pulling Natalia from the floor. "What do we need?" "As many water bottles as you can fit in these bags," she said, handing over a few shopping bags. "At least enough for a few days. I really hope it doesn't take that long, though." Will got to work, packing supplies into the shopping bags as Natalia started filling her own bag. She worked methodically, picking up practical items that she wasn't sure if they'd need, but grabbing them anyway. Bandages, ibuprofen, feminine products, and antibacterial ointment went in, followed by rubbing alcohol, allergy medicine, and latex gloves. After clearing out the first aid section, she moved on, gathering rope, jumper cables, and road flares. "Do you want me to grab you a toothbrush?" she called over to Will, who was now packing his pockets full of sweets. "Yes, please," he answered. "Grab one for everyone? We don't know how long we'll be in that truck together." As they gathered one of everything the little store had to offer, Will began to whistle a light-hearted melody that Natalia didn't recognize. "What song is that?" "Oh," he said, stopping. "It's just something my mom used to hum when she cleaned. I'm not sure where it came from. I didn't even realize I was doing it. You never told me about your parents. Did they die from the virus?" "Yeah," Will said, his voice suddenly changing from happy and bright to standoffish. "It's not something I like to think about." "I'm sorry," Natalia said quickly. "Do you not want to talk about it?" "Not really. I don't mean to sound rude, but I feel so much better when I'm with you. For the last few hours, I haven't thought about them at all, and I'd like it to stay that way. Eventually, I'll have to deal with it, but for now, I'd just like to pretend that everything is okay." "I understand," she said, feeling awkward. "Let me know if you ever need someone to listen." "Thanks," he smiled. They went back to work in silence, Natalia picking up the pace. As much as she hated her father, she still had 2 live parents, while Will had none. She hoped she wasn't rubbing that point in his face when she talked about the man who'd abandoned her twice. Natalia watched him search the shelves, his smile falling into a frown. She had been so fixated on her own problems that she hardly stopped to think about what other people were going through. Her main focus was on protecting herself and getting out of the mess they were in, so she had hardly thought about what she could do for her travel companions. They gave so much to her without getting much in return. "Are you sure you're okay?" she checked. He turned around. "I'm fine. I've found that it's best to leave bad things in the past. One day, it will all be a distant memory. We'll look back and be astounded that we survived such a crazy time." "I know, but I feel like there's something I should be doing to help you." "Like what?" "I don't know. What do you want me to do?" He laughed. "It's not often that I have cool, pretty girls wanting to talk to me. That's really all I need." Natalia blushed, turning away so he wouldn't see the reaction he caused. She purposefully mused over 2 different packs of gum before storing one in her pocket. "Do we have everything we need?" she asked. "We have everything this store offers. Do you think Alec's talking to Elaina yet?" Natalia had been wondering the same thing, but didn't want to share her suspicions with anyone else. "I don't know. Do you think he's going to stay mad at her?" "Nah," Will said. "When we were looking for the 2 of you, you should have seen how worried he was. I knew that there was something special about the 2 of you, if he was that concerned. I suppose he was right." "Have we been gone long enough for them to have the chance to get in a good conversation?" "I think so. Do you want to stay in here a little longer, though, just to make sure?" Natalia playfully rolled her eyes. If we stay away for too long, they're going to suspect that we're plotting against them. I'd like to stay out of group conflicts if possible. Okay, he relented. Let's get this stuff to the truck. The pair hauled their findings to the truck, bags weighing heavy on their forearms. Will carried the bulk of their supplies, as if to show Natalia how strong and capable he was. She could see the strained look on his face, but feigned being impressed. It was the least she could do to help him out in this difficult time. "Should we make loud noises to let them know we're coming?" Will whispered to Natalia. "What if they're making out?" Natalia laughed shrilly, louder than she had laughed in recent memory. "I can almost guarantee you that's not happening." Will had a delighted expression on his face. While she liked having Alec and Elaina around as guardians, Will was a friend. She had needed one of those. "What are you laughing about?" Alec said, swinging the front door open. He looked tired, but overall not in bad spirits. His stubble was coming in thick, making him look even more rugged. "Nothing," Will said, covering for them. "I was just trying to lighten the mood around here. We got some food and water. Natalia made a first aid kit." "Good work," Alec said. "Let's get back on the road." Natalia's hand brushed against Will's as they piled their spoils into the center of the truck seat. His skin was soft and smooth, and, in that particular moment, she wanted a good excuse to feel the warmth of his body again. Chapter 3. Once Alec heard the click of the gas pump, he shoved the nozzle back into its holder and rushed back into the truck. If he wanted to get some answers without the other two trying to persuade him, he needed to hurry. "We probably have about 3 minutes before they come back," he said, slamming the truck door behind him. "I need you to start from the beginning and tell me everything you know about this virus." Elaina was surprised to hear him talk directly to her. After seeing how angry he was, she didn't think he'd ever directly address her again. "That might not be enough time, but I can try," she said shakily. "It's an RNA virus that has a thick viral envelope and—" "No," Alec interrupted gruffly. "I don't care about that kind of stuff. I just want to know your role in what we have happening now." "Oh," Elaina said softly. "The virus that's going around now isn't one of my creations. It's a cheap and dangerous imitation of something that I had worked on for years. When it was ready, my virus was supposed to attack cancer cells in the body. There were a few side effects that I was working on ironing out when the first people got sick. It was just supposed to be medicinal. A patient would willingly be infected with it, and when they got better, they'd get another medicine to remove the virus from their body. I was really close, too." "You cured cancer?" The corners of Elena's mouth turned up into a half smile. People always seemed shocked when they heard about what she was working on. She never felt that way, though. She'd had a clear goal from the start, and the means to accomplish it. She'd worked extremely hard. "It doesn't really matter now," she replied. "There are much bigger medical issues. Natalia's father's virus somehow got my name attached to it, and now I'm basically wanted for manslaughter for the thousands of people who have already died because of it." Alec raised his eyebrows. She spoke about everything so casually, as if she were reading it from a textbook. If Alec were in that situation, he would have started a riot of his own. Elaina continued with her story, not missing a single moment from the second she found out that a virus had been spread from her lab to their present situation. Alec listened intently and remained completely expressionless the whole time. He didn't interrupt or even nod his head when she told her story. When she was finished, Alec looked straight into her eyes. "Is that all?" "Yes." "Then why did you lie?" Elaina bit her lip. "Do you really think you would have accepted the truth?" "Why wouldn't I? I really hate being deceived. You have no idea how stupid I feel for just blindly believing what you told me. Think back to the moment you met me. If I had introduced myself as Elaina Morgan, the one wanted for releasing the Morgan strain, what would you have done? He thought for a moment, but then realized that she had a point. He tried to imagine an alternative reality where she was upfront about who she was and what she had done. He doubted that he would have believed her. It wasn't that he wasn't capable of independent thought. No, he took pride in being different than the stereotypical cops who lorded their power and authority against the common people. He came from humble beginnings and wanted to give back to the community that raised him. Still, it was hard to separate work from critical thinking. He had heard Elena's name in the news enough times to associate it with bad things. The fact that he didn't recognize her must have had something to do with him having taken leave right at the beginning of the epidemic. Had he been into work and paid closer attention, the face would have been etched in his mind, along with the other criminals who roamed the streets. While he tried to remind himself that those wanted for certain crimes were not always guilty, it was hard to believe that the warrants were given out for no good reason. At the very least, he probably would have put her in handcuffs while he interrogated her. She wouldn't have been able to travel with him if her reputation had preceded her. It was only now that he had gotten to know her, that he accepted her story and understood why she couldn't go to the police station. Hell, he was a cop, and knew that if there was even a station left, it wasn't safe. Whatever rationality the infected had left, it seemed as though they were using it to attack the institutions that were unable to help them. He didn't want to be a cop in this new world, at least not the same kind of cop that existed then. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth back then. I didn't know you, and I didn't know if I could trust you. Now that I know who you are, I feel like I can share the truth with you, she said shakily. If I had known that you would have taken my lie this badly, or that a time would come that you needed to know the truth, I would have told you from the start. Natalia was right about you. What did Natalia say? She said that you were one of the good guys, and that we should trust you. She was right. Alec felt a warm feeling in his stomach, and was suddenly very fond of Natalia. He was still mad at Elaina for lying, but she was slowly chiseling away at his resentment. Instead of furious, he reasoned that he could lighten up to the point where he was only mildly grumpy toward her. I understand, he sighed, feeling all of his power over her shift. If he forgave her, then what did he have to hold over her head? He felt a little lighter, though, as if he had finished a cathartic cry after holding in sorrow. He was emotionally drained, but able to see past the anger. Elena's eyes filled up with tears. What's wrong? He groaned. Nothing, she said, blinking. I'm glad you're not mad at me anymore. I never said that, he replied sternly. I understand why you lied to me. I'm still not happy about it. But you believe me? I don't think I have any other choice. Elaina wrung her hands. Now that we've come this far, I have something else to tell you. I don't want to lie to you about anything, but we need to keep this between us. What is it? He asked, feeling closer to Elaina, like an actual confidant. Before Breton left the lab, he stuck me with a needle. I'm fairly certain that it was his virus. Alec leaned back as far as he could, rage filling up his head. This time, it was toward Breton. How could he do that? He roared. He knew that I had the truth. If he got me out of the picture, then no one would know that he was responsible for everything. Are you? I'm not having any symptoms, Elaina said. I gave myself a good dose of my antiviral serum, but it only counteracts my virus. I don't know if it works against his yet. So you might have killed off the infection? Maybe, she answered. Or it might just be dormant. I need to run some tests to know for sure. We can find you a lab, Alex said. Let me get us out of this area, and we can go find somewhere to work on it. You can find someone to help you. No. He furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I mean, no. It's too dangerous for you to be with me. In fact, I was planning on leaving you as soon as possible." "That's insane. This is still a dangerous area. You wouldn't get help, and you wouldn't survive. What happens if I start showing symptoms? I could cough or sneeze and unintentionally infect you guys. What if the rage came on and I couldn't stop it? You could overpower me, but could Natalia? I'd kill her. That's the last thing I want to happen. If I'm going to die from this, then I'll die in solitude. I'm not going to take anyone down with me. You're almost to safety. I can't continue on with you." "Then why didn't you just leave?" Alec said, getting upset. "I tried," Elaina cried. "When you were trying to get me in the truck, I tried to stay behind. You pulled me in." Alec dropped his head in his hands. "Elaina," he started, trailing off when he had nothing else to say. "I've already made my decision. I just wanted someone to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, so you wouldn't go looking for me or think the worst about me." Alec looked devastated and confused. "You might not be infected," he offered again. "But I might be. I should leave before the others get back. I just needed to let you know everything." Alec heard a laugh from outside and grasped Elena's wrist, his fingers wrapping around her tightly. "Let me get you a little closer to safety. Then you can go. If you're feeling fine and aren't spreading bodily fluids, then there's no reason you can't come a little further." "Fine," Elaina said quickly, as Natalia and Will came closer. Pleased that he'd gotten his way, Alec dropped her arm and got out to help the teens put their supplies in the truck. Elaina sat still, wondering if she had allowed herself to make a deadly mistake. As the only confirmed living test subject of the Lily serum, Elena's body was the most important resource she had. She just wasn't sure how long it would hold up before the Vincent strain took over. Chapter 4. Natalia's eyes could hardly stay open as Alec drove down the highway. Elaina watched as her head kept bobbing up and down. Soon after, Will joined her. As one head fell, the other would snap back up. Elaina tried to stifle her giggles as she watched them from the reflection in the windshield. "Why don't you two get some sleep?" she suggested. "You want to be well rested if we're going to make any more stops." Natalia nodded and rested her head on Will's shoulder. Will gave a sleepy smile and rested his head back onto hers. Elaina felt a pang in her chest. She didn't know what was going on between the two of them, but at the very least they were getting along. Elaina wasn't sure where the feelings of sadness were coming from. She did not want or expect to get too friendly with Alec, yet she longed to make a connection with somebody. It just so happened that Alec was available. Still, he had no interest in being friendly with her. She took a deep breath to force the tight feeling in her chest to dissipate. "Are you doing okay?" she asked quietly, looking at Alec. His eyes were locked on the road. She hadn't seen him sleep since their last night at the warehouse. His eyes were lined with red, but stayed wide open. "I can drive if you want some rest." "No, I'm fine," he said. "Thanks, though. I'm used to working long shifts." "That doesn't mean you have to go without sleep. How long has it been since you last slept?" Alec rubbed the sore spot in his head that had been healing quite nicely. It still smarted when he touched it, and every now and again the headaches would resurface. "I slept a little when Will and I were looking for you," he answered. "But I think we should probably stop to rest later tonight. We could all use a little downtime, I think." Elaina looked in the back seat at the two teens, sleeping hard. "Do you think she actually likes him?" Alec smiled. "You never know. I'm sure he's having a great time, though. I just hope they don't get too attached to each other." "I don't know," Elaina mused. "Natalia likes to be surrounded by people who care about her. Maybe it's good for her. I'm not pleased that I'm basically being replaced by a teenage boy, but I'm glad someone will be there for her when I'm gone." Alec winced. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves." Our plans always change. We need to be able to adapt to new situations as they arise. As long as no one is being attacked or captured, we're in good shape." "Yeah, I guess," Elaina mumbled, knowing that Alec was dismissing her plans again. "I think it's in our best interests if we avoid military personnel and any other authorities from now on," he continued. "We saw what happened last time. They can't do a better job of protecting us than I can. We're better on our own." Elaina could practically see the wheels turning in his mind, different plans and possible situations flowing in and out of his brain. "Can I ask you something?" Elaina said softly. "Sure." "Why do you feel so responsible for us? You could have left me on the side of the road on more than one occasion. You risked your life to take care of Natalia and me, and now you're driving us to safety. You don't really seem like the type who needs constant companionship. So why are you doing this? Why do you go to such great lengths to keep us safe when you're absolutely under no obligation to do it? It's clearly a burden on you, and you get very little out of keeping us around. In fact, I feel like you can hardly hide the fact that you despise me. So why are you doing this?" "I'm a cop," he replied simply, eyes unblinking. "Then where are the other cops? I have yet to see anyone helping. Even the military ditched us. I think it's pretty safe to assume that you're off the clock now." Alec finally moved his eyes off the road to look at Elaina. "I don't know how to explain it, but I feel the need to do this. I need to give back, to right a few wrongs." Elaina rolled her eyes. "What could you have possibly done that requires you to take 3 people under your wing when you could get away faster on your own?" Alec shook his head dismissively. "I don't really want to talk about it." "Come on," Elaina pried. "I don't believe you. You're clearly a model cop who hasn't done a bad deed in his life. You probably let kids ride around in your patrol vehicle and help little old ladies cross the road." "I killed people," he said shakily, interrupting Elaina. "Yeah, but those were infected people running after us. You had already rescued us by then." "No, this happened before we ever met," he said, struggling to find the words. "You killed someone? Like an innocent person?" "She was infected, but I still don't feel good about it. She was only a kid," Elaina grimaced. "How young?" 15. She was pretty out of it. She had no idea what was going on, but she was trying to harm others." "Then you didn't have any other choice," Elaina said. "That's what I've been told, too. I still wonder if she could have been saved. Maybe if you were there with your serum, she could have been captured and given the cure. She would still be alive, and her parents wouldn't have had to bury an empty box." "Why was it empty?" Elaina asked hesitantly. "The coroner thought that the virus would seep into the water supply if she were buried. This was in the early days of the virus. If I remember correctly, they incinerated her and put her ashes in a biomedical waste container." "That's awful," Elaina said. "I know. After it happened, I took some time off. I was supposed to take some time to gather my thoughts, maybe even see a therapist to work through what had happened. Instead, I got roaring drunk every single day and hardly left my couch. I thought about quitting my job entirely, switching professions if I ever got the motivation to get off my couch. She haunted me." "She haunted you?" Elaina asked skeptically. "Not in the spooky ghost way you're thinking of," he said dryly. "Whenever I began to feel like I was getting over it, she'd pop into my dreams. I'd watch something on the news, and I'd have these intense flashbacks of me pulling the trigger. It was terrible." "I'm sorry," Elaina said. "I had no idea." "Of course you didn't. It's too easy to make assumptions based on the things you think you know. I know people like Natalia, Will, and me look like normal people, but we're living in a different world now. We've had traumatic experiences that will change us forever. We all have our own motives for why we do the things we do. It just so happens that I can't feel good about myself unless I'm protecting someone from danger. Just like I can't feel good about myself if I don't figure out a way to stop this virus, Elaina added. Exactly. And for some reason, the two of us need to feel good about something, he said with a smirk. So, if you want to do me a favor, you can just let me help you out a little. I'm not going to keep you hostage or anything, but if I can give you a lift just a little while longer, you'll help me sleep at night. Okay? Okay, she mumbled. And it's not your fault. The thing that happened with that girl. You did the right thing. He grimaced and looked away, subtly marking the end of that conversation. Elaina didn't want to test him by bringing it up again, so she sat in silence. The fact that he felt a moral obligation to protect her made Elaina a little uncomfortable. She had always been extremely independent and absolutely hated being patronized or coddled in any way. Still, she didn't want to hurt his feelings or upset him any further, so she decided she would not protest his chauffeuring until they arrived at their next destination, wherever it may be. Elaina tried to close her eyes and get a little rest herself, but every time she closed her eyes, she could see Alec at various stages of his story, trying to help the girl, shooting the girl, and then going into a depression, all alone at home. Her eyes locked on the road, watching the broken lines disappear behind them, just as Alec did. Soon she wouldn't have to be a burden on him. She would leave and lighten his load to only having to worry about Natalia and Will. She felt a little guilty about leaving him with 2 hormone-ridden kids, but he could handle them. They were both kind people and were fairly self-sufficient. It wouldn't be hard. "How are you feeling?" Alec asked, after a long silence, surprising Elaina. "Fine," she said. "A little sleepy, but that's about it." "No symptoms yet?" "No symptoms." He paused. "Do you think your serum worked? In any other case, wouldn't you feel sick by now?" Elaina counted the hours since she was injected and compared it to the reports she'd heard about the virus. The incubation period is relatively short, but it can lie dormant in some people. I think that's more common in recent mutations, though. Which do you think he infected you with? It's hard to say. I'm just surprised that I don't even have the flu-like symptoms yet. That's promising. I wouldn't worry about infecting us. We'll take the extra precautions, of course, but I don't think you need to be in such a big hurry to leave us. In fact, if you want to keep Natalia safe, shouldn't she be with the one person who knows how to treat the virus? I could infect her much faster than I could heal her. Prevention is always best. Whatever, Alec grumbled. There's just no reason for you to run off just yet, you know? She opened her mouth to speak and then closed it again. There was no point in arguing with him. It would only make him more upset, and it would get neither of them anywhere. She was better off just staying silent and quietly leaving when the moment was right. If she guessed Alec's next move correctly, then he would take them to a moderately populated area as far away from Seattle as they could get in one day to rest and restock. Then she could leave in the middle of the night if she needed to. When the vehicle was out of gas again, Alec made a quick stop in a rural area to fill up. When he got out, he locked the others in the car. Elaina wasn't sure if he was doing so out of habit or for a very specific purpose. Either way, she wanted to get out and leave before the other two woke up. She tapped a knuckle on the window, signaling that she wanted to get out. He opened the door a crack. "What's up?" he asked, blocking most of the door with his body. "It's time, Alec. I'd like to go before the other two wake up. I don't want them to ask too many questions. I'd rather them hear from you." Alec looked around. Besides a gas station, there was a mechanic's shop and a couple of fast food restaurants. It looked like the town was still inhabited, but there wasn't much there. He would be surprised if they even had a school or a county hospital. "Why don't you wait until we get to the next town?" Alec said, staying in his position in front of the door. "That way you'll be closer to some better resources." Elaina gave him a hard look. She knew that he would continue to repeat the same sentiment until they were in Florida or somewhere. By that time, she may very well be highly contagious and would spread it to a safe part of the country. She didn't think it was a good idea, but he didn't look like he was about to take no for an answer. Just as she was thinking the best way to make a break for it, Alec leaned his head in the truck and woke the teens up. "Natalia! Will!" he called loudly. "We stopped to fill up on gas. Come stretch your legs or use the bathroom. Otherwise, we'll keep going until night." They rubbed their sleep-filled eyes and sat up straight. Elaina knew that Alec would have let them continue sleeping if she had not expressed the fact that she didn't want them to see her go. She looked at him, and he stood with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his face. He had won this round of their ongoing fight. Chapter 5. The sun set just as the truck drove into a small town near the Oregon border. A few cars drove past them, which was promising. Perhaps there was still life in Washington after all. For the first time in over a week, Elaina felt like she was part of human civilization again. It felt foreign to her now, seeing hotels and coffee shops scattered beside the highway. Many of these establishments still had lights on, which meant that people were occupying these spaces, and they hadn't been completely abandoned. In fact, the absence of the putrid smell of burning buildings was promising enough. Alec looked so relieved to reach a stopping point for the day. He had downed can after can of bitter energy drinks to stay alert. Now he was just wired, his hands trembling slightly, and his dry eyes hardly blinked. "Can we drive through one of those fast food restaurants?" Natalia pleaded, her eyes wide. "Fine, but let's make it quick," Alec said, pulling into a burger joint. "I don't like being out after dark. We still have to find a hotel room for the night." Natalia and Will cheered like children in the back seat. Alec pulled into a parking spot and looked back at them. "I'm going to stay in the car. We can't afford to lose this vehicle." "Do you really think someone is going to steal it?" Will asked skeptically. "I don't think the virus has reached this far south. I didn't think my patrol car was going to get stolen, or that my personal vehicle would also get stolen, but here we are. This thing is too nice to risk. Why don't the three of you go in and get something for me while I wait?" "Got it," Will said, sliding out of the car. "We'll be back soon." "Keep an eye on them," Alec said to Elaina in a hushed voice before she closed the door behind her. She gave him a quick nod through the window. Elaina followed the teens inside the brightly lit restaurant. It was empty, which seemed odd for that time of evening, but it was a small town. She wasn't sure what was normal for a more rural location. "Hello?" Natalia called at the counter, trying to get the attention of an employee. She pressed her palm into the counter, giving herself a little boost to see back into the kitchen. It also looked vacant. "This is weird," Elaina said quietly, scanning the dining area for exits, just in case. "I'm going to wait 1 minute," Will said, "and if no one comes to take our order, I'm jumping back there and cooking it myself. This place still has power. I could fry up an entire basket of French fries and bring them with us." "Hold on," Natalia said. "I see someone back there." Elaina heard rustling coming from the walk-in freezer, then saw a skinny teen emerge. "Hey!" Natalia shouted again. "We'd like to place an order, please." She leaned so close to the register with anticipation that her body was halfway over the counter. If she lost her balance, she would flip over the counter completely. The employee shuffled forward, his eyes on the ground. When he lifted his head to look at Natalia, his pupils were dilated much larger than Elaina had ever seen before. "Let's go," Elaina said quietly. "No!" the employee screeched, grabbing Natalia by the front of her shirt, pulling her toward him. "Place your order!" "He's infected!" Natalia screamed, flailing her arms and legs. "Let go of me!" Elaina looked around the restaurant for something to hit the infected employee with. Unlike in the rubble of Seattle, there was a shortage of blunt objects that would work. Without hesitation, Will jumped forward and wrestled the infected teen to the ground, breaking his grip on Natalia. He punched and kicked the employee until he was unconscious. "Let's go, Will," Elaina urged, once the threat was eliminated. Will seemed to not hear her. He continued to beat the teen, while Natalia shuddered, crouched in a fetal position on the counter. "Will!" Elaina shouted, finally catching his attention. "We need to go before anyone else gets here. Get in the truck now!" He jumped over the counter and scooped Natalia up into his arms. She was silent and appeared to be in shock. "Oh, get me out of here!" she murmured once she found her voice again. "I just want to get out of here." Will looked completely devastated. He leaned in close and whispered, "Don't worry, you're safe now." The three exited the restaurant, surprisingly unharmed. Before getting back into the truck, Will inspected his body for any cuts or scrapes he might have acquired in the scuffle. "What the hell happened?" Alec asked, his voice filled with dread. "The kid behind the counter was infected," Will said, fastening a seatbelt around Natalia, who was still shivering. "He grabbed Natalia, but I fought him off." "Damn it!" Alec yelled, pounding his fists on the steering wheel. "I really hoped we'd left this shit behind in Seattle." Elaina sensed that her companions were on the edge of losing it. The always composed police officer was nearly shaking in frustration and hadn't slept in days. Cheery Will had a deep frown etched onto his face. Natalia had yet to snap out of her trance. "Let's stay focused," Elaina said calmly. "We can't go exploring, and we can't keep driving. Let's find a hotel and get a good night of rest so we can get up early and continue on our way." "A hotel?" Will asked. "If we can't even stop for fast food without being attacked, how are we going to sleep an entire night in a hotel?" "Rooms lock from the inside," she explained. "The only way we could be attacked in our sleep is if the infected have the key to our room. Otherwise, those places are pretty secure. This town doesn't have destruction like Seattle did. Let's just see what we can find and try our best to keep calm." Alec nodded and put the truck into drive. "This has got to be the early stage of the virus for this town. I saw a motel on the way in. I'll see if there are any rooms available." Elaina looked back at Will and Natalia. They were still shaken, but looked slightly more relaxed. When they got to the motel, Alec pulled into the vacant parking lot and reached over Elena's lap into the glove compartment. She jumped back, surprised by his closeness to her thighs. He fumbled around until he found the handgun that he was looking for. "Sit tight," he ordered, loading the gun. "I'm going to make sure this place is reasonably safe. If possible, I'll try to get a room for each of us." Elaina nodded and watched him walk into the lit building. Apparently, the presence of lighting and electricity in general didn't mean anything. The virus must have just struck the town. Otherwise, the power would have been cut like it was in Seattle. "I don't want to stay in my own room," Natalia said from the back seat, her voice a little stronger now. "I'm not going to sleep alone." "I'm sure Elaina will stay with you," Will reassured her, setting his arm on her shoulder. They exchanged a meaningful look, much different than Natalia's earlier looks of mild annoyance surrounding the boy. Elaina didn't respond. In any other circumstance, she would have no problem sharing a room with Natalia. But she was infected with the virus. She hadn't noticed any symptoms yet, but she also imagined that symptoms progressed quickly for the others infected too. When she thought about it, it made sense that the infected people in the rage stage of the illness didn't see it coming. Otherwise, why would so many people put themselves in the position to potentially injure or kill others, knowing that they were about to reach that point? Did they just go to bed at night thinking they had the flu, and then woke up the next morning with bloodlust? What if the same thing happened in a shared hotel room with Natalia? She couldn't risk it. unable to explain why she was not going to share a room with Natalia. She just gave a non-committal mumble. Hopefully Alec would have a solution for this problem. "Don't worry," Will said to Natalia, now gently rubbing her shoulders with his open palm. "We'll find a hotel room, and you can take a nice hot shower and sleep in a real bed. Then, when we're feeling better, we'll get out of here. I hope we go to California. I wouldn't mind spending some time in the sun." "That sounds nice," Natalia replied, loosening up. As goofy as he was, Will had a calming effect on her, something that Elaina didn't quite have. She was thankful that Will could take on that role in her stead. Alec returned several long moments later, clutching 2 keys on large wooden keychains in his hand. "How'd it go?" Elaina asked. "There was no one there. This place is pretty old school. They had keys lined up on hooks in a lockbox. They don't have keypads or phone remote entry like most hotels do. I just went across the desk and took what I could find." "The place is abandoned, yet you only have 2 keys?" "I have a feeling that if people caught word of an infection spreading through town, they didn't take the time to return their keys to reception, especially if there's no one there. There were a few other rooms available, but these 2 were the only adjacent rooms." "Then give those to them," Elaina said, pointing at Natalia and Will. "We can stay in the other rooms. I really don't mind." "I thought you were going to stay with me," Natalia loudly protested, sounding like her old self again. Alec shot Elaina a look, immediately understanding what was wrong with Natalia's hopes. He knew he could take on a violent Elaina if necessary. He wasn't so sure Natalia could. "Listen to me," Alec said firmly. He didn't love having to take on the authoritative role in these situations, but things needed to go according to plan. There was just some information he didn't want the younger 2 to know about Elaina just yet. "You 2 will share 205, he said, handing a key to Natalia. "Lainey and I will take 206. If the phone system is working, call me if you need anything. Don't open your door unless you're positive that the coast is clear. You're better off locking all the doors and staying put until morning. I want to get back on the road around 7, so set your alarm clock if you need to." "Really?" Will asked, looking at the key in Natalia's hand. "Don't make me regret my decision," Alec sighed. "No, it's fine," Will said quickly. "We'll be ready to leave first thing in the morning." Will and Natalia grabbed a couple of bags of food and made their way to the room. Alec grabbed his supplies and followed them up the stairs. "Am I doing something wrong by letting them stay in the same room?" Alec asked Elaina as they walked to their room. "I'm sure it will be fine," Elaina said to calm his nerves. She wasn't really sure what the 2 teens would do in a hotel room alone. She had never experienced anything like it herself. The only concern Elaina had was that she was sharing a room with anyone while potentially infected. She didn't want to risk losing control of her mental faculties, even for a second. The room was small, but sufficient for 1 night of sleep. It was dingy and sparse, but still a big improvement from the warehouse shipping containers and laboratory floor. Across from the queen-sized bed was a squeaky couch and a tiny table and chairs. The bathroom was next to that, with a small shower pressed against the toilet. The sink stood between the 2 halves of the room, with a cloudy coffee pot sitting on the counter. Elaina made a mental note not to drink from it without a thorough cleansing. "You can have the bed," Alec offered quickly. "I'll take the couch." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I sleep on the couch more often than not at home. It's not a big deal to me." "Thanks," Elaina said, bouncing down on the springy mattress. She wasn't too concerned about comfort of the bed. She was tired enough that she could sleep anywhere. "Do you mind if I turn on the TV? I can turn the volume down if you want to sleep now. I just want to see if there's any update on the virus." "Go ahead," she replied, curious herself. He flipped through a few channels before stopping on an image of a smoldering Seattle. This image was then followed by various towns and cities in the area that were in the same state of disrepair. A ticker on the bottom of the screen gave a long list of major cities and counties with reports of infected individuals. Elaina didn't recognize most of the places. "That's in Oregon, that's in Montana, and that's one in Northern California," Alec breathed as he read the news. "Apparently, the border closing didn't work. It looks like we still have a long way to go before we are home free. I think we should head southeast now. Texas might be a good option for us. There are probably a ton of towns there with small populations." Elaina watched the news and listened to the reporter, safe somewhere in New York, describe what they knew about the virus. Now everyone in the country was being advised to practice caution in social situations. City employees in places as far as Ohio were sterilizing public places with strong chemicals. Clothing designers were beginning to create cute and stylish face masks to protect individuals from spreading or coming into contact with coughs and sneezes. Parents were pulling their kids out of school and spending millions to build and stock underground bunkers that could keep a person alive for years below the ground. Even in supermarkets, fresh fruits and vegetables rotted while canned goods were snatched off the shelves. Nearly every state had at least one outbreak. Quarantine centers and isolation wards in hospitals had been set up to take on the infected, but it wouldn't be enough if the virus progressed as it had in other parts of the country. "I'm going to take a shower," Elaina said, grabbing a scratchy white towel from the rack. "Fill me in on what I missed when I get out?" "Will do," Alec responded, without looking away from the TV. Elaina turned the water on as hot as she could stand it, and washed days of sweat and dirt away. She scrubbed at her skin with the abrasive washcloth and the cheap bar of soap until she felt relatively clean again. Her tangled hair took a while to wash, and she wondered what horrific news she was missing out on in the meantime. After drying off, she wrapped a towel around herself and walked out of the bathroom, finger-combing her hair in front of the mirror by the sink. She thought she saw Alec's eyes meet hers in the mirror, but she could have been mistaken. "What's wrong?" he asked, after noticing her stillness in front of the mirror. "I look pale," she said, touching her face. "I can actually see the blood vessels in my chest." "Let me see," Alec said, getting up from his spot on the couch. He craned his neck to take a close look at her exposed collarbone, lightly tracing a finger over the snaking blue veins. Elaina could feel goosebumps popping up on her skin, even though it was warm in the room. She hoped that she wasn't feeling the onset of chills. "You've been extremely pale for as long as I've known you," Alec said, standing straight again and returning to the couch. "You don't look much different to me. Any other symptoms?" "No." "Then I'm sure it's nothing. You're just looking for any sign of disaster. Get some sleep, and I'm sure it will make you feel a lot better." Elaina crawled under the covers, but couldn't close her eyes, no matter how heavy her lids were. "What?" Alec asked, after noticing that she was looking at him. "I'm worried that things will progress in my sleep, and I'll wake up a different person." Alec shoved a handful of chips into his mouth as he flipped through television channels. "You might, but if you do, I'll be right here." "That's the problem," she whispered to herself. Chapter 6. "This place isn't half bad," Will mused, jumping on the mattress, displacing the slippery floral bedspread. "You really think so?" Natalia laughed, scrunching up her nose. "This place looks like it hasn't been updated in the last 100 years. Look at that wallpaper." "I've never stayed in a hotel room by myself," he said. "Well, without a family member, I mean. Maybe that's what makes this so exciting. It's like I'm on a mini vacation. I can do whatever I want." "I think that's a stretch," Natalia replied, sitting on the edge of the bed. She felt a buzzing in her stomach, as if she were about to do something forbidden. She hadn't even graduated high school yet, but here she was, in a run-down motel room, with a guy who was older than she was. "It's not like we're going to an amusement park in the morning. We're running for our lives." "Yeah," he chuckled, "but it's a similar adrenaline rush at times. Don't get me wrong. I'd like to return to my normal life, but this is certainly more exciting than my normal life." "I know what you mean," she said. "It's exciting in a horrible way." "Exactly. Sometimes I wonder what life is going to be like when we get out of this mess. Will our everyday life seem boring? Like in 10 years, will I be cooking supper for my wife and kids, longing for the days where I could deliver a sweet roundhouse kick to an attacker?" "When have you ever delivered a sweet roundhouse kick?" she asked skeptically. "Hypothetically speaking, I guess. But do you get what I'm saying? Do you think we will ever have a shot at being normal one day?" Natalia leaned back against the headboard and thought about his words. Like most teenagers, she had a pretty good idea of what she wanted her future to look like, but in an idealistic and romantic sense. She wanted to meet a guy toward the end of her college years, fall in love, and get married. Ideally, he'd be in the medical profession too, so they could share interests and a decent income. Eventually, she figured she'd probably have a family and settle down in one place. She used to think that Seattle would be a good place to stay, but now all her good memories of that place were tainted. She'd have to start over somewhere else. "I think I could live a normal life after all this. I'm just so ready to forget this ever happened to me. I just want to get my high school diploma and move on with my life." "What do you want to go to school for?" Will asked, slipping off his shoes. "Nursing," she replied. "Not biology or chemistry like your dad?" "No," she said, scrunching up her nose. "I want to help people, not make people sick." "I shouldn't have said like your dad. Like Elaina. I guess that would be a better comparison." "No, I think the lab can be a really lonely place. I like to be able to interact with others. I can't stand being alone or working in complete silence. I want to work closely with people and get to see the difference I'm making." "That's really cool," he replied. "I bet you'd make a great nurse." "Really?" "I'd let you take care of me any day." Natalia's cheeks flushed. She felt embarrassed by his attention. She wished that Elaina and Alec were there to take a little of the attention away from her. Not all of it, but just enough that he wouldn't notice her blushing every time he flirted with her. When she looked up from the floor, she saw that he was blushing too. This put her a little more at ease, knowing that he felt a little nervous being alone with her too. "Do you go to college?" she asked, diverting attention away from herself. "I was at community college before my mom got sick," he explained. "I was planning on transferring to a university once I finished my prerequisite classes. Money was pretty tight in my family, and I wanted to lessen the burden on my parents. Now I guess I'm left with the little savings they have left." "What do you want to study?" Natalia asked, sensing a sore spot. "Computers," he replied, his eyes lighting up. "I want to be able to program computers and write software." "Really?" she laughed. "Yes, really. Why the look of surprise?" "I don't know," she giggled. "I always just assumed that computer guys were nerds who didn't like to be around people. Sort of like my dad and Elaina." "And you don't think I'm a nerd?" "Of course not," she said. "You're talkative and funny, and you're really cool." He grinned, but didn't venture further on that particular subject. "Is there a lot of money in computer programming?" she asked. "Oh, sure, if you're good enough. Even today, there are still a lot of advancements in computer technology. In 20 years from now, I bet people will be shocked that viruses ever spread this quickly." "Why is that?" "Before you know it, there will be no need to go outside. Anything we need can be picked out by robots and delivered to our homes by drones. School and work can be both done online, because we can train computers and robots to do everything else." "That sounds terrible. What about human interaction? I'd go crazy if I had to do all my communication through computers." Will shrugged. "It seems crazy, but everything you think you need people for, you could probably do without." "I disagree. I like companionship. Dating and relationships can be started online. Hell, It's been like that for decades now. Even more intimate relationships are covered through virtual reality. Gross, she groaned. I kind of agree with you there. No matter how realistic technology gets, I don't think anything will ever beat the touch of a woman. So what you're saying is you're entering a fairly lucrative career? Natalia said quickly. I'd say so, but I need to get into a good school so I can learn everything I need to know. I'm sure you will, Natalia said reassuringly. If there are still universities left after the virus rolls through the country. If we survive this, and there aren't any schools left, then we can go to college abroad. If my piece of shit dad makes it out alive, I can guarantee that he'll shove a healthy sum of money my way. We'll go together. That would be nice, Will said, resting back on the pillow. He tucked his hands behind his head and closed his eyes for a moment. Natalia took the time to study his face up close, seeing the tiny freckles that dotted his nose and his long curling eyelashes. He looked young for his age, something that stress would soon take from him. It's so crazy how time continues to pass like normal, even if everything else around us has completely fallen to chaos. I mean, I was scheduled to have a math test last week, and it came and went without so much as an email from the professor. In a few months, people will be canceling their plans for summer vacation because it's too dangerous to leave home and be among strangers. We'll flip through pages on the calendar without committing to a single appointment. It's just weird to think about. I honestly can't even remember what day it is, she said. Every day just blends together now. Let's find out, Will said, grabbing the remote and turning on the TV. Most local stations had been evacuated in the midst of the virus, so other regions filled the airspace. It wasn't until he stopped on a Kansas weather station that Natalia realized what day it was. Oh my gosh, she whispered under her breath. What? It's nothing, she said. Are you sure? Yeah, I just realized that today is my birthday. I turned 18 and I didn't even realize it. What should have been a joyous occasion for Natalia felt more bitter than sweet. She didn't have to have a party or presents, but she felt like the significance of the day didn't really matter in her current situation. Let's celebrate, Will said. No, I'm not really in the mood. I don't really care anyway. It's not important. I think it's important, Will said, getting up from the bed. He rummaged through his bags on the little table. Close your eyes. Why? Natalia asked. Just do it. Please? Natalia begrudgingly followed his instructions and closed her eyes. She listened as the contents rustled in the shopping bags. Can I open them yet? One more minute. She felt a tiny thrill run through her body. While she knew that there were no surprises or gifts for her, it was nice of Will to try to make her birthday a little more pleasant. Okay, open them. Her eyelids popped open to reveal Will standing in front of her, holding a small snack cake in his hand. In the middle was a large white candle. With his other hand, he lit the candle and turned off the lights. The soft glow illuminated his smiling face. Tears welled up in Natalia's eyes. She was so touched by his gesture. Make a wish, he said softly, holding the candle to her lips. She closed her eyes and thought about what she most desired. I just want to go home, she thought to herself, before blowing out the candle. Will removed a large chunk of melting wax and handed Natalia the snack cake. She ate it in a few bites, while Will rummaged through his bags again. I know I told you I wouldn't take anything we didn't absolutely need, and until now I thought that was a lie, he said, holding up a miniature bottle of champagne. Now, I'm glad that I picked it up. It's absolutely a necessity. I'm only 18, she laughed. Well, in Europe, where we'll be going to college next year, you'll be legal. Forget that there's a cop next door. Fine, she giggled, as Will wrenched the cork from the bottle. He passed her the bottle of sparkling wine to take the first drink. "May your next birthday be much better," he toasted. She took a sip, the bubbles tickling her mouth and throat. The wine was dry, and Natalia wasn't quite sure if she liked it. She passed it back to Will, who took a big gulp. "Honestly, I suppose things could be worse," she said, lying back down on the bed. "I mean, we are in the middle of an epidemic, and that really blows. But I just got cake and champagne delivered to me in my very own motel room." "When you look at it that way, it doesn't seem bad at all," Will agreed. "From now on, I think I'm going to eat convenience store snacks and shady roadside motels for my birthdays." Natalia grabbed a pillow and playfully whacked Will over the head. He reciprocated and gently shoved her away. "The next time we stop somewhere, I'm going to get you a proper birthday gift." "Don't," she protested. "I don't think Alec would be happy about you adding more cargo to our truck." "You don't think he'll be okay with a Bernese mountain dog in the back seat?" he joked. "I wish we could have a dog. It would make those long car rides so much more bearable. But it would be hard to take care of one. Maybe we could get a cat." "I bet Elaina's a cat person," Will said, making both of them crack up. They liked Elaina, but still realized that she was a bit of a loner. "Do me a favor, will you?" Natalia asked Will, who was polishing off the small bottle of champagne. "Anything." "I'm going to take a short nap. Wake me up in 30 minutes so I can take a shower and try to look somewhat presentable." "Sure thing," Will said, bringing his stash of snacks to the other side of the bed. Natalia rested her head on his shoulder. Surprised once again by her warmth toward him, he put his arm around her and stared up at the ceiling, thinking about how nice it was to be close to someone. Will failed to accomplish Natalia's favor, because he also fell asleep within minutes, his arm around her body. As they slept on top of the covers with the lights still on, their bodies curled around each other. Though Will's prediction of the future of the world painted a very isolated existence, the teens proved that there was nothing that could replace the friendly affection they felt for each other. In a world of masks and sterile plastic suits, they found comfort in each other's warmth. Chapter 7. Elaina managed to sleep for about an hour before nightmares woke her back up. She was seeing infected people grasping at her, begging for help again. This time, Breton Vincent was one of them. When she opened her eyes again, Alec was sitting up on the couch, looking straight at her. She felt a sense of dread in the pit of her stomach. "Was I talking in my sleep?" He nodded. "You don't have to tell me what you heard. I have a pretty good idea of what it was." "Have you been having the nightmares for long?" "About a week now." "I'd like to tell you that they go away, but I haven't had any luck yet. I'm still hoping that mine stops soon. Our waking hours are enough of a nightmare. I don't need that crap in my sleep, too." Elaina nodded. She kept forgetting that Alec had suffered a completely different type of trauma. "Do you mind if I turn off the lights?" he asked. "If you prefer to have them on, that's fine, too. I just don't want to arouse any suspicion if anyone comes by." "Oh, no, that's fine," Elaina said. "Are you going to sleep now?" "I think so. Do you want me to keep the TV on?" "If you don't mind. I think it would be easier to sleep to some noise. My brain can't stop running when it's too quiet." "No problem," he smiled, before getting up to turn off the light. He unfolded the musty blanket hanging off the arm of the couch and spread it on top of him. Tucking his head underneath like a turtle, he fell asleep within seconds. Elaina turned the volume of the television down to the point where she could just barely hear it. She flipped through channels for a while before finding the president addressing the public. She sat up a little straighter. The president was rarely televised unless it was a yearly State of the Union address or a disaster. "Good evening," the president said, looking solemn. "In my last address, I said that I would make sure to keep the public as well informed as possible during this troubling time. Over the past few weeks, my advisors and I have been listening to the people, talking with scientists and medical professionals, and working on a plan to stop the spread of this virus. The Morgan strain is responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans in the Pacific Northwest region, along with other cases scattered across the globe. Elaina wanted to shout back at the television. She used to imagine the president talking about her virus by name in a different setting, like giving an award for advancements in medical technology, not to destroy her reputation and place blame on her. It wasn't her virus that was doing the killing. It was Breton's. Unfortunately, preliminary efforts to slow the spread of the disease have not been effective. And I'm here today to tell you about our new aggressive plan to save as many lives as possible. Effective immediately, we will enforce a strict new border that may not be crossed until we have seen a dramatic decrease in infections. The line will start at the most northeastern corner of North Dakota and extend due south to the Mexican border. At this time, also remember that Canada and Mexico have closed their borders to any American citizen, regardless of infection status. Elaina whipped her head toward Alec to see if he'd heard the news, but he was sound asleep. She thought about waking him up, but then remembered that he needed to sleep if they wanted to drive away safely. She decided to hold off for just a little while longer. I urge all citizens to adhere to these new rules. Our soldiers are trained to use force against any serious threat to the safety and security of our nation. If you find yourself on the west side of this new boundary, we advise you to take shelter. Secure your home and stock up on water and non-perishable food items. We have deployed all available National Guard personnel to work within each state, but be aware that normal emergency services may not be running in your area. Do your best to take care of others, but take care of yourself first. Elaina gritted her teeth. She watched as the president wiped a bead of sweat from her upper lip. She looked extremely uncomfortable and not as composed as usual. If you find yourself on the east side of the boundary, this does not mean you're safe from the virus. Please take the time to visit the White House's website to catch up on the latest news and stay informed on current safety procedures. There are still a number of random breakouts on the east side of the line, and we're doing our best to eliminate threats before they spread. Elaina scoffed at her choice of words. What the president was saying was that they were working to execute those showing symptoms. That, and they were essentially abandoning the healthy citizens on the west side of the line and letting them fend for themselves, or even capturing them and taking them to camps like had already happened. The government wasn't going to save them, and were actively preventing them from saving themselves. She couldn't believe what the president was saying. There was no way the American public would let the people in charge let these rules go into effect. There were probably a couple million people on the wrong side of the border who needed to evacuate still. Elaina was sure that someone in Congress would stop the order from going through. The country needed to band together to help the people in the wrong place at the wrong time, not shut their doors. Instead of focusing on finding a cure, they were just going to wait until everyone infected died. From there, they would try their best to pick up the pieces. It made Elaina feel ill. When the broadcast was over, she looked back at Alec. He was sleeping so soundly that she couldn't bear to wake him up. She wanted to tell him about the boundary line, since it would have a pronounced effect on his grand plan. In fact, it was the only plan they had. Run away from the danger as quickly as possible. She went back and forth, debating on whether he needed to be awake at that moment or not. She even fell asleep for a few moments herself, before springing back awake. After checking the clock, she counted how many minutes he had slept already, and tried to calculate the earliest time she could wake him to fill him in on the news, while still leaving him with adequate sleep. It was the early morning now. There was no good time to wake him. That instant would have to do. "Alec," she said softly from the bed. She pulled her covers up around her shoulders, as if they would protect her from his scorn. "Alec," she called a little louder. Finally, she shouted his name, and he snapped awake. "What's going on?" he slurred, sitting up immediately. "The president just gave an address. It wasn't good." The color drained from his face. "Tell me everything." Elaina gave him an almost verbatim account of what the president said in her speech. As he listened, Alec's face got paler. "This can't be happening," he said, resting his face in his hands. The dark circles under his eyes hadn't had enough time to subside. "What do we do?" "I don't know," Elaina said softly. "Our whole plan revolved around the concept of getting as far southeast as we could. Now, the closest we can get is Arizona or New Mexico. It sounds bad, but do you think we can get through the border? They set one up outside of Seattle, but we got through fairly easily. There's just so much land to guard, and we've got a truck that can handle some serious terrain. Do you think it's possible that we can still get through? We can't be the only ones trying to cross." "That's part of the problem. If we were, then we might go unnoticed. If they're overwhelmed by the influx of border crossers, then they might just shoot anyone on the spot." "What's our other option? The president said that we should just seek shelter on this side." "We tried that a few times. It's difficult to do when the sick population exceeds the healthy population. Besides, you need to get to a lab." Elaina shook her head. "Don't make plans with me in mind." "Why not? A cure is important to me. I want this to be over, remember?" "Yes, but you know I never planned to stay for this long. I'm infected, no matter what the lack of symptoms suggests. What do I need to do to get you to stay with us? Just for a little while longer?" Elaina thought for a moment before speaking. "If you want me to stay, I need you to promise me that you'll shoot me if I start to show any symptoms." "What?" Alec asked, feeling as though he'd misheard her. "I'm a danger to others. I'd like to cure this before I become contagious, but I know I might not get that far. If I start showing symptoms, put a bullet in my head. You'll save lives and put me out of my misery. I don't know what my mental state will be like then. It may be altered to the point where I'll try to preserve my life. Just know that this is my request. Kill me before others get killed by me." She expected Alec to protest, already having had to kill so many infected people, but instead, he nodded. "Okay," he agreed. "I promise I'll take care of it." "Good. And you'll make sure Natalia gets to a safe place?" "Of course. I'll also take your remaining serum and other samples you might have and give them to someone that I can trust. Even if you can't do it, someone will carry out your work. I promise." Elaina relaxed a bit. That issue had been weighing on her mind for quite some time, and it felt good to get it out in the open and taken care of. Even though she'd made Alec promise that he would carry out her wishes, she made no promises to him that she would continue on with accompanying them. His promise was only a conditional one. "I think we should get going if we want a good shot at getting around a border," Alec said, tossing the blanket aside. "Shouldn't we rest a little longer?" "I got all the sleep I need. I feel much better." Elaina looked at Alec skeptically. He still looked exhausted, but he seemed alert. "Fine. Let's wake up the other two. They can sleep in the car," Elaina said, gathering up the supplies they had left. "Be careful when we go out there," Alec warned. "I've been hearing strange noises all night." "Same," Elaina said, glad that she hadn't been the only one hearing the distant crashes and shouts. "Give me a second to take a quick shower," Alec said. "Then we can go together to wake up the others and get on the road. Would you mind giving them a call so they know we're coming?" Elaina picked up the phone and heard a busy signal. She disconnected and reconnected the signal, but there was still no dial tone. This thing is incredibly old. No wonder it doesn't work. That's fine. Sit tight, and I'll be ready to go in 5 minutes. Okay, Elaina said, trying to seem optimistic, though she was really nervous about leaving again. Each time they stopped, it made it harder for her to leave again. Not only was she feeling attached to her travel companions, but as time went on, she became more fearful of the future. It helped to have others surrounding her, helping her get to where she needed to be. As Alec took his shower, Elaina walked to the mirror and inspected her face again. Dark purple shadows lurked beneath her eyes, and faint blue veins snaked underneath her skin. Maybe Alec was right. She had always been pale, and the overcast weather did nothing to change that. Perhaps it was all in her head. But at the same time, she couldn't afford to take any risks. Chapter 8. Natalia woke up in Will's arms in the middle of the night, feeling warm and secure. While she didn't remember falling asleep in that position, she didn't mind waking up that way. Maybe she had a bit of a crush on him after all. Or maybe shared experiences just had their way of bringing two people together. Either way, being curled up around him felt nice. She closed her heavy eyes again, taking a moment to savor the time they had together. Then she realized why she'd woke up in the first place. Upon hearing the sound outside of their door for the second time, she jumped, startling Will awake. I didn't do anything," Will quickly slurred, his eyes opening a small fraction. "What? No. Will, I think someone's outside our room." "Are you sure you didn't dream it? I had some pretty crazy dreams myself." "I'm pretty sure. Something woke me up, and I just heard it again." "What did it sound like?" Will asked sleepily. "I don't know. Like a crash or a bang," Natalia answered, fairly certain that Will wasn't taking her concern seriously. "Was it coming from Alec and Elena's room?" "No. Why?" "Never mind," he giggled. Natalia sat up and smacked Will on the arm. "I'm being serious. There's something outside of our room, and I'm not going to be able to sleep until I know that it's gone." Okay, Will said, rubbing his eyes. "Let's call Alec and Elaina and see if they can help us out." He picked up the phone and put his ear to the handset. "I don't think it's supposed to be making that noise," he concluded, before poking at a few buttons. "Nope, definitely not. This phone doesn't work." Natalia's anxiety grew. The other two were probably fast asleep. Even if they were awake, the walls were too thick to be able to talk through. "What do we do?" Natalia asked, hitting the shared wall with the palm of her hand. "The door's locked. No one's getting in," Natalia scoffed. "You know just as well as I do that a locked door means nothing if someone really wants to get in. I've seen infected people do things that no ordinary person could do. If someone really wanted to break down this door, they could, and we wouldn't be able to stop them." "What about that guy at the restaurant?" Will asked. "I stopped him, didn't I?" Yeah, but can you stop someone bigger than you? Can you stop more than one person? I'm really freaked out right now." "It's going to be fine. I'll just pop my head outside and see if there's anything we should worry about." "I'll make it quick." "No," she yelled, grabbing onto his arm. "Alec told us not to open our door for anything. You can't go out there." "Wouldn't you rather I check? I think you'll sleep a lot better when you realize that it's just a raccoon knocking over a garbage can, or the wind blowing something against a fence." "What if it's an infected person?" "If that's the case, I'll just run back and lock myself in here. Keep your eye on the peephole and only open it for me." "I'm not letting you go out there alone," she protested. "Then you can come too. I promise I just want to find the source of the noise to put you at ease." When we've accomplished that, we can come back inside and sleep until we have to leave." Natalia looked at the door. She didn't want to disobey Alec's orders, since he was often right when it came to safety concerns. She also didn't want to put herself at risk by going out into the dark. But Will seemed like he had already made up his mind. In fact, he started to put his shoes on before Natalia gave her answer. He was going to check on the mysterious noise, just for her peace of mind. If anything happened to him while he was alone, it would be her fault. "Fine," she said, getting up from the bed. "I'll come with you. But promise me that if we see anything suspicious, we make a run for it?" "Of course. I just want to ensure that there's nothing we need to worry about." "Should we wake Alec and Elaina up?" "No," Natalia answered. She knew that if she even suggested finding the source of the noise, Alec would be angry. Even for a cop, she thought he was pretty cool, and she didn't want to disappoint him. The last thing she wanted was to not be taken seriously. "They don't need to know about this. It will only take a second." As Will touched the door handle, the two heard something hit their front window. Natalia stifled a scream. "What was that?" she squeaked, her hands covering her mouth. "It sounded like a bird hitting the glass," Will said. "Was that the sound you were hearing?" "Not really. Whatever it is, it's a lot closer now." "Are you sure this is a good idea?" "No," he said with a sneaky grin. "But it's the only one I've got. Grab the flashlight from the bag." Natalia picked up a small plastic flashlight that they had taken from the convenience store, the one that Will had used to make shadow puppets against the motel room wall, and followed him out the door. He took the light and shone it in front of them, illuminating a path down the outer corridor of the motel. Natalia took careful steps, but Will powered ahead, taking her request to speed things along to heart. When she requested that, she imagined quickly peeking outside and returning when they didn't see anything, not power walking into the darkness. By now, many of the lights in the town were dark. Whether power outages were occurring or homeowners were abandoning their houses in order to evacuate, Natalia wasn't sure. All she knew was that the darkness made her extremely uneasy. "What if we run into infected people?" she asked again, looking for a definite escape plan or reassurance that they would get out alive. "Then I'll be glad I brought this," Will answered, showing her a small pocket knife he had carefully tucked into his front pocket. "You're going to try to kill them?" He shrugged. "If necessary, I guess. I was against the idea at first, but in the end, we'd be protecting healthy people from getting killed by these repeat offenders." Natalia saw his point, but still didn't like it. She believed in Elaina and her serum. She just needed a little more time to refine and distribute it. Sensing her hesitancy, Will added, "Only if necessary." "Okay," she replied, putting her hand in his. They made their way onto the street, following any sound they could hear. It wasn't long before the light from the flashlight started to dim. The remaining light did nothing more than keep them from tripping on the cracks in the uneven sidewalk. It certainly didn't illuminate any potential dangers right in front of them. "Damn," Will said, shaking the flashlight. "We should have grabbed more batteries. Or we could have left it in the bag instead of playing around with it at the motel." "No time to point fingers," Will said defensively. "Just a few more minutes, and then we can turn around." They walked until the flashlight battery completely ran out. Natalia's grip on Will's hand tightened with every step. "Wait," he breathed. "Did you hear that?" Her heart froze in her chest. She didn't hear anything but the pounding of her own heart. "I heard talking from the woods," he said, pointing toward a dirt trail leading into a forest. "Let's turn back and let Elaina and Alec know," she said, pulling him in the direction of the motel. "They might be healthy people looking for help," Will said. "How would you feel if you were abandoned in the woods?" "We should see if they need help." "Are you crazy? They could be infected. Even if they aren't, I was kidnapped by 2 healthy people. Not all healthy people are safe. I'm right here. I won't let anything happen to you." Natalia was about to cry, but she didn't want Will to see. She wanted to seem tough and cool, not whiny and scared. "Is anybody in there?" Will called. They heard rustling in the trees. There was definitely someone there. His eyes lit up, and he took a few steps forward, dragging Natalia with him. They walked a few more feet inside the woods until the tree canopy covered the moonlight. Natalia stuck her arm straight out in front of her face. She couldn't see or hear anything but the rustling of leaves underfoot. Just then, she felt the air move in front of her face. Something or someone streaked past the pair. Panic set in, and Will took off in one direction while Natalia ran off in the other, wrenching their hands apart. Natalia stopped to look for Will, but she couldn't see anything. "Will!" she screamed shrilly. "Natalia!" he screamed in return. He wasn't far from her. She started running toward his voice when her foot got caught on something. She flew to the ground, face planting in the dirt. She cried out in pain, calling for Will, but her voice was weak and muffled. She could hardly lift her head from its muddy imprint in the ground. She was cold and tired and just wanted to sleep. "Well," she whispered into the earth, hoping he'd come back and scoop her up and take her back to their warm motel room. He'd cuddle with her, just as they had before she ever heard the noises in the first place. Footsteps came closer until they stopped right in front of her face. She smelled blood, dirt, and campfire smoke. Other footsteps echoed, and she wondered if Will had found help out there in the forest. She was embarrassed that she was injured and dirty, but didn't care, as long as they could take her out of the forest. "Don't tell Alec about this," she muttered, as hands hoisted her to her feet. Her knees felt weak, and she couldn't find her footing. "Well, can you please just take me home?" "I think she's hurt," a deep voice she didn't recognize said. "Let's get her and the boy inside and clean them up." Natalia opened her mouth to scream for Will and tried to thrash her arms and fight her captor off, but it was ultimately too much work, and she was far too tired to fight. "Will!" she cried, repeating his name until she completely drifted off. Chapter 9. When Alec got out of the shower, Elaina awkwardly shuffled back to the bed and sat down, facing the wall. She averted her eyes as he dried off and slipped his clothes back on under the towel around his waist. He wasn't doing anything wrong, but she still felt uncomfortable by his partial nudity in her presence. She could practically hear Natalia's jeers in her head. "Is something wrong?" he asked, turning toward her as he pulled his shirt over his torso. "Nope, just a little antsy to leave again." "I'm not looking forward to getting those 2 out of bed," he said, gesturing to the adjacent room. "We're waking them up about 5 hours early." "They'll be fine. They get more sleep than either of us," Elaina replied. "Are you ready?" "Ready," he answered, giving her a nod. "I wish this could have lasted a little longer." "What?" she coughed, as she packed the rest of the supplies into a bag. "This downtime. It's nice to be in situations where I can feel normal again." "Oh, right," she said, blushing. "Maybe next time you'll find a suite or some adjoined rooms, and you won't have to worry about splitting up and facing the wrath of 2 tired kids." "Maybe," he said hopefully. After a quick scan out the peephole and a glance out the window, Alec opened the door and peeked his head outside. "All clear," he concluded, and they walked the couple of feet over to the next room. Alec rapped on the door with his knuckles, waited 20 seconds, then pounded with his fist. "You sound like a cop," Elaina snickered. "I am a cop," he smirked, and continued to knock. Elaina could see the annoyance bubbling under the surface, as Alec continued to rouse the two from their slumber. "They better not be doing anything other than sleeping," he growled. Elaina blushed. "I'm sure they're just heavy sleepers. Or maybe they don't know it's us, and they're scared." Alec pushed his shoulder into the door, and to his surprise, it flew open under his body weight. Their supplies were lying around where they had left them, but there was no sign of Will and Natalia. "Oh my God," Elaina gasped. "They're gone." Alec rushed inside and checked every possible space. He ran his fingers over the window and the inside of the door while Elaina watched in horror. "There's no sign of forced entry," he panted, still frantically looking around. "What would possess them to just leave, though?" "I have no idea," Elaina said, shaking her head. "Didn't I tell them to stay in the room and don't come out under any circumstances?" "Yes." "Then where the hell are they?" Elaina racked her brain for any kind of information that they might be missing. "They didn't take anything with them," Elaina noticed, "so we can rule out the thought that they were going off on their own. They clearly didn't intend to leave for long, especially with Natalia as skittish as she is. I don't think either of them would want to leave us." Alec bent down to rummage through the bags. He sifted through snack wrappers, a partially melted candle, a lighter, and the empty packaging from a flashlight. "I think they plan to go outside," he said, holding up his evidence. "I still don't understand why, though." "We have to find them," Elaina said sharply. "I know," Alex sighed. "I don't have any idea where they might be, though." "Me neither. But the sooner we start looking, the sooner we find them. They can't be far." Elaina rushed to the truck, eager to get in and start looking for the others. She was reaching for the door handle when Alec yelled so loudly that her heart leapt into her throat. "Stop!" he ordered. "Someone's been here." "What?" "Just look at the truck." Elaina squinted. Alec brought out his own flashlight to point out what he saw. A window was shattered, and it looked like pieces of the truck had been ripped off. A headlight had been completely taken off, and the hood of the truck had been carelessly closed, belts and tubes blocking the latches. "It's been stripped for parts," Alec gasped. "And all of our other supplies have been stolen, and the gas cans are gone." After inspecting the vehicle and ensuring that no one was lurking inside, Alec unlocked the truck and the two got inside. Alec turned the keys in the ignition, and the truck sputtered and groaned. He turned off the truck and tried again, with the same effect. He tried to drive, but the truck spurted forward a few feet and died. He tried to revive it, but there was no saving the truck. "Whoever stole our supplies and parts also siphoned the gas," Alex said flatly, concentrating hard on not blowing up. A vein twitched in his forehead, and Elaina was worried that he was about to rupture something. She didn't want to speak for fear of being shouted at. Alec was livid, and she didn't want to be anywhere near him, lest she piss him off even more. "You don't think," he started. "No, I don't think that Natalia and Will would do this. What motive do they have to destroy our things? Besides, if they wanted the parts to this truck, why wouldn't they just take the whole truck? No, there's no way they did this," Elaina replied, feeling her cheeks redden. "You're right," Alex said. "There's no reason they would do this. I just hope whoever ransacked our stuff didn't get them, too. They're not very big kids. If enough people grab them, they might not be able to fight them off." Elaina grimaced, thinking back to when she first met Natalia. There were a lot of infected people out there, and a lot of sick people, too. She didn't like to think that there were such deplorable humans out there, but she'd seen many of them firsthand. She just hoped her friend was safe with Will. "What now?" she asked, looking around. Besides the highway across the street and a park to the other side, there wasn't much in the area. They couldn't have gone far, and they didn't have many places to go. "We go on foot," Alex said, slinging a bag over his shoulder. "Where?" Elaina asked. "The woods," he answered, pointing to the trail entrance. "Seriously?" He moved his gun to his back pocket and turned on his heavy-duty flashlight. "Footprints," he said simply, illuminating several pairs of prints. "These look like Will's sneakers." Elaina sighed. Leave it to her travel companions to disregard all common sense and wander into the woods in the middle of the night. "Let's get a move on," Alec said in full detective mode. "I want to find him by sunup. At the very least, I want to find the punks who destroyed our truck and give them a piece of my mind." "Aren't we out of your jurisdiction?" Alec rolled his eyes. "This isn't about the law. This is about right and wrong." "Yeah, but the truck was stolen after all." Alec turned around and looked at Elaina. She couldn't tell if he was scowling or grinning. "You are something else, Laney." Her stomach flipped every time she heard him call her by her nickname. She wished he would stop doing that. She was about to ask him about the logistics of exploring a forest they had never been to in the middle of the night, but he quickly shushed her. "I'm sorry," he said, "but it's probably best if we're quiet and listen for a while. If you want, you can hold on to me so we don't get separated in the dark." She reached for the back of his sweatshirt, pinching the fleece between two fingers. Elaina hated the idea of getting lost in the woods, but wasn't about to clutch onto Alec like a scared child. They walked in silence, listening for any sign of the teens or the infected. Alec covered his flashlight with the bottom of his shirt, making the light a little dimmer. "I can hardly see," Elaina complained, nearly getting her foot caught in a root. "I don't want anyone to see the light," he whispered back. "But what if the others are looking for a way out of here?" Alec turned to face Elaina. He had a grim expression on his face. "My first priority is finding them and getting them out in one piece so we can continue on our way. I keep seeing footprints, so I know they've been here. But if I look at this situation from a practical perspective, it's hard to be optimistic." Elaina knew what he meant. The second she saw that Natalia and Will were missing from their room, she had a terrible feeling that something had gone horribly wrong. She was a realist, but still tried to push the bad thoughts out of her head. Otherwise, why would they spend time looking for someone who was surely dead? They hadn't been walking for long when Alec's boot came down on something in the path, making a crunching sound that echoed through the trees. He froze, and Elaina nearly walked into the back of him. "Look," he said, picking up the object from the ground. He held it in one hand and shone his flashlight at it with his other. "What is it?" she asked, lightly touching the shards of black plastic coated in mud. "It's a flashlight," he said, tucking it into his pocket. "Well, at least it was at one point." "From the package in Will and Natalia's room," Elaina breathed, mentally placing the broken mess back in its packaging. "I'm willing to bet that's exactly what it is. That means, wherever they are, they're without a source of light. I don't think they would have walked much further." Alec used the bright beam to scope out the area. In front of them, a large branch blocked the trail. It would take some effort to climb over it, something that would be nearly impossible to do without a source of light. They looked in a 15-foot radius, checking for any signs of life, but their search was inconclusive. Rainwater was starting to seep through the canopy again, muddying any prints. The ground suggested someone could have been here in the past 24 hours, but there was no way to know where they went from there. "Do you think they got this far and turned around?" Alec asked, absolutely puzzled. "I mean, if I lost my light source, I probably would have turned around and followed my entry path. Is it possible that they're still out here?" "I don't know," Elaina answered. Her gut reaction was that they were still out in the forest, but not on the trail. They also weren't hiding anywhere close to the trail either. That meant that they had either turned back and were now wandering the streets of the little town, or that they were still in the forest. They might have gotten lost or injured on their trek, but Elaina figured that the most likely scenario was that they were ambushed and would never leave the forest. "I don't want to say it," Alec groaned. "But I think we need to move on. We're not going to find them out here at night. I don't think it's safe for us to be out here either. I think we should return to town and try our luck finding them elsewhere." Elaina nodded in agreement. She didn't like the idea of giving up on the teens. In fact, she planned on keeping an eye out for them wherever she went. But she knew that if they wanted to make any progress, they needed to get moving. "Should we head back then?" Alec asked hesitantly. Elaina looked around. There was still no sign that the pair were around and in good health. As much as it pained her to leave Natalia behind, she knew that there wasn't anything she could do. "Let's go," she sighed, pinching his shirt between her fingertips once again. Alec led her back to town, away from the spot where Natalia and Will met their fate with the strangers in the woods. Chapter 10. Opening her eyes for what she feared would be her last time, Natalia saw nothing but darkness. She feared it was the end for her. She couldn't remember much, but she knew that she had been in the woods with Will when something happened to her. She figured she should be in some pain, as death meant that at least one vital part of the body was failing miserably. Given the world that they lived in, an infected person wouldn't strike with clean blows. There would be mutilation involved. Instead, she could hardly feel anything. All things considered, she felt pretty good physically. She moved an arm just to see if she could. It hung limply at her side, but with a little effort, she lifted it a few inches. Exhausted, she dropped her arm back down with a clunk. She closed her eyelids, letting the rocking motion she was experiencing lull her back to sleep. She imagined it was what being carried in her mother's womb had felt like. Perhaps life was cyclical, and the end was just like the beginning. Suddenly, her vision returned. Hovering above her, a towel clutched in his hand, was Will. The very little light that entered her eyes made her head hurt. "Natalia," he gasped. "Are you okay? How do you feel?" She took inventory of her physical faculties. She wasn't sure how to answer that question when she felt so very little. "I feel fine," she mumbled. "I don't feel anything." "Sorry," a high-pitched female voice said from somewhere behind her. "I may have overdone it on the morphine. I didn't want you to be in too much pain." "Where are we?" she whispered to Will. He bent his face down low, almost to the point where his mouth was touching Natalia's ear. "We got lost in the woods. We were captured by military again. We're safe from the infected, so at least we have that going for us." She tried to sit up from her resting spot, but it took too much effort. She still felt like she was floating. "I wouldn't say that too loudly," another soft voice offered. "They don't like it when you call them military." Will looked annoyed. "Okay, fine. We've been picked up by someone, but they're technically not military. However, we are in a military vehicle, being taken to who knows where with a bunch of strangers. It's some kind of paddy wagon or SWAT team vehicle." Natalia grabbed onto Will, bracing herself. She slowly pulled herself into a seated position so she could see what was going on for herself. Nothing Will was saying made any sense to her. Sure enough, there were around a dozen other people sitting on benches that lined the outside walls of the truck. A tinted window separated them from the front of the truck. She wondered if it would be safe to ask if the person on the other side was friendly or dangerous. There were too many people around to have a proper conversation with Will. She had about 1,000,000 questions to ask him, but didn't know if it was the right place or time to ask them. She looked around. Most of the people were sleeping or just generally uninterested in what was happening, but several people were looking at her. sitting up straight. It was too early to tell if they were actually interested in her well-being or just lurking, waiting to get more information out of them. "Come here," she whispered at Will, giving him her best come-hither eyes. A look of delight appeared on his face, and he leaned over toward her, embracing her. His lips made a beeline toward hers. Natalia turned her face at the last second, letting his mouth press up against her cheek so that she could secretly whisper in his ear. "Can we trust them?" she breathed into his ear, still clutching the front of his shirt. His dry lips still lightly touched her cheek. "I'm not sure yet," he answered, muttering into her hair. "So let's be careful." He pulled away, giving her a reassuring smile for the onlooker's benefit. He wasn't about to give any more information away than absolutely necessary. "Why was I given morphine?" she asked, feeling woozy. "You fell, and you hit your head in the woods," the girl sitting in the corner said. "They had medical supplies back here, so I went ahead and gave you something for the pain. I hope I didn't make you feel sick." "Oh, no, I appreciate the thought," Natalia stuttered, wondering what expertise this woman had to administer powerful narcotics. "I'm not in much pain. I suppose that's good." The woman with the long, curly blonde hair looked relieved. "I'm Victoria, by the way." "Natalia," she responded. "Are you Will's girlfriend?" She blushed a deep shade of scarlet. "No, we just met up in Seattle. We had 2 others with us, but they're lost now." "I'm sorry to hear that," she frowned. "And pardon my assumptions. It seems like you 2 knew each other well." "It's fine," Natalia smiled, beginning to take a liking to this woman. She seemed calm yet positive. Natalia could feel the optimism silently radiating from her. "We're happy to have you here, and we're glad you're okay. The guys up front were pretty worried about you when they brought you back here. Will and I promised to take good care of you while they drove." "Where are we going?" she asked the empty faces. "I don't know," Will said. "Shit. We haven't been told once where we're going. Yet we keep stopping every few hours to add more people," a grumpy middle-aged man chimed in. "I've been here for days. This driving around has gotten very old very quickly," he said, wiping a hand over his shiny bald head. "It is starting to get a little cramped in here," another woman added. "I was the 6th one brought in. I really thought we'd be somewhere safe by now. The guys are taking pretty good care of us, though. The one bathroom in the truck does get a bit overused with so many of us here, but we get plenty of food and water," she said softly. "Oh, yeah," Victoria said quickly. "Don't worry about being mistreated or anything. To be honest, I'd rather be in this truck than on the run at the moment. I'm hoping we get dropped off somewhere safe pretty soon, though. It's been a while since I've stretched my legs." "How did you get here?" Natalia asked Victoria. She seemed like the only passenger willing to speak. "I was collecting goods from a health food store. I had just dropped some money in the till when the truck pulled up. A couple of guys in masks got out and pointed their guns at me. I proved to them that I was healthy, and they asked if I wanted to go with them to a safe place. They said that they left the military after they were given orders to protect the new border and were taking as many strays as possible." "Must be nice to have been taken so willingly," the grumpy man interjected. "I didn't want to go with anyone, but they forced me into the truck at gunpoint. Said that if I was healthy, I needed to go with them, or else I'd be made into a zombie." Natalia looked at Will, then back at Victoria. "I don't think we were brought here willingly." Will gave the tiniest shake of his head. In fact, she wondered if the blow to her head that caused her unconsciousness had anything to do with these people. Natalia wasn't particularly athletic, but she was no klutz either. She found it hard to believe that she had been completely incapacitated by her own 2 feet. "There's been some controversy about that," Victoria said, lowering her voice. "I'd say that over half of us would describe ourselves as rescued. But there's a few people who believe they were captured. There's a very thin and blurry line between the two. You said you were invited here at gunpoint, the man argued. Seems like unnecessary force to me. I suppose it all depends on your viewpoint, Will concluded. Some people want to be here, and some don't. Natalia was still confused, but it didn't help that she had regained consciousness in a completely new place without any information about it collected from her own senses. She hated relying on stories from others to piece things together. She wanted the facts and nothing else. How long have we been in here since Will and I got picked up? Victoria checked her watch. Maybe an hour? Do you need something to eat or drink? If you're still feeling dizzy, I can help you use the bathroom. I'm fine, thank you, Natalia said curtly. I just want answers. Don't we all, little girl? The man in the corner laughed an exasperated chuckle. Sure, Victoria said, ignoring the grumpy man. I can't promise you that I have the answers, but I'll tell you everything I know. Do you know what these guys want? I mean, we've been picked up by military. They said they wanted to keep us safe, but that was clearly not the case. Is there some sort of alternative project they're collecting and holding us for? How many more people are they going to stuff in here before we're released? Will and I had friends, and the four of us were doing just fine on our own. Victoria shrugged. I can't help you there. I've tried to ask questions, but I've just been told to sit tight and leave it up to the new army. That's what those guys are calling themselves. Natalia cringed. They're a rebel group. Does this sort of thing ever end well for the rebels? She asked, thinking back to her high school history class. I didn't have many options, Victoria sighed. I know it seems bad and a little scary, but I really think it's going to be okay. They told me that they wanted to fight against the government who had abandoned us. I could use an ally at a time like this. What do you think? She asked Will. I'm still undecided about this whole thing, he said diplomatically, but I'm willing to listen to others and give it a try. If we find ourselves in a bad place, we can always try to leave. We've done it before. Natalia nodded. They probably wouldn't have the majority if they tried to bail, but at least they would have some backup. Something told her that the middle-aged man would fight back if given the chance. Can we all just agree that we'd be willing to look out for each other if things turned with our front-seat overlords? Will asked, looking around the truck. A chorus of affirmative answers and non-committal grunts rang out. The dividing window slid open a small fraction, and a deep voice shouted, Hey, keep it down in there. Natalia was startled and immediately shut her mouth. The others had similar reactions. Victoria frowned. The grumpy man flipped the window off. The others just appeared a little more sullen or subdued. Natalia was surrounded by people who said that they would stick together. But she only wanted 3 people in the whole world on her team. She had one sitting right next to her, but she needed Elaina and Alec for her to feel safe. She missed the people she had grown to claim as friends, and she worried about them. Natalia wondered if they worried about her, too. Having nothing else to ask out loud, she leaned her back against Will's side, resting her aching head on his. She closed her eyes, took in the scent of his cologne, and drifted off to sleep, hoping that when she woke up, she'd be transported to another place and Elaina and Alec would be right by her side. The truck bounced up and down as it glided over broken concrete and rubble, lulling the passengers to sleep. Every once in a while, the driver would peek back and check that everyone was behaving properly. Pleased by their subdued manner, the window would quickly slide back shut until the next scheduled interval. Occasionally, Natalia would crack an eye open and look around the truck, hoping for a moment of privacy to talk to Will, but there was always at least one other person awake. They would have to wait until they got somewhere secure, though Natalia feared that time would never come. Chapter 11. Gravel crunched underneath Elena's feet as she shuffled down the shoulder of the highway. She was in a terrible mood after losing Natalia and Will, and felt guilty for letting them get away. "Do you have those bandages?" Alec asked, searching through the backpack he'd picked up from the sporting goods store they'd ransacked. "I'm starting to get blisters." Elaina rummaged through a drawstring bag and pulled out a box of blister cushions, throwing the box at Alec with little care whether she hit her target or not. He snagged the box from midair, giving Elaina a careful sideways glance. He pulled his heel from his shoe and cared for his wounds, then hustled to catch up with Elaina, who hadn't even paused and waited for him. She felt sick. In addition to working on her serum, Elaina vowed to protect Natalia. Protecting the girl should have been the easier of the two tasks. It didn't help her confidence with her remaining duty to know that she had failed miserably at exactly half of her jobs. She had reached a new low. She had lost 2 kids and was without transportation or stable shelter. The government was actively working against her and other survivors like her. She was losing hope quickly. After losing many of their supplies from the truck, Elaina and Alec had to return to the main road to pick up some more goods before moving on. Elaina found the whole situation incredibly inefficient and inconvenient. Before the truck was broken into, they would have been able to go 3 more days without having to stop, if they'd wanted to. Now, having had to walk through the woods and regather the things they needed for basic survival, they were already several hours behind their original schedule, and were logging a sleep deficit of about 5 hours. After walking through the dark woods, they came to the agreement that they would give walking on the road a shot. A few wind and solar-powered streetlights were still functional, giving them a better view of their surroundings in the dusky fog. If they did happen to encounter other people, infected or not, they decided that they would try to avoid any kind of confrontation. Instead, they would hide as well as they could. They would have to walk until they found a new vehicle, which were becoming scarcer as time went on. The problem with finding cars as the virus raged on was that the demand for personal transportation had never been higher. People who once relied on public transportation stopped traveling that way, either because it was unsafe to be so close to strangers or because the systems had to be shut down due to the disease. People were buying and stealing cars at an incredible rate. Plus, the infected often took their rage out on cars, as they were often a prime target for attacking healthy people trying to flee. So, where Elaina and Alec could find cars, they were often damaged beyond repair. A large vehicle that offered a little more protection than a tiny sports car was preferred, but at that point, they would have taken anything that ran. Unfortunately, there were no options available to them yet. Elaina was thankful that she still had Alec. She didn't know how to hotwire a car, and it would have taken her too much time to figure it out on her own. She made a mental note to watch Alec do it the next time they found a car on the side of the road, just in case she found herself alone and in need of a vehicle. "I can't believe the truck got destroyed while we slept just feet away," Alec moaned, mourning the loss of the military vehicle. "That thing was the perfect size and ran like a dream. We're never going to find anything like it again." "You never know," Elaina said half-heartedly. "Maybe we'll be picked up by another military operation here pretty soon." Alec glared. "Don't say that. If we found that truck, we can find another one. I just don't get why anyone would vandalize and strip that truck. An infected person wouldn't take such care to carefully remove the headlights." "But an infected person would smash the windows," Elaina added. "My guess is that it was just a gang of your run-of-the-mill criminals, doing what they do best. In fact, I think it's safe to say that we're no different than those criminals." Alec gave her a sideways glance. "Do you think it's possible that there's someone else out there like us, trying to get to safety? I mean, if you saw an empty truck like that and needed some supplies, What would you do?" Elaina tilted her head. "We'd probably take whatever we could get. That's kind of our current plan." "Exactly. I wonder if these people have something to do with Natalia and Will's disappearance." "Fat chance," Elaina said. "If you're talking about a group of good-natured people trying to get to safety, they're not going to kidnap 2 kids. Nor are said kids going to willingly abandon their travel companions to go off with someone else." Alec stopped in his tracks. "What's going on with you? You're acting really strange." "How so?" Elaina asked coldly. "You're usually not this moody." "Moody?" she cackled. "Excuse me for not always being full of the pep you so desire. It's just that I managed to misplace 2 kids that can't possibly survive on their own. I just keep thinking how slim a chance there is that they're still alive. And if they are alive, I bet they're terrified. I promised Natalia that I wouldn't let this happen to her." "Hey," Alec said, touching Elena's shoulder. She flinched. "Come on," he said, dropping his hand to his side with exasperation. "I don't think you need to hold yourself completely responsible for Natalia's well-being. You have yourself to worry about, and frankly, there are some things that are just beyond our control." Elaina fought back tears of frustration. "Yeah, but if there's no one to take responsibility for the important things in life, what would our world look like?" she asked, throwing her hands in the air. She felt a strong duty to step up and fix whatever problems she could fix. As far as she knew, she was the only one in the world who could solve the virus crisis. She was also the only one Natalia trusted in her entirety, and Elaina trusted her the most in return. "I'm sure they'll turn up," Alec said gently. "If the border to the east is closed, then it won't be long until we run into them, or at least meet up with someone who has seen them. They're tough kids. We'll get to the bottom of this." Elaina took a deep breath, trying to push the fear and worry out of her lungs. Worrying would not help her get out of the small town, and it certainly wouldn't help her find Natalia. She needed to stay calm and think rationally. "If that's true, I can't wait to meet up with the people who stole our truck parts," she smirked. "If I were a more sinister person, I might just use them as test subjects." Alec raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Damn, Laney. I feel like a whole new side of you is coming out. I mean, besides the side of you that wasn't a powerful virologist." Elaina frowned. "I'm just kidding," he groaned. "Honestly, you're much more badass than you give yourself credit for." Elaina blushed and rolled her eyes. She had been described as a lot of things in her time, but badass had never been one of them. Most people went with words like nerd, know-it-all, or freak. However, it felt pretty good to be addressed by this new moniker. His approval made her want to show him that he wasn't wrong. She needed to be tough and end the virus before it ended them. "How are you feeling?" he asked, as they walked down the road in the pink morning light. "Fine," she said, not wanting to overplay the fact that she wasn't experiencing any virus symptoms yet. "Awesome," Alec nodded, sensing that she didn't want to talk about her feelings. She looked healthy, so Alec didn't feel the need to be concerned. It wasn't long before they approached another town down the road, but this one was clouded in a gray haze. As they got closer, they realized that it looked and smelled just like Seattle did when they'd left it. This city had also been burned to the ground, presumably due to the spread of illness. Elena's heart fell. The further they went from Seattle, the further they were supposed to be from the danger. But it appeared that, no matter where they went, their lives would always be at risk. On foot, she wasn't sure if they could outrun the virus. They had been walking all day, and had made good time. It was late in the afternoon when they neared the burning town, and the pair were exhausted. The two found a rest stop outside of town and sat at the concrete picnic tables and rested. Do you think we can just skip this one and keep going? Elaina asked Alec, looking at the wreckage of the town just a couple miles away. How much water do you have left? She held up her bottle and swished it around. I'd guess about 250 milliliters. I think that answers your question. I agree that we shouldn't stay for too long, but I think we need to grab whatever we can carry and maybe try to find a car. We're not going to make it very far like this. Elaina took a tiny sip from her bottle to wet her tongue. I'm not looking forward to this. I'm not either, he said grimly. Why don't we rest up for just a little while longer, so we'll be better equipped to handle any shady scenarios? Call it what it is, Elaina chuckled. We're procrastinating because we know that whatever is left of that city is most likely not going to be friendly to us. He returned her sly smile. Let's just procrastinate a little while longer then. We can still make it before it gets dark. I'd just like to spend a few minutes pretending that we didn't lose 2 teenagers and we're about to gather supplies in a ghost town. Elaina closed her eyes and nodded, resting her head on the cool concrete. Just a few minutes, and then we'll willingly expose ourselves to the greatest danger known to man. That sounds nice, Alec said dreamily, lying down on the bench. Then we can go and get ourselves killed. They giggled to themselves out of stress and exasperation from the situation they were currently in. Everything that had happened in the past 24 hours was so terrible that they couldn't do anything other than lie down on the picnic bench and laugh. Elaina hoped that somewhere Will and Natalia were in a similar situation, laughing in horror at their terrible misfortune. Chapter 12. The next thing she knew, Elaina was being nudged awake by Alec. Night had begun to fall, and the dim light didn't do much for visibility. "Lainey, wake up," he said, poking her hard in the ribs. "We must have fallen asleep. We need to get into town before it gets much darker." Elaina groaned and wiped the drool from her face. "Are you sure we should go? Why don't we just wait here until morning?" "Look," he said, pointing down the road. "What?" She squinted, scanning around. He lightly nudged her cheek in the direction he was looking. "Are they infected?" she asked, as she watched the people mill around in the distance. "I just started watching them, but I have a bad feeling that they are. They're moving a little too aimlessly for my liking. Why do they do that?" She shrugged, sitting up a little straighter. "It's some type of neurological side effect, that's for sure. I don't think any confusion like that ever popped up in my trials, but I also never tested my virus on humans. My side effects were mostly cosmetic and superficial. I've seen some drug incidents that look kind of like this, but never this bad," Alec said. "It almost looks like they're strung out on heroin, but a little more active. See, I think it looks like advanced stages of dementia. I bet if you did an autopsy of the people who have died from this, their brain would be riddled with holes." "You see a similar thing with some heavy drug users," Alec argued. "I've seen pictures of brains that look like Swiss cheese." "So I think it's pretty safe to say that this virus basically eats the brain. That's why they look so out of it." "Then what causes the rage?" Alec asked. Elaina chewed her lip. "I'm not sure," she replied as she watched the infected people with Alec, as if they were at the zoo. "It's clearly a response to the atrophy of the brain, but it's pretty strange. It's almost like what happens to professional athletes who get hit in the head one too many times," Alec added. "Yeah, but all of that pounding comes from the inside. The virus is just eating away at these people's brains until they start acting in ways they would never normally behave. I'm willing to bet that the glucose that's released from cells is powering these people's bodies to expend the energy they need to attack. I'd love to have a neuroscientist to work on this with me." Maybe we'll find one, Alec said, with some sarcasm. I still don't understand the point to all this. Why create these horrible viruses? Is it just because you can? Elaina violently shook her head. Do you think all viruses are bad? Yeah, he scoffed. I've never heard of a good one. Of course you haven't, she spat. We learn from a young age that bacteria and viruses are these nasty, destructive forces, when really they can be quite useful. How so? Take my original virus, for example. The only bad things about it were side effects that I was trying to iron out when this outbreak struck. It had a purpose, and a good one at that. What was that? Have you ever seen anyone with brain cancer? It's a really horrible way to die. It causes terrible headaches and can even change your personality. I watched my sister die from brain cancer as I sat around, completely helpless. Alec's face fell. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. It's fine, Elaina said softly. I created the Morgan strain to fight off these types of cancers. I thought that with enough work, I could maybe even create a safe cure for all types of cancers. Did you know that there are some cancers that can kill a person in just months? Sometimes doctors won't even recommend treatment because the patient will suffer the side effects of the drugs with no hope of getting better. I was about to change all of that. Then how is it possible that Breton's virus is so similar to yours, but so dangerous? Yours couldn't have been completely risk-free, right? Elaina chewed on her tongue. I suppose I don't know for sure. I hadn't tested on humans yet. There's always a risk that the virus will affect people differently than animals. That's why drugs have to go through clinical trials. But I know it was much safer than what Breton did, which was take my virus and basically make trial and error changes. Still, you were trying to cure all cancers. It sounds ambitious. It was, she persisted. But I wouldn't have done it if there wasn't potential there. I made calculated moves. I dedicated my entire life to it. He tried to steal my work and completely botched it. Do you ever think about the fact that your work inspired the end of the world? Alec asked. Every day, she said softly. It helps when I can remind myself that my virus was meant for good. It was a pretty noble task, Alec admitted. It just so happened that the world wasn't ready for it to be a reality. Maybe it wasn't meant to be. There are some illnesses that just keep the population in check, you know? It was my sister, though. She wasn't one out of a few billion people. If I could have saved even one other person's life, it would have all been worth it. I'm sorry, Alec said, embarrassed at his carelessness. I didn't mean it like that. I get it. And honestly, I sometimes wonder if my presence on the earth has been a net loss or gain. More often than not, I feel like a loss. Oh, don't say that, Alec said, squirming in his spot. You're so young. We haven't begun to live our lives at this age. You don't know what else you'll be able to contribute by the time you're 80. I don't foresee myself living that long, Elaina said coldly. I just want to stop the virus that I partially created. Let's go into the city and see what we can do. Wait, Alec said, grabbing Elena's hand before she could get ahead of him. She swung around to face him, a pained expression on her face. I think I said all of the wrong things. I just want you to know that I believe everything that you've told me. I know you didn't create this virus, and I know you didn't spread it. It's clear to me that Breton stole your work and changed it to something destructive. I'm sorry I've been so rude and careless toward you since finding out about your true identity. I'm sorry for everything. Elaina stared at him. Alec was worried that she was going to flip out on him. She had a fiery look in her eyes as she stared him down. Finally, her gaze softened. Thank you, she said simply, after Alec gave what felt like the biggest apology of his life. "You're welcome. And hey, you're probably the only person to come in contact with the virus that isn't infected. Your little vial of antidote did that. That's something." Alec turned and led Elaina through the tall weeds that were growing by the side of the road so they could avoid the infected people standing in the median. They trudged through the greenery in silence, not sure if the infected would suddenly act out in a fit of rage. They'd learned that they could never be too careful when dealing with the infected. Any second, the switch could flip, sending them from docile to murderous. Despite everything that had happened in the past day, Elaina felt a little more at ease. She finally felt like Alec was like a friend, and not someone who put up with her out of obligation. She didn't need Alec's apology or approval, but getting it felt way better than she imagined it would. They walked past the crowd of infected, walking in the opposite direction without incident. Elaina was thankful that these people were still in the early stages of the illness. Their behavior told her that they were still slightly ahead of Seattle's disease progression, but not out of the woods yet. She tried to calculate the approximate distance from Seattle with the time since they'd left the city to figure out how fast the disease was spreading. She hypothesized that if they were able to move 100 miles a day, they could outrun the major destruction. The infected would always appear wherever they were. But if they could cover their daily distance, they had some hope for finding a laboratory that was still intact. The only problem was that they would need to be able to move that many miles in a relatively short time. There was no way they would ever make that on foot. If they got really desperate, she figured they could steal bicycles from a sporting goods store. But if they really wanted to survive, they'd need a proper vehicle. The town they were nearing looked to be a pretty good size. If they hurried and found the things they were in need of, they could potentially get out of town that very same night. Finding food, water, and a car wouldn't be completely impossible. "I really hope all of the infected that we run into are dozy like those other ones," Alec said. "I don't feel like running." "I hope so, too. Maybe we're just seeing a new mutation of the virus." "If that were true, I think I'd cry tears of joy," Alec chuckled. "I mean, that would change the world trajectory of this epidemic. Those in quarantine would slowly pass away without purposefully infecting others. It would all come to an end." Elaina thought about that theory for a while. If Breton's virus could mutate to the point where people were entering violent rages, maybe it could mutate to the point where the brain was altered so far that the infected person couldn't do much of anything, let alone harm someone. It was a beautiful thought, something that she didn't want to get her hopes caught on, but it would certainly make her job easier. She would have the time to work on a perfect vaccine and cure so that so many people wouldn't have to get sick. As she walked toward the smoldering city, she fantasized about a decline in the number of infected and how that would completely change the lives of everyone in the world. Families would be reunited again. People could get back to their normal routines, and Elaina could get back to work. There would probably be some hell to pay for being the originator of the virus, but Elaina hoped she could clear her name. Little by little, she was collecting witnesses, people who could account for her work. People like Alec, Natalia, and Will could vouch for her and back her story up. But first, she would have to find 2 of those witnesses. Chapter 13. Natalia wasn't sure if it had been minutes, hours, or days since they were picked up by the anti-military organization. She was starting to feel carsick and desperately wanted to get out. As time wore on, the passengers were becoming increasingly agitated. She didn't blame them for being frustrated. They had been in the dark about where they were going for much longer than she and Will had. Will did his best to keep Natalia entertained. They talked quietly, imagining what Elaina and Alec were up to at that very moment. The longer they talked, the crazier and crazier their stories became, until they were creating their own wild interpretation of the events they had experienced together thus far. Then they rammed their Hummer through the pylons, escaping the border, Will joked. They hightailed it to Florida, got on a boat to Cuba, and lived happily ever after in a one-room condo on the beach. They're probably drinking daiquiris on their balcony as we speak. If they managed to get to Cuba in that short amount of time, then why aren't we there too? Natalia giggled. Your story doesn't make any sense. How do you know we aren't in Florida now? Will asked. She thought for a moment. I guess I don't know that, she replied. Do you think we've been in here for that long? She saw heads shake out of the corner of her eye. She hadn't realized their conversation was audible for the rest of the group. That's embarrassing, Will whispered, nudging Natalia with her elbow. I really envy Elaina and Alec right now. They're probably on their own private island right now, and there's no one around to listen in on their conversations. Natalia stifled a laugh. This is ridiculous. There's no way they're lounging around on hammocks together. If anything, Alec's trying to construct a home out of nothing but coconut shells, and Elena's built a lab and is exploring the healing properties of sea kelp. They probably haven't even spoken in days. I don't buy that for a second, Will smirked. You've seen them together. They're totally into each other. Do you think Elena's ever kissed a guy before? Natalia asked. I should hope so. She's been out of college for a few years now. I assume she at least went to a few parties in her time. Yeah, but I think she was like 12 when she started high school. That would be a really creepy age difference if she kissed anyone in her classes. Oh, true, Will said, scrunching up his face. Now that I think about it, maybe Elaina and Alec hooking up is the most absurd part of this entire thing. They quietly giggled, nearly forgetting the fact that they were still passengers in a military vehicle, headed somewhere mysterious. Have you ever kissed anyone? Natalia asked Will once they were silent. Of course, he laughed. I would never claim to be a ladies' man or anything like that. But sure, I've kissed a handful of women. What about you? Natalia blushed. A couple. Nothing serious, though. I've never really been in a relationship with anyone. Really? Really. Will smiled. I wouldn't have guessed that. Why not? The truck suddenly came to a halt, shifting the other passengers in their seats. Will held on to Natalia to steady himself. The truck fell completely silent. There had been no new information from the drivers, and no one had any idea where they were. There was no information to prepare themselves with. The back door swung open, blinding them with sunlight. Through her squinted eyes, Natalia could see the shadowy outlines of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Once her eyes adjusted, she noticed that they were all wearing matching uniforms. They looked like army fatigues, but all black, instead of their regular camouflage. They wore stern looks on their faces. On first impressions alone, Natalia did not trust them one bit. Welcome to camp, the man who earlier spoke through the truck window said, his face perfectly expressionless. This will be your new home for the foreseeable future, until we're ready to move forward. Where the hell are we? The older man shouted from the back of the van. I'm sorry, sir, but there's some information we need to keep secret to protect everyone involved. The short woman spoke, her combat boots tapping on the ground. Can you believe this? The old man murmured. I understand there is some concern surrounding our mission, the tall, lanky soldier said. We're going to address some of that now and fill you in on the itinerary for the next few days. Will and Natalia exchanged nervous glances. These soldiers appeared much more organized than the official military, but Natalia didn't think they were much different. Unlike the United States military, our mission is to help as many healthy people as we can find escape the dangerous disease-ridden areas. Natalia looked at Will. They had heard that before. That was the Washington National Guard's plan, but they soon found out that this was too much for them to handle.
We think it was cowardly for them to abandon so many of their citizens and leave them for dead. So we decided to carry out the original plan to the best of our abilities. We're going to round up as many people as possible and keep you protected at our camp. Once the border opens back up, we will transport you all to safety. If the border doesn't open by the time our camp reaches capacity, we will charge the border and get you to safety."
Natalia looked around at the group. Most of them seemed impressed. "But because we are working against the government's wishes," the muscular man said, wiping sweat from his forehead, "we need everything to be in working order. We want to treat you like normal citizens, but the three of us will be in power. We will be fair, but we must be obeyed. This is for your own good. But as long as everyone follows orders and behaves properly, there should not be any issues." Natalia cringed. It all sounded too familiar. They would be stuck in a holding cell until everything went to crap. Then there would be no one to protect them. If a whole team of soldiers couldn't protect the handful of people in their care, then how did 3 soldiers think they could accomplish the same task? "Information will be given on a need-to-know basis," the muscular soldier said. "First, everyone will enter a quarantine unit. This is just a precaution so we can make sure no viruses get into camp. This is only temporary. We will do our best to make sure everyone is comfortable and happy during this time."
"Now everyone, please follow me to the quarantine unit," the woman said, waving her hand. One by one, the crowd exited the dark truck into the light. Natalia and Will eagerly crawled out, trying to make some sense of where they were. From what Natalia could tell, they were in a real town somewhere, but it had been completely abandoned. It was a tiny town, and probably had a population under 1,000 people. But it appeared that no residents lived there anymore, due to disease, evacuations, or both. What was most disturbing about the empty town was the length of fence around the perimeter, topped with barbed wire. The woman saw Natalia's horrified expression and clarified, "It's to keep people out, not necessarily to keep people in." "Sure," Will whispered under his breath. "Everyone, please follow me to the recreation area for lunch," the lanky soldier said. Everyone quickly followed behind. Apparently, the group hadn't stopped for food more than once or twice during their trip. A few bags of cookies and chips made the rounds through the truck, but no one had seen proper food in some time. Once everyone was seated on the floor of the basketball court, the soldiers began to pass out sack lunches. Natalia opened her bag and found a turkey sandwich, an apple, a bag of chips, and a chocolate chip cookie. She could tell who hadn't been eating very well throughout the past few weeks by the excited exclamations when those people opened their bags. Natalia was happy with what she got, but the lettuce on the inside of the bread was wilted, and whoever was in charge of lunch made them with too much mayo. She scraped the extra globs off on the paper bag. The soldiers capitalized on the lunchtime silence to give instructions on the next steps. Natalia only half listened to them talk, as she was more interested in studying the other people in the room. They talked about health screenings and blood tests, while Natalia tried to glean as much information as she could while looking around. In the far corner, a woman sat with a young girl, most likely her daughter. She hovered over her as she ate, as if she were trying to protect her from a swooping hawk. Their bodies were turned away from the front of the room and as far away from others as possible. They would have no interest communicating with anyone else. In fact, everyone seemed to keep to themselves, yielding an even spacing between each body. Natalia guessed that no one knew each other until they were placed on the truck, and had no plans to make friends. The only exception seemed to be the athletic-looking woman with curly hair. Victoria was the only one who really seemed open to talking with others. There were even a few men who appeared to be homeless, even before the virus. They had frizzy, shaggy hair and wore baggy coats, smeared with grease and dirt. But for all Natalia knew, they could have been CEOs in their lives before the virus. She pulled at a strand of her own greasy hair. Now there was absolutely nothing separating people of different economic classes, ethnicities, or levels of education. Everyone was on an even playing field now. Natalia started paying attention again when she heard one of the soldiers talking about registering with them so they could check out linens. She didn't like the idea of her name being on a list, but she desperately wanted a shower, so she got into line for the women's restroom. "Name?" the female soldier asked. The embroidered patch on her uniform said Carter. "Natalia Vincent." "City of residence?" "Seattle." Carter raised her translucent eyebrows. "You must have seen some stuff. Any relation to Dr. Breton Vincent?" "None," she lied without skipping a beat. "Have you been in contact with an infected person in the last 14 days?" "Not directly." The woman handed her a threadbare towel and a linen bag full of bedsheets. "Proceed to the 6th shower stall. We will have your bunk assignment posted when you are finished." "Thanks," Natalia mumbled, nodding at Will in his line. She couldn't wait to talk to him in private once the scheduled activities were over. The locker room was already damp when Natalia walked in. She found her stall, stripped down, and turned on the lukewarm water. Natalia didn't care that they probably had restrictions on water usage. It was her first proper shower in days. She wanted to be thorough and savor it. She poured a heaping portion of shampoo into her hand and ran it through her hair. A week's worth of dirt and oil was rinsed down the drain. She found a bottle of conditioner and let it soak on her scalp as she raked her fingers through her hair. Finally, she grabbed a tan bar of soap and lathered up, realizing that she still had flecks of dry dirt on her body from falling in the forest. Once she was finished, she lathered up again, just because she could. After spending so much time in close quarters with Will, she was feeling self-conscious about her smell. She didn't want him to suddenly decide she was repulsive and not want to spend time with her anymore. In fact, she hoped their bunks would be close to each other. She didn't like being away from people she trusted, even if it was just for a little while. When she finally stepped out of the shower, Natalia saw the damp piece of paper taped to the door. She found her name on the short list with the other women's names and tracked the line all the way to the right to find her bunk number. A6. She crossed her fingers, hoping Will would be nearby when she stepped into the hallway. Directly across from the showers was a room with a giant A taped on it. She started to push it open when she heard Will's voice from down the hall. "Natalia," he waved. "What's your bunk number?" "A6," she shouted. "You?" "B2," he frowned. "Natalia, I think they're splitting us up by gender." A small crowd was forming behind the two. They were blocking the hallway from the restrooms to the bunks. "No," she cried, realizing that they were going to be separated. What would they do if they had to run in the middle of the night? She couldn't be away from him. "You can't do this to us," he yelled at no one in particular. "We didn't do anything wrong. I want to be with my friend." "Will Domenica," the muscular soldier barked. "Come with me." Natalia wanted to shout out a warning to Will. She didn't know what the soldier wanted from him, but she was afraid that whatever it was, it wouldn't be good. Will looked at Natalia, nodded solemnly, and followed the ex-soldier down the hall. With nowhere else to go, Natalia entered her assigned room, found her bunk, and flopped down on the bare mattress. She already felt extremely lonely without Will, and was worried about how he'd do without her. "Those guys don't mess around," a voice said from above her. "Huh?" Victoria leaned her head over her top bunk, her eyes just peeking from below her bed. "I still don't know what to think about these people. I switch between being thankful that they picked me up and worried that I've gotten myself into something I can't get out of." "I don't care what they want from me," a soft voice said from the next bunk over. "I just couldn't be alone again. I feel alone without Will." Natalia sighed. "I know, girl," Victoria said. "I felt completely lost when my partner got sick. She made me promise to run for it, so I never got the closure I needed. I'm pretty sure she's gone, but it's just hard not knowing exactly what happened. I would rather be tortured with other people than walk the streets alone, the girl said. Natalia looked at her blankly. She didn't mean to be rude, but she was in the middle of a crisis. I'm Naomi, by the way, the mousy girl mumbled. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. It's fine, Natalia breathed. I'm Natalia. It's nice to meet you, she said, stretching her arm out for a limp handshake. I really hate being alone, Naomi continued. It doesn't seem like a lot of people want to get to know one another. I think it's because everyone has lost people close to them, Victoria reasoned. This has been a traumatizing time for all of us. This kind of thing can really change a person. But I have no problem making new friends now, she smiled. As sullen as Natalia was, she couldn't help but like Victoria. She was just so kind and comforting. She would never replace Elena's companionship, but Natalia was happy to have her around. Naomi looked relieved. She appeared to be about Natalia's age and was just as small. Her oversized clothes looked old and tattered. Natalia wondered if they had always looked that way, or if something happened to her along the way. Natalia understood how the girl felt. She also hated being alone. Until that point, she didn't realize how fortunate she was to have found 3 other traveling companions along her journey. She didn't think she would still be alive if she hadn't come across them. Now, she hoped her new bunkmates would be half as helpful as her old friends had been. I'm just so happy to be here, Naomi gushed again, looking around at the small, unadorned room. Did you see the guns those guys have? There's no way an infected person can get through their fence. Plus, if they do, they'll be taken out by the soldiers. No one can hurt us here. Natalia opened her mouth to argue, but then closed it. It wasn't right for her to spoil the hopes and dreams of a scared woman who truly believed she was safe. For all anyone knew, they were safe. But Natalia would not relax until they were truly safe. She needed to be reunited with Elaina, Alec, and Will, far from the heavily infected side of the country. Does anyone need anything? The female soldier asked, poking her head in the door. Yes, Natalia said, getting to her feet. I want to know what you did with Will Domenica. He's fine, the soldier said flatly. We warned everyone that we will not deal with insubordination. He is currently in isolation, so he will not be a threat to himself or others. A threat? Natalia spat. Will is the kindest, gentlest person I've ever met. You can't just shut people in a closet for asking questions. What's really going on here? Are you using him for something? The soldier wearily shook her head. Miss Vincent, you need to calm down or you'll be in isolation too. Your friend is perfectly fine. He will be released back into the men's dorm once he has calmed down. This is bullshit, Natalia muttered under her breath. Let me remind you all, the soldier said, slightly louder so no one could miss the message. We will not deal with insubordination. An irrational temper is one of the warning signs of the virus, and we will not let anyone under our custody infect others. This is your warning. With that, she turned on her heel and marched out of the room. Natalia stayed standing, her fists balled. She didn't know where Will was, but she was afraid for him. These people took their mission very seriously, and Natalia knew they would go to extreme lengths to protect themselves from infection. I'm sure he'll be okay, Victoria said. We overpower them with numbers. They have incentive to keep us happy. My guess is that this was just a warning to everyone that they have the means to deal with troublemakers. They'll let him out soon, or they'll have a mob of angry and concerned people on their hands. Do you think so? I really do. I suggest you rest. We've all been through a lot during the past few days. I think I'm going to do some asanas if anyone would like to join me. I'm a certified yoga instructor, so I can show you some poses that will make you feel like you were never sitting in the back of a cramped truck. Natalia smiled. Of course, the optimistic, ethereal woman was a yoga instructor. Maybe later, Natalia said. I'd just like to be alone right now. Sure, Victoria said kindly, crawling down from her bunk. I'll wake you up if I hear anything about Will. I'm giving out positive vibes for you guys. Thanks, Natalia replied, hoping that she'd hear good news soon. Natalia closed her eyes, trying to imagine herself next to Will. She wasn't exactly sure what a good vibe was, but she tried to let all the good feelings she had about him fill her mind. It was all she could do to help him.
Chapter 14. Are you ready? Alec asked Elaina as they approached the parking lot of the strip mall. As ready as I'll ever be. What exactly are we looking for? Check the door handles. If you can find a car that's already unlocked, that will make our job a lot easier. If we can quickly find a good vehicle, I'll need you to hold the flashlight while I hotwire the car. Sounds good. Should we test them to see if they have enough gas to get us far away from here? I don't know if we have time for that, Alex said, looking around. With all this smoke in the air, the visibility isn't as good as I hoped. Let's get in and get out. Deal, Elaina responded, walking in the opposite direction as Alec. She walked briskly through the parking lot, pulling every door handle on a vehicle before moving on. A few times, she spotted dead bodies in the passenger seats, in various stages of decomposition. She hoped that the car they chose was empty. She didn't feel like washing the slime of a corpse off her seat. As she pulled door handles, she walked lightly on her feet and listened carefully for noises that weren't created by her or Alec. Small explosions popped up in the distance every once in a while, and Elaina cringed, knowing they were likely gas stations going up in flame. She had a bad feeling that there would be no gas left by the time they found a car. Worse still, she worried that the stations would blow up while they were trying to fuel up for their escape. Every now and then, Elaina heard soft rustlings in the trees. She didn't know if it was just her imagination getting to her, or if there was something out there. The night was eerily still, and any slight sound made her jump. She hated the fact that her imagination was overpowering her rational mind. She used logic and science to make sense of the world around her. Usually, if she heard a noise in the distance, she would be able to tell the source of the noise from simply observing her surroundings. Now, when she heard a noise from far away, terrible images of crumbling men and women clawing at her filled her mind, to the point where it was getting difficult to focus on anything else. Finally, Elaina pulled the driver's side handle, and much to her surprise, it opened. She peeked her head inside of the sedan to check for any hidden dangers, but it was nearly empty. A folder full of receipts in the passenger seat suggested that the driver was on their way to have their taxes done by the accounting firm in the strip mall when they abandoned their vehicle. "Alec!" she called, trying not to shout any louder than absolutely necessary. "I've got something." She listened as his quick strides came closer. "Awesome. Let's hope I can get it started quickly." "No need," she said, reaching into the car. "The keys are still in the ignition." A smile spread over Alec's face. "That just made my life so much easier. Let's get out of here." Elaina scrambled to the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt. Alec turned the keys in the ignition and adjusted his mirrors. "Did you hear that?" he said, rolling down the window. "That's not the engine backfiring, is it?" Elaina groaned. She didn't want to have to continue her search for a suitable vehicle. No, the car is fine," he replied quietly. He quickly turned the car off and listened. Then, Elaina heard two pows from somewhere nearby. "Those are gunshots," Alex said with absolute certainty. "Where are they coming from?" "It sounds like somewhere up high. Like a sniper, almost," he said, turning the keys in the ignition once again. He peeled out of the parking lot and sped down the street. "There's hardly any gas left in the tank, and I don't know if we're going to find a gas station for a while. We need to fill up before we leave town. Keep your eyes open for a gas station." "I've seen a few, but they've all been on fire," Elaina said frantically. "That's okay," Alex said, his voice smooth and calm. "Just let me know if you see a functioning one. We don't have a lot of options here if someone is armed." "You don't think they were shooting at us, do you?" she asked as she scanned the streets in front of her. "I didn't see anyone else for them to be shooting at, did you?" Either we have good guys who are shooting at infected people, or we have infected people who have gotten a lot of guns. Which do you think it is? Elaina feared she knew the answer to that question. No one in their right mind would stay in a town once the infection hit, especially after seeing what happened to Seattle. "There!" Elaina screamed as Alec turned down the street. "I think that's a gas station over there." "Good eye," he said, making the tires squeal as he made a sharp turn. He jumped out and put the nozzle to the gas tank. He squeezed the handle, but nothing came out. He pulled the hose from the other pump around and tried it, but it also was out of order. "I bet someone turned it off with the emergency shut-off button. I'm going to have to go inside and turn it back on. Stay here and start filling the car if it turns back on." "Okay," Elaina said, her heart pounding. She could still hear gunshots in the distance and wondered if they would be able to leave town before they found out where they were coming from. "Give it a try, Laney," Alec shouted from inside the store. She squeezed the handle, but nothing came out. "There's nothing in here," she said, dropping the nozzle. It hit the ground with a crash, but not a drop of gasoline came out. "It's dry," Alec concluded. "In a crisis, people all fill up at once. This place probably had the cheapest gas when the time to evacuate came. Let's try another." Elaina hopped back in the car, growing more anxious by the minute. Alec sped down the road before peeling into a new gas station that Elaina hadn't even spotted yet. She braced herself with one hand on the roof and the other on the door, holding on as the car spun wildly. When Alec stopped the car, he had a wicked grin on his face. When he saw Elena's terrified expression, he burst out into uncontrollable laughter. "Lighten up, Laney," he teased, getting out of the car. Her heart was pounding, and adrenaline coursed through her veins. She wasn't one for thrill rides, and the twinkle in Alec's eye told her that there would be more of that to come. "This one isn't working either. I'll try turning the pump back on. Hold tight." "Wait," Elaina said. "I think I just heard the shots again." "Then let's make this quick. Hold on to the pump, and I'll give you a shout when I have it up and running." Elaina got out of the car and took the nozzle from Alec's hands. She watched as he sprinted into the store and disappeared from her sight. She counted in her head, trying to predict how many seconds it would take for him to find the turn-on for the pump. She took a deep breath and counted. When she got to 10, she exhaled the same number of beats. It was on her second inhale that hands appeared from nowhere and snatched her. One arm wrapped around her waist and the other grasped her throat. She tried to scream, but there was too much pressure on her windpipe to get enough air. Her strangled cry was lost in the night. Then she saw Alec appear from inside the store, being marched outside by two men. He gave her an apologetic look as the barrel of a gun made an indentation in the side of his cheek. It seemed strange to Elaina that the men didn't show any signs of the virus, but were still acting violently. The man holding onto her was gripping her neck so tightly she was starting to feel faint. "Hey!" Alec shouted. "Her face is turning blue! Relax, will ya?" The man released his hand, now digging his fingertips into Elena's arms. "Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your girlfriend." "He's not—" Elaina started, before realizing that the point was irrelevant. "Are you in trouble?" she asked the men softly, hoping they would understand her euphemism. "If you're not feeling well, I might be able to help you." Almost in unison, the men started cackling. "Are you asking if we're infected?" the man holding Elaina asked. He smelled of sweat and chewing tobacco, and his close proximity was making Elaina queasy. "We're not infected," Alec said calmly, trying to clear up what must have been a misunderstanding. "Of course you're not," Elena's captor said. The other two men, dressed in jeans, boots, and T-shirts, sniggered. "What do you mean?" Alec asked, frowning. "I recognized her the moment we saw you two take that car," the man holding the gun to Alec's face said. "Wouldn't it be wild if the girl who released the virus actually came down with the illness?" he whooped. "I don't know what you're talking about," Elaina stuttered, her body suddenly feeling heavy and sluggish. Her heart pounded. I think you do. You've been all over the news for quite some time. We've been following your story. There were reports that you were on the run with a man and some kids. I reckon we caught the man. But what did you do with the kids?"
Elaina opened her mouth to speak, but Alec shook his head.
"Let her speak," the sweaty man ordered. "Where are the kids?"
"I don't know," she squeaked.
"Probably infected them," the gun-toting man answered.
"Please let us go," she said. "I didn't release the virus, and we aren't hurting anyone."
"Not a chance, sweetheart. You may have outsmarted the Washington National Guard and the United States Army, but you won't fool us. Let's find a better place to talk. Run away from us now, and we'll shoot you in the head. That's a promise."
Chapter 15. After a night of restless sleep, Natalia woke up in a terrible mood. No one had given her an update on Will, like she'd requested. No one had seen or heard from him since he was placed in special custody. That meant that he had been forced to spend the night in what she assumed was a coat closet. She even took Victoria up on her offer to help her through some guided meditation to calm her down. It worked for a little while, but then the feelings of anger returned. It was an impossible task to clear her mind, while different scenarios where Will was in danger kept popping to the forefront. Thankfully, they had heard an announcement over the loudspeaker that all residents of the militarized town were required to have medical checks before returning to their bunks. While she wasn't thrilled at the idea of submitting to being poked and prodded by some stranger, it would mean that she'd have the opportunity to talk to other people. Plus, if everyone was required to have a medical check, then Will would be no exception. After a night of being shut in a room with other women, Natalia was ready to stretch her legs and find out more about the town. The community center they were staying in was small, but she wanted to do some exploring. The soldiers made it seem like they were giving their captives a vacation resort experience, so she wanted to find out if they were being truthful or just pumping them full of lies to advance their agenda, whatever it may be. When she opened the door to go to the restroom in the morning, Natalia found a barricade in the hallway between the men's and women's side of the building. She had planned to peek over to the other side to see if she could get in contact with Will, but there were cement blocks in the way now. She proceeded to the restroom to wash up, an uneasy feeling in the bottom of her stomach. Once she returned to the room, Natalia waited for further instructions from the soldiers. Since the barricades were put up, there was nowhere for her to go. She felt trapped. Assuming they'd be allowed to go back to the gymnasium for meals, she waited for a soldier to escort them through the halls. Instead, a plate of fruit and pastries was placed on a metal locker in the corner of the room. A plastic cooler filled with bottles of juice and water was dropped on the floor. Then, without any further explanation, the soldier was gone. While the other women eagerly ate their breakfast, Natalia was hesitant. She seemed like the only one who wasn't pleased by the generosity of the soldiers for bringing them a better meal than most had seen in weeks. Instead, she was outraged that they were forced to stay in their bunks. Once the others had taken their pick of the spread, Natalia grabbed an apple and a cheese Danish and ate them while sulking on her mattress. After breakfast, the short female soldier entered the room with a clipboard and read off the names of the mother and daughter. They quietly shuffled toward the door without saying a word. When the door closed behind them, Naomi turned to Natalia and Victoria's bunk. "They're pretty quiet, aren't they? Do you get the feeling that they want nothing to do with us?" "I'm sure they're fine people," Victoria said, always the peacemaker. "I imagine it's been hard for that woman to parent in a crisis like this. I don't have kids. And in a time like this, I'm so thankful that I never became a parent. It's been difficult enough to keep myself alive. It must be so stressful to have to take care of someone else." "Yeah," Naomi agreed. "I know that if my parents were still alive, they would be next to me at all hours of the day. They would put themselves in harm's way just to make sure I was safe. I think any parent would do that in this situation. My parents live in New Jersey, and when news about the virus broke, they offered to come over here to help me move away from it. Of course, I refused, but they would do whatever they could if they were in the position to help. Naomi nodded. Parents just don't abandon their kids if they can help it. Natalia had nothing to add to the conversation. She couldn't agree with the girls because their experiences were so different from hers. She also didn't want to give them her complete history. Not only did she want to remain somewhat anonymous, she couldn't stand the pain of having been abandoned by her father. He had all the resources one could need, yet he ran away from his parental responsibilities in her moment of need. "What do you guys think the barricades in the hallway are about?" Natalia asked, trying to change the subject. "No clue," Victoria said. "I'm pretty sure it's for our protection," Naomi replied. "Think about it. They probably don't want to keep a guard on duty all night just to make sure that a man doesn't try to enter the women's dorm." "You really think that?" Natalia questioned, screwing up her face. She felt like the girl was accusing people like Will of being a threat. "We're all in the same boat here. Everyone just wants to survive." "I don't know about you, but I've had a few bad experiences out there," Naomi said darkly. "I like being in a room with a few other women. It makes me feel a lot safer than if I were sleeping in a gym full of a bunch of strangers." "I guess," Natalia said, not completely agreeing with Naomi. She had also suffered bad experiences with being taken advantage of by strangers, but in general felt safest when she was in a bigger group. Not to mention, in a time where isolation could reduce the spread of information, she wanted to have as many ears out as possible. Shortly after the mother and daughter left, Naomi was called next. She waved goodbye to the others and followed the soldier to her medical checkup. "I get the feeling you don't have the same viewpoint on all of this as Naomi does," Victoria said, smiling. "To be perfectly honest, I think she's a little naive," Natalia replied. "I know we're probably the same age, but she doesn't seem to be even remotely skeptical of what's happening here. I think different experiences shape the way we see our current realities," Victoria mused. "Is there something from your past that gives you your unique viewpoint?" Natalia bit her lip. She felt like she could trust Victoria out of anyone else, but she didn't want to divulge too much information. "I was picked up by the military, the real military, not too long ago. At the time, I felt like Naomi does now. I was thankful to be saved, and I thought I was home free. But clearly something happened. Long story short, the base was attacked by the infected. There were lots of soldiers, but there were more infected. They fought for a while, but then were ordered to run for it. All the high-ranking officials hopped into their armored cars and took off, leaving the people they were caring for behind. We're lucky we made it out of there alive." Victoria raised her eyebrows. "Yeah, I'd say your skepticism is well warranted. I want to give these people a chance, but I'm not afraid to admit that I'm keeping a careful eye on things. It's just best to be ready and prepared for anything." "I'm glad you get it," Natalia said, before she heard footsteps nearing the door. It swung open, and the mother and daughter returned, bandages stuck to the crook of their arm. The girl was quietly licking a lollipop, no worse for wear. "Victoria," the mother said softly, "you're next. There's someone waiting outside to escort you to the clinic." "Thanks," Victoria said, gliding to the door. She turned around and gave Natalia a knowing smile before exiting the room. Natalia debated asking the woman what the medical test had been like. She wasn't afraid of needles or anything like that, but she hated going into new situations without any idea of what to expect. The woman's general disinterest in the other residents wasn't doing much to ease her nerves. "What was the test like?" Natalia squeaked out, suddenly feeling intimidated by the woman. "What?" she asked, apparently surprised that someone was speaking to her. "Oh, it was nothing." "Really?" "It was your standard physical and blood test. It didn't last long."
The worst part was the blood test. But if you're good, they'll give you a lollipop. Natalia wasn't sure if the woman meant to be patronizing, but she was suddenly annoyed and regretted even asking. "Okay," Natalia said shortly. "Thanks." She sat back down on her bed and counted the floor tiles. Then she counted the tiny squares again to pass the time. Finally, Naomi re-entered the room. "You're up," she said cheerfully, gesturing toward the door. Natalia got up and dragged her feet to the open doorway. In the hall, the tall, lanky soldier was waiting for her, a clipboard in hand. "Natalia Vincent?" he asked. "Yep. It's time for your exam. Follow me." He swung open the wire gate on the hallway and escorted Natalia down the hall. As she walked, she turned back to look at the barricade, hoping to catch a glimpse of Will. "What's the exam for?" she asked, trying to keep up with the soldier's long strides. "A few things, but mostly to make sure that no one in our charge is infected with the virus. It's a safety precaution." She nodded and continued walking in silence. She wanted to ask about Will, but didn't want to test her luck, especially when she was about to get stuck with a needle. They walked through the halls of the community center and out the front door. The switch from artificial light to natural sunlight blinded her for a moment, but before her eyes could adjust, they had walked across the street, up the block, and into a small medical clinic. She expected to walk into an empty clinic, but was surprised to see a lot more people than she'd realized existed at the compound. Men and women in white coats walked down the halls, carrying paperwork and specimen containers. "Who are all these people?" Natalia asked the soldier escorting her. "Just a few members of our medical staff," he shrugged. "I thought there were only 3 of you in this organization." He scoffed. "We're just part of the recon team. There's more of us with a similar vision. We're small, but powerful." With that, she closed her mouth and followed him into an examination room and sat down on the white paper covering the table. She was happy to see that Victoria was still there on the adjacent table. "Hi, Natalia," the doctor said, looking at his chart. "I'm Dr. Khalid. I'm going to do a short examination on you to make sure you aren't infected and are in good health. Is that okay?" "What happens if I say no?" she asked, squinting at the cheerful man. "That isn't my area of expertise," he concluded. "You'd have to take up that with another member of our organization." She knew that was a kind way of telling her that she wasn't able to refuse. "Fine, I consent. But can you answer a question for me?" "Sure." "Have you seen Will Domenica yet? Is he on your list?" "All patient information is confidential," the doctor smiled. "Says who?" she scoffed. "Isn't the whole concept of this to break away from the government?" "I still have a code of ethics that I follow," he said calmly. "Now, if you'll roll up your sleeve, I'm going to have my assistant take your blood pressure." Victoria gave Natalia a reassuring look. She tried to calm down, hoping that her frustration wouldn't cause her vitals to appear abnormal. "Have you been experiencing any unusual symptoms recently?" the doctor asked, as he felt her lymph nodes in her neck. "Nope," she said flatly. "I'm feeling great." "Good. I'm going to listen to your heart and lungs now. Just breathe normally." Natalia sat still as the doctor pressed his stethoscope to her back and listened. Victoria raised her eyebrows and smiled at Natalia. "So," Victoria said sweetly, "what can you tell me about this place? Was it already abandoned? Or was it abandoned due to the virus?" "I'm not sure," the doctor said, testing Natalia's reflexes. "By the time I joined the organization, they already had this place. If you're worried about getting infected, all of the buildings have been sterilized." "That's exactly what I was wondering," Victoria lied. "That makes me feel a lot better. Have you seen anyone that might be infected?" "Not yet," he replied. "I just need to do a blood test now. Are you on any medications or have any health conditions that we need to know about?" "Nothing," Natalia replied simply, holding out her right arm. "So, do you know anything about that weird barricade between the men's dorm and the women's dorm?" Victoria asked nonchalantly. "It's nothing to worry about," the doctor laughed.
There's some early research going on that suggests that there's a link between biological sex and the virus. It's just another precaution. But I know that both women and men are affected by it, Natalia interjected. Yes, but it appears that either there's a link between mingling between the sexes or differences in how it reacts in different bodies. We just want to figure out what the correlation is before we open the dorms up. It's nothing to be concerned about. Natalia was skeptical. She didn't know much about the scientific aspect of the virus, but something about that answer seemed strange. She wished Elaina were with her to explain things in terms she could understand. Could you elaborate? Victoria asked innocently, tilting her head. I'm not sure if I understand what you're saying. You're both done with the exam, the doctor said, changing the subject. You will be notified if there are any problems with your lab results. There's a soldier outside of the exam room waiting to escort you back to your dorm. Have a nice afternoon. The women walked back to their room in complete silence. Natalia knew that Victoria was on her side, after getting shady answers from the doctor. Something about their camp was not right. Thanks for getting us somewhere safe, Victoria said with complete earnestness when the soldier dropped them off at the door to the female bunks. You're welcome, he said, looking pleasantly surprised. Before Natalia opened the door, she looked at Victoria out of the corner of her eye. She had the tiniest smirk on her face. Chapter 16. The bed of the truck was hot and stuffy, with the cover pulled over the top. Alec and Elaina lay flat on their backs, trying to keep their bodies from rolling into the sides at every sharp turn. The driver didn't have much concern for their comfort or safety as he sped through the streets. Alec, Elaina called over the roar of the engine. Where's your gun? He answered after a long pause. In the car. She took a deep breath, trying to keep her feelings of frustration away from Alec. She didn't want to blame him for their misfortune. At the core, the trouble they found themselves in was directly linked to her. In any other circumstance, a good cop would be able to go far in the virus-stricken world. He just had the misfortune of pairing up with the most wanted woman in the world. I'm sorry, he shouted over the noise. Don't be, Elaina replied. Let's just try to get out of this, okay? Okay, he said, his body sliding into hers as the car made a turn. He wiggled his restrained body back to his side of the truck bed. The ropes that bound the two were tight and painful. Their captors seemed to take joy in causing them discomfort. They laughed as Elaina winced when they yanked her by the rope and slid her into the truck. She tried her best to remain tough and emotionless so they wouldn't have the satisfaction of knowing she was hurting, but it was too much to completely hide. Alec tried to resist, but was dealt a blow to the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. It was no use to fight. They were outnumbered. Fighting healthy men presented a unique challenge that they didn't face with the infected. The infected fought with brute force and rage, but lacked the mental faculties to carefully plan an attack. They fought with whatever weapons were available. They were able to fight in large numbers, but lacked organization within a group. Healthy people didn't have the same rage and strength, but they knew exactly how to use their healthy minds to their advantage. They came prepared with weapons and restraints. They lurked and waited in the dark, springing when their prey was most vulnerable. Rolling around the back of the truck, Elaina couldn't decide which group was more dangerous. She had been pursued, attacked, and captured by both infected and healthy people. The monsters that chased after her came in all types. The car made a quick stop, and Alec and Elena's heads smacked into the cab of the truck. Elaina could hear nothing but ringing in her ears as she blinked her eyes, trying to get them to focus. Then, two hands gripped Elena's ankles, and she was pulled from the truck and placed on her feet. Come along, the man holding her arms said, yanking her toward a building. Where are we? She asked. None of your business, he cackled. It's been a long day, and the boys and I are going to have a few drinks. You and your boyfriend are going to sit down and shut up while we relax. Once inside the run-down bar, Alec and Elaina were shoved into a dark closet, and they heard the door lock behind them. The footsteps of the men that led them there grew fainter, until only the soft sound of muffled voices could be heard. When the coast was clear, Alec spoke first. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Elaina replied, carefully finding a seat in the corner of the closet. "My head hurts, and the ropes are cutting into my skin, but I suppose it could be worse." "I don't know if it can," Alec replied. "For some reason, these men frighten me more than the infected." Elaina chewed at the ropes binding her wrists, but they were too tight to escape from. However, she did manage to loosen them to the point where they only slightly rubbed her skin, as opposed to cutting through her flesh. "Do you think we can get out of here?" she asked. "I'm not sure. I saw them tie your ropes, and these guys know exactly what they're doing. If there was something sharp in here, I'd say we could fray the ropes a little, but it looks like it's completely empty." Elaina looked around in the dark closet. A tiny sliver of light from under the door was the only light available to them. The closet couldn't have been any bigger than 5 square feet. Alec's legs were folded, so he wouldn't encroach on Elena's space. "Here, let me move," she said, scooting over so her back rested on the wall. He moved to the opposite wall, their legs stretched out toward each other. She could barely see his face in the darkness, but he looked oddly calm. In fact, it almost looked like he had a smile on his face. "What?" she asked, assuming that this new capture had completely broken him. "Nothing," he giggled. "What?" she asked again, growing more concerned. "Tell me." "It's so stupid," he laughed. "But do you remember the game 7 Minutes in Heaven?" "No," Elaina replied. "Yes, you do," he insisted. "It's the one that teenagers play at parties. Kind of like spin the bottle." "I've never heard of it," she said. "I didn't really go to a lot of parties." "Oh," Alec said, his voice fading. "Never mind. It was a stupid thought in the first place." Elaina closed her eyes and rested the back of her head on the wall. She didn't think that Alec believed her to be a cool person, but she was slowly solidifying that fact the more she spoke about her personal life. "Oh, tell me about it," she said, trying to hide her frustration with herself. "It's embarrassing that this was ever a thing, but it was basically a game that was created so young teens could make out in a closet without any shame. Your friends would make it, so you had to go in a closet for 7 minutes before you could come out." "Oh," Elaina said, her face feeling warm. "I think I get it." "Yeah," Alec chuckled. "It's pretty silly when you think about it. Most of the time, we were too shy to do anything, so it ended up being 7 minutes of awkward hand-holding, with maybe the possibility of a quick peck on the lips at the end. Anyway, there was something about being tossed in here that brought back those memories." "Memories of being shoved in a closet with an awkward girl?" she asked. "No, you're not an awkward girl. It's more like being shoved in a closet with a girl who is much cooler than you are." Elaina tucked her head into her chest. She wanted to tell him he was crazy for thinking that, but she was too embarrassed to speak. Without warning, the burly man that had held the gun to Alec's head swung the door open. "I thought I told you to shut up," he snarled. "The other guys want to put a gag on you two, but I don't think that's a good idea." "Oh?" Elaina challenged. "I would hate to find you suffocated by it," he said, gritting his teeth. "It's not time for you to die. Not just yet, anyway." "What's that supposed to mean?" Alec growled. "Buddy, your girlfriend committed a serious crime. Now, when someone commits a crime, they need to be punished for it. We haven't decided on what the punishment is going to be, but I think you'll find that it's going to be serious." "She didn't release the virus," Alec shouted. "Her coworker did. She's completely innocent. Plus, if you listen to us for just a minute, you'll realize that she's the only hope our civilization has." A fire blazed in Alec's eyes. His hands were shaking with rage. "I see what's happened here," the man said, a little softer. "You probably found her on the side of the road somewhere. She's definitely a looker. You weren't wrong about that. So it's the end of the world, and you wanted one last thrill. You start sleeping together, but suddenly you're hooked. You've fallen for this criminal, and you can't see past her lies because you're whipped. I feel sorry for you, boy. You're just a little fly trapped in a black widow's web. Alec spat at the man's feet. He chuckled and stomped his boot on the ground. I don't blame you, kid. I think you'll find that once we separate the two of you, you'll be back to your old self in no time. We'll do our best to help you out, but you're still an accessory to her crimes. We'll be more lenient with you, but you're not getting away scot-free, no sir.
He didn't do anything wrong, Elaina cried. Leave him alone.
You're not fooling me, little spider, the man said to Elaina in a voice that sent a chill down her spine. You better be praying for forgiveness. With that, he slammed the door shut again. It felt like he took all the oxygen in the closet with him. When they composed themselves, Alec said, I'm so sorry.
For what?
For not believing you. For not protecting you. Take your pick.
You never had to do either of those things.
Then I'm sorry that man said those things to you. It was terrible, and you don't deserve to ever hear something like that said to you.
Elaina bit her lip. They're vile people. What they said to you was terrible, too.
I can handle it. As a cop, I'm used to having all sorts of abuse shouted at me. It helps to know the truth, though. I believe you, and no one could convince me otherwise.
Thanks, she said softly. That really means a lot to me. I'm seriously sorry for ever lying to you, by the way.
I know. I get it, though. I'm sure you thought I would just be in your life for a brief moment, didn't you?
I did, she replied. Wasn't it the same for you?
He shook his head. Not exactly. From the moment I met you and Natalia, I knew that I needed to make sure you got out of this without a scratch on you. I couldn't save Natalia, so it makes this even more important.
What's important?
I cannot let anything bad happen to you, he said emphatically.
I can't let anything bad happen to you either, she replied. You're all I have now. You're the only one out there who believes me.
They sat in silence, thinking about the injustice of it all. It didn't appear that they would be able to make it out of this one together. The realization that their time was up weighed heavily on their minds. There was nothing to do or say to make things better.
What do you think Natalia would say about this right now? Alec asked. She always kept me entertained. She'd probably be giving me crap about us being locked in a closet together. Trying to embarrass me like always. She embarrassed you? He laughed. About what? Everything she could, Elaina replied. Mostly about you. What did she say about me? He asked eagerly. Elaina suddenly regretted saying anything. But if she were going to be separated from Alec eventually, she figured that it didn't matter what she said. Oh, you know, just silly stuff about how you're cute and how she thought I liked you. And? And what? Was any of that true? She knew what he was really asking, and she supposed that she would leave him with a parting gift. Yes, she said hesitantly. As it turns out, I actually do like you. He beamed. And you think I'm cute? Elaina rolled her eyes, but indulged him. Yes, that's also true. He sat in the dark, smiling to himself. See, I always thought you were fake flirting with me to distract me from your secret. It totally worked. She laughed. There might be some of that going on, too. Besides, I'm not sure if I could call that flirting. I'm honestly not sure how to flirt in the first place. Then it must have come from a genuine place. She wrung her hands, suddenly feeling like she could open up to Alec a little more. "I never had a lot of time for romantic relationships," she confessed. "I'm not sure what I would do if I ever wanted to be in one." "Well, I'd say you don't have a lot of time for a relationship now, either," Alec said sadly. "It's too bad, too. You're a real catch." Chapter 17. As the other women slept, Natalia listened to the footsteps outside of their door. At first, the patrols were frequent. She even got out of the bed, under the guise of having to use the restroom, just to see what was going on outside. She noticed that there was a different soldier in the hall when she entered the bathroom, compared to when she left it. She assumed that they were working shifts or rotations, but as she listened in bed, she noticed that the footsteps came less frequently as time wore on. In the early hours, the guards came so infrequently that Natalia knew that it was her time to check up on Will. Once the footsteps went away, she knew that she didn't have long to make her move. Because of the hastily put-together barricade of concrete blocks, the guards couldn't walk from one dorm to the other without circling the entire building. If her prediction was correct, one of their rounds began on the men's side and ended on the women's side, so she needed to move quickly to get from her side to the other before the next round began. Because the barrier was so roughly thrown together, there was a gap in the ceiling. It made it so it would be difficult to see through and impossible to walk through. But Natalia figured she would be able to climb to the top, slide through the gap, and climb down the other side without drawing attention to herself. Quietly, she slid out of bed, opened the door a crack, and silently shut it behind her. Then, she removed her socks and started to climb the wall. While she didn't have a lot of upper body strength, her legs had grown strong from running, and she pushed her body up the blocks. She gripped the cracks tightly with her fingers and toes and cautiously scaled the wall. When she made it to the top, she maneuvered her body until she was parallel with the ceiling. Feeling extremely claustrophobic, she wiggled her body across the top of the wall and turned so she could climb feet first back down. She nearly lost her balance and fell, but she managed to catch herself on the top of the wall, dangling by her fingertips. With a few feet more to go, her hands slipped and she slid down the wall, landing on her feet with a tiny thud. Natalia held her breath, waiting for the first sign that she needed to climb back over to the safe side. But no one came, so she made her way down the hall. Once she got to the men's dormitory, she continued down the hall, trying every doorknob along the way. She discovered a janitor's closet, but it was empty. She scoured the little room for any sign of Will, but there was no evidence to be found. The next room over was the racquetball court. Abandoned rubber balls and rackets were scattered on the floor, but again, no sign of life. She made her way to the end of the hall without finding Will. She wondered if perhaps he had been released, and no one had told her. She made her way back to the men's dorm, but then paused. If he wasn't in there, there would be witnesses who could alert the guards about an intruder. She would have to save that room for last. At the end of the hall, she turned left. Here, there was another hallway. This one had been used for the offices of the recreation center's employees. She slowly opened each door, but they contained a desk and chairs, not an isolation ward for her friend. Feeling nervous and discouraged, she quickly tiptoed her way back to the men's dorm. Natalia's plan was to quickly open the door, peek in, and see if Will was there. If he was there, she would climb back over the wall. She didn't want to get herself into trouble, and especially didn't want to make more trouble for Will. As much as she wanted to speak with him, she would be patient. For now, she just needed to know he was okay. As she reached for the doorknob, she heard footsteps come down the hall. She abandoned her mission and started to scramble up the concrete blocks. But this time, her hands were shaking so badly that she could hardly grip the blocks. Her limbs felt heavy and numb with anxiety, making her climb so much more difficult. The guard turned the corner, just in time to see her trying to shuffle up to the top, and took off toward her in a full sprint. In her haste to get away, she managed to get stuck at the top. The guard grabbed her arm just as she was about to cross to the other side and yanked her down. She fell to the floor flat on her back. She moaned in pain, having taken the brunt of the fall on her back. She was so startled by her fall that she wasn't sure if she was okay or not. "What the hell are you doing?" the buff guard hissed at her. "You have violated curfew and will have to be put on probation. You will spend no less than 5 days in isolation for violating a rule. Come with me." "Wait," a familiar voice said from down the hall, as the guard hoisted Natalia to her feet. "Be careful with her." Natalia blinked hard. She knew she had a concussion, even though she didn't remember hitting her head. There was no other explanation for what she saw. "Dad?" she gasped, her legs threatening to give out from under her. "I'm so glad you're safe, Natalia," he said, his voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. "No," she said, fighting against the soldier. "Take me back to the dorm. Throw me to the side of the road. Just get me out of here immediately." Breton Vincent extended his arms. "Thank you, Derek," he said to the guard. "Let me handle things with my daughter." The soldier loosened his grip, but didn't completely release Natalia. "Are you sure you can handle this? I can assist you if you'd like." "That won't be necessary," he said, making eye contact with Natalia. "My daughter knows better than to disobey me. Come, Natalia. There are things I need to explain to you." Something in her gut told her to run, but curiosity overcame her. She needed to know what her father was doing here. Then, if she could get that information from him, maybe she could ask about Will. She followed him down the hall, past the small offices, and into a large conference room. On the other side of the conference room, Breton opened another door, leading to a break room that had been converted into a personal office. He had been residing there for a while, because the lunch table had been pushed aside to make room for a bed. He gestured toward a couch, and Natalia sunk down into it, ready to give her father a piece of her mind. He went to the fridge and pulled out a bottle of sparkling water, handing it to his daughter, before taking a seat in the opposite couch. "I've been very worried lately," Breton said, sitting back on the couch. "When we got separated, I wasn't sure if I'd ever see you again. I was so worried that you would become infected, and I would lose you. You have no idea how surprised and excited I was to see you in the security footage. When they said that they had a Natalia Vincent here, I knew it was you. You're a strong girl, and you fought your way to come back to me." Natalia pursed her lips, completely in awe of her father. "You're delusional. You know that? Don't pretend like we got separated. You had the opportunity and the means to take me with you, but you deliberately chose not to." "Natalia," he whined, "you understand how the fight or flight response works, right? Humans go on autopilot in those kinds of situations. We got the order to evacuate, and my bodyguards did their job and took me to safety. Once I got in the car, I realized that I needed to get you, but it was too late." "That's where you're wrong. If you had tried, you would have known that I fought and struggled to get out of there. I watched you drive away from us. There was plenty of room in your vehicle. You got scared and bolted. I'm sure you thought of me as you drove away, just like you did the first time. It's not good enough for your own child, though. You don't care about anyone but yourself. I'll say it now and forever. You are a bad father and a selfish man." Breton looked hurt. "But don't you realize what I'm doing now? I'm trying to save the world from this virus." "You can't," Natalia retorted. "Only Elaina can. And you tried to kill her." "What do you mean?" he said, his phony look of concern falling into a deep frown. "She was trapped in a lab, scared out of her mind when we found her. I knew that you had something to do with that.
He instantly looked relieved when Natalia knew nothing more about what happened there. "It was an accident," he said. "There weren't enough soldiers to save everyone." "You didn't have to save everyone," Natalia said. "Just me. You could have saved me. I will never forgive you for that." "Oh, be reasonable, Natalia. I love you. You're my only daughter, and you don't know how devastating it was to lose you. Being left behind has nothing to do with me. I acted out of fear, but I'm only human. Anyone else would have done the same." "That's not true at all. I had 3 people who have pulled me out of a bunch of scary places. They thought about me when things got bad. And these are just people I've known for about a month or so." "Only because it was convenient for them, I suppose." "How do you figure? You had way more protection than they ever did." He sucked his teeth. "People know who I am, Natalia. Elaina knew that you were my daughter, so she kept you around to be used as a bargaining chip when the moment was right. You can't tell me that she wouldn't ditch you if it gained her some immunity." "She wouldn't. She cares about me. So do Alec and Will." "Where is Elaina now? Why isn't she with you?" Will and I got lost," she stuttered. "And Elaina didn't come to your rescue?" "I'm sure she did. She's probably out there now, looking for us." "Oh, honey," he said, his voice full of condescension. "Don't be so naive. Fortunately, you were rescued. Otherwise, you probably would have been sold to the highest bidder." "How dare you!" Natalia snarled, standing up from the couch. Her father gave her a warning look, and she sat back down. "Calm down, Natalia." She took a deep breath. She still had a lot of questions for her father. "I get that you're working on the virus. But what makes me such a strong bargaining chip?" He smiled and crossed his arms. "Do you see how large this camp is compared to the other military base?" She nodded her head. "You know, it's only by chance that you ended up here. But I'm very pleased to see that you were picked up." "Why?" "So you can see what I've been working on. I want you to be proud of me, Natalia. One day you'll understand that everything I've had to do was necessary." "Are you working here or something?" Natalia asked, confused as to why her father was at a rebel camp at all. "Working, sort of," he grinned. "This was created for me. You thought you were rescued by strangers, but, in fact, you were rescued by me. You may have thought that I abandoned you a few times, but I assure you, I saved your life. You're safe here, thanks to me." Chapter 18. When Elaina woke the next morning, she found her head resting on Alec's shoulder. She jolted awake, hoping that he didn't notice how close they'd gotten last night. After being busted for talking, Alec maneuvered himself around so he could sit on the same side of the closet as Elaina. With their faces closer, they could hear each other as they whispered about possible escape plans and theories about what the men were after. But somewhere along the line, they had fallen asleep. Elaina just hoped that he slept too soundly to notice anything that could be construed as a display of affection. "Get up," the man who had antagonized them the previous night said, swinging the closet door open. "We have to go." Elaina was about to ask where they were going, but there was no point in asking. Even if he did tell her, it wouldn't make a difference. They were still tied up and outnumbered. A few other men, including the ones from their capture, joined the ringleader in marching them outside. Elaina was surprised to find themselves walking down the street instead of being piled into the truck. Though it was the middle of the morning, there were no other residents out and about in the small town. Elaina looked around, hoping there would be someone she could call to for help, but there were only men with evil smirks on their faces. After walking for about 10 minutes, they were led up the steps of the county courthouse. Elaina looked at Alec with fear in her eyes, but his expression didn't match hers. If anything, he looked like he still had some hope left in him. It was as if seeing another town's version of his workplace reminded him who he was. His pace slowed, and a man prodded him in the back with the end of his rifle. "Hey," Alec warned. "I don't know if you know this, but I'm a police officer with the Seattle Police Department. Police officers tend to stand up for other officers. So whoever is inside will not be happy with you once they realize who you have in your possession." Some of the men broke out into raucous laughter. "Ooh," one taunted. "You're a police officer. I had no idea. Sorry, officer. We'll let you go on your way." Alec was pushed forward and stumbled on the steps before regaining his footing. "Listen here, kid," the ringleader said. "I don't care if you were the Queen of England before the virus hit. There are new rules now. I'm in charge here, and I'm not going to let some city boy tell me what I can and cannot do. I'm a fair and just leader, but I am the leader. Got it?" "Yes," Alec mumbled. "Good," he replied, swinging the front door of the undamaged building open. "Now, let's prepare you for trial." "Trial?" Elaina squeaked. "Of course we're having a trial," he laughed. "We are a civilized group of people, after all. Now go sit in that cell and wait for us to begin our trial. Your defense would like to know what you plead." "My plea?" Elaina repeated. "Guilty or not guilty," he sighed, annoyed that he had to explain it to her. "Not guilty," she insisted. "Guilty? Okay, let's prepare the trial," he said, shoving Elaina and Alec into a holding cell and locking the barred door behind them. "I'm innocent!" she shrieked, pushing her body against the bars. "Tom," the man said, ignoring Elena's cries, "you're in charge of them. Just stand here and make sure they can't escape." A young man, no older than 18, walked from the back of the procession to the front. "Don't let them give you any trouble," the man smiled, handing the key to the boy. With that, the rest of the group sauntered off into the courtroom, laughing and patting each other on the back. Elaina slumped down on the bench. "Can you believe this?" she said to Alec as she took a seat on the floor. "It's like all social structures went down the drain. How long has it been since the virus began?" Elaina tried to count the days. Time was surprisingly meaningless to her anymore. "Over a month? I don't think it's even been 2 full months since the first interns got sick." 2 months, Alec whispered. Entire cities have collapsed, and towns are being run by vigilante psychos. The boy cleared his throat. He looked mildly offended by Alec's observation of their captors. "You don't know what it's like here?" the boy said, flipping his scraggly hair to the side. "Enlighten me," Alec said flatly. "Once we heard about what happened in Seattle, people lost their damn minds. The rich people got on planes and flew to fancy resorts to wait it out. Everyone else stayed and did the best that they could." "I find it hard to believe that this is the best anyone could do," Alec retorted, gesturing to the cell. "My parents were shot, point blank, by our police department," the boy said. "Why?" Alec asked. "When the panic started, our little police department didn't know what to do about the infected people causing destruction and being violent, so they just started shooting everyone. One day, my parents went to the gas station to fill up on gas so we could get out of here. People were already looting the stores, so my dad filled up his truck and refused to pay. There was no use for money at that point. A big-shot police officer got into an argument with him. My dad started yelling at him, and the officer thought he'd gone into a virus rage. He took out his gun and shot him. Then my mom saw what happened and freaked out. She got shot too. You can't tell me about justice until you lose your parents for no reason. I'm sorry, Alec said. That's terrible. The boy sniffed and nodded, his eyes looking at the floor. So, what was it like for you? Not much different, Alec said. We were given orders to shoot those who were clearly infected and actively putting people in harm's way. I couldn't take it anymore. I just left. The rest of the department was gone anyway. The city was in complete shambles. If it weren't for Mike, I wouldn't be alive, the boy said. Is that the man who's in charge here? Elaina asked. He nodded. He took me in. When things got really bad, he started a team to defend a town from infected people. We sit on the roof and snap at the infected people who make their way into town. I was good with a gun, so he let me join him. Once he had enough people, he led a sort of resistance against our local government. They didn't care enough about the town, so they let him have control. We've been here, keeping it safe ever since. For how long? Oh, maybe a month, the boy estimated. What can you tell us about Mike? Elaina asked hopefully. I can tell you that he keeps up with the news. He's been cursing your name ever since the virus came to town, he smirked. His family has been here for a long time. He blames your virus for ruining his history here. But, Elaina started. What's your name? Thomas? Thomas, she said gently. I know that Mike's been good to you, but he's wrong about me. But he said you're Elaina Morgan. I saw your face on the television. She sighed. Yes, but I wasn't the one who spread the virus. Prove it, Thomas said simply. I can, but I need a good laboratory and experts in the field of virology. He laughed. You're not going to find that here. But I'm really innocent. I'm not responsible for what's happened. She can stop the virus, too. But she needs a lab and a safe place to work, Alec added. Thomas shook his head. I don't think that's going to happen. Can't you talk with the others and try to convince them? Alec asked. She's innocent. Thomas shook his head again and began to walk down the hall. If that's the case, then I feel sorry for you. Why? Elaina asked nervously. These guys take their brand of justice seriously. If you can't prove to them that you're innocent, then there's no hope for you. They've more or less made up their mind about you. If you can't prove it, then it's over. Wait, Elaina shouted after him. Let me explain the whole story to you. Then you'll understand. No more talking, Thomas said, finding a bench in the middle of the cell block. I was on duty last night, and I just want a little peace and quiet. But, Elaina protested, I'm done talking, he said, raising his voice. Elaina slumped back in her seat. The kid was useless. He had probably been brainwashed by the other men and wouldn't believe her story anyway. Don't worry, Alec whispered, nudging her shoes with his. We'll convince them. How? She cried. The tears of frustration in her eyes were dangerously close to spilling over. Anger burned inside of her. She desperately wanted to get into the lab to work on her serum and replicate it. She was still healthy, even though the virus was in her system. If she could keep it suppressed in her own body for this long, then she figured she could suppress it altogether with a little more work. He pursed his lips. I don't know. But you convinced me of your innocence. I know what it feels like to be angry at you for this destruction. Now I know it wasn't your fault. If you can do it once, surely you can do it again. Chapter 19. Have you figured out what you're going to say at the trial? Alec asked Elaina after sitting in nervous silence for about an hour. I don't know. I can tell the story from the beginning, but it's hard to understand if you don't know Brett and Vincent, she groaned. I just wish Natalia was here. She could back me up. I briefly met him. I could talk about how awful he is, Alec replied, clenching his fists. Elaina gave him a half-smile, but her face fell back into a frown. I really appreciate it, but I don't know if they're going to let you testify on my behalf. Why not? I know you the most out of everyone here. Yeah, but they also think we're a couple. They can't really ask you any questions about my character and expect to believe it. Alec's head dropped. You're probably right. Hey, Jimmy, Thomas said to the man walking toward the cell. What's up? The boss said he wants to move the trial to tomorrow. He says there's some activity a few miles north of town that he wants to check out. Is it anything serious? Thomas asked, looking uneasy. He thinks that it's just a small group of infected. The job would only take 5 to 7 guys to clear them out, but that wouldn't leave enough for a trial. And everyone is really looking forward to it. Am I on duty? Thomas asked. No, you have orders to stay here and guard these two. I know it's not much fun, but you can probably just sleep here. I don't think they'll figure out how to escape anytime soon. Okay, he replied, not seeming too pleased with his order. Can you watch my post for a second while I go to the bathroom and get something to eat? Sure, Jimmy said. But hurry, I'm supposed to go out on watch soon. I'll be quick, Thomas said, before turning on his heel and running out of the building. Once Thomas was gone, Jimmy looked into the cell like he was looking at animals at the zoo. He studied them before opening his mouth to speak. So, what's your deal? He asked, wagging his finger between the two. Are you like Bonnie and Clyde? No, Alec answered quickly. We're actually trying to cure the virus. Jimmy smiled. Save it for the trial. I'm hoping I can be on the jury. I'd love to hear what you have to say for yourselves. Do you plan on actually listening to us, or has everyone already made up their mind? Elaina asked. Oh, sure, he said lightheartedly. We're all very interested in your story. That's why I'm disappointed that it's all being delayed. We have to wait to try it tomorrow, which means the execution is pushed back to the next day. Execution? Alec gasped. You can't plan an execution. The man looked confused. Then how will the firing squad know when to show up if we don't plan it in advance? She's innocent. You don't just kill innocent people because you believe whatever crap you hear on the news. Calm down, boy. You're probably not going to be executed. In fact, since you used to be a cop, I bet that means you're a good shot. You could make a good addition to our organization. Screw your organization, Alec spat. I'd rather die than join a group of people who get their kicks from torturing and killing innocent women. Suit yourself, he said, turning toward the door. Elaina could see Thomas running back with a plastic shopping bag. I'll see you two tomorrow. Jimmy gave Thomas a pat on the back while he returned to his post. He was out of breath and had red circles on his cheeks that matched his hair. Hey, Thomas, Alec said, anger bubbling up through his voice. Don't you think you could have mentioned the fact that they plan on murdering us after an unfair and biased trial? Thomas shrugged, pulling a sandwich from the bag. I thought you knew. Alec tilted his head back in frustration, knocking it against the concrete wall. For someone who acted like he was so disgusted by violence against innocent people, you don't seem bothered by this at all. He gave Alec a look of disgust. That's different. They were my parents, and they were perfectly healthy. They didn't do anything wrong other than run their mouths a little too much at the police officer. She's the one who has a killer virus named after her. For all the cop knew, Alec retorted, your parents were dangerous. He could have given them the benefit of the doubt. So could you, Elaina chimed in. Thomas scowled at them. Don't, he warned. Don't what? Alec asked. Don't be messing with my mind, he explained. I don't think I should trust what you're saying. We're not saying anything, Alec replied gently. The only thing I know is that a lot of people have been treated unfairly during the panic. We're all victims here. Thomas looked confused. as if he were beginning to change his mind about Elaina and Alec. Elaina watched him as his mind turned with internal struggle against what he was told by either side of the argument. "I've started to work on a cure," Elaina said. "I'm so close to completing it, but every time I get somewhere with it, I have to pick up and leave again. If I can keep people from getting sick, no one will ever have to experience what you and your family went through." Thomas fidgeted where he stood in front of the cage. "This is pretty messed up," he said. "Everyone's been talking about how evil you are, but you don't seem evil at all. When you talk to me, it seems like you're actually a good person." "I'm not perfect, Thomas," Elaina said, "but I didn't do this. If you want to help us get out of here, then you'd be helping the rest of civilization if I managed to make my cure." Alec and Elaina waited as the thought washed over Thomas. She could practically see him imagine the possibilities in his mind. "Even if I wanted to," he said, "I just can't." "Why not?" she asked, her heart racing. They were getting somewhere with the kid. "Everyone is gone, and you have the key. You can right a wrong here." "I can't. First of all, I'm still not sure if you're telling the truth or if you're messing with me." "Even if we were," Elaina said. "And we're not," Alec interrupted. "Should two healthy people die?" she finished. "Especially when one has the knowledge of how to stop the virus?" He shrugged. "Even if what you're saying is true, you can't just escape these people. I can let you out of the cell, but they have eyes all over the town. They can see everything that's happening from a mile away." "Just leave that part to us," Alec said. "We'll wait until everyone is preoccupied. Then you can let us out. You can tell them whatever story you want. We just need a little help getting out of here and getting untied." "Speaking of," Elaina said, holding up her bound and bloodied wrists, "is there anything you can do about these ropes? I'll put them back on if anyone comes by, but I'd be so thankful if you'd let me give my arms a rest for a little while." Thomas looked around to make sure no one was looking before gesturing her arms toward him. "Thank you," Elaina smiled as she pushed her hands through the space between the bars. He pulled out his pocket knife and pulled at the knots until they loosened up. They fell in a coil around her elbows. "Much better," she said, lightly touching her wounds. "Can I be next?" Alec asked eagerly. "Fine," Thomas said reluctantly, quickly untying the knot. "But if anyone comes, slide those back on and pretend like nothing happened." "Of course," Elaina said, pleased with their progress. Alec and Elaina waited a little while before testing their luck with Thomas again. They didn't want to push him so far that he pushed back. "Have you given any more thought to unlocking the door?" Alec asked gently. Thomas chewed at a hangnail. "I don't know. I think it's too dangerous." "Don't worry about us," Elaina said. "We've been doing this sort of thing for a while now." "Not you," he said, raising his voice. "If they find out that I was the one who let you escape, I could be held for treason. Do you know what the punishment for treason is?" "Is it the same as allegedly releasing a virus?" Elaina guessed. "Bingo," Thomas said. "They'll kill me. And for what?" Elaina was about to open her mouth to answer him before Alec shot her a look to shut up. "They can't kill you if they can't catch you," Alec said so quietly that Elaina had to lean in closer. "What do you mean?" he said, a curious look coming over his face. "If you let us go, you don't have to stay here." "Where would I go?" "With us," Elaina said, "or wherever you want to go. The point is, you don't have to stay here if you don't want to. We can help you get out." Thomas ran a hand through his greasy orange hair. "I don't know about this. Life isn't bad here. Mike and the guys treat me pretty good." "Until they don't," Alec added darkly. "If they would kill you for doing the right thing by letting us go, then what else would they kill you for?" Thomas looked like he was going to cry. "I can't just leave.
Even if I wanted to go with you, we'd get caught.
Have some faith in us, Thomas, Alec smiled. You're talking to the two people who escaped military custody and have gotten out of more sticky situations than you can even imagine. I don't want to brag, but we're damn good at this. A tiny smile appeared across Thomas's face.
It's still very risky. You don't know how their operation works.
That's why we have you, Elaina added.
If we combine your knowledge with Alec's police officer instincts, it should be no problem. If we leave when it gets dark, we can move under the cover of night. What time is it now?
Thomas checked his watch.
1:15.
That gives us plenty of time to plan. Why don't we just sit down and talk about different possibilities for the next few hours? Pick the best plan and polish it so we're ready to move at night, Alec said, rubbing his hands together. Elaina smiled at Thomas.
You could help us stop the virus.
He frowned.
I can hardly think right now. There's just too much going through my head. I need to sit down and think.
Elaina watched as he strode down to the end of the hall and started pacing back and forth. He looked distressed, and Elaina was worried that they had pushed him too hard. He had clearly cracked.
What do you think?
Elaina whispered to Alec.
Did we go too far and break him?
Alec looked over his shoulder, then back at Elaina.
Perhaps,
but maybe that's not a bad thing. The two of them turned to watch the teen pace back and forth while he made one of the most difficult decisions of his life. Elaina would have felt more pity for him if he weren't deciding whether she should live or die. It was just too much pressure for one kid to handle, especially one who thought he'd live a relatively normal life in a small town.
How long do you think it will take him to decide?
Elaina asked, feeling more nervous as time went on. I don't know, but I hope he hurries up, Alec said as he watched the kid. We don't have much time. Chapter 20. For the rest of the night, Natalia sat in her father's office, reluctantly listening to him rant and rave about how his work on the virus would completely change the world. She zoned out a time or two, but when she came back into focus, he was still talking about himself. Her eyelids were growing heavy, and she just wanted to be away from him. After an hour of watching her head bob, Breton finally noticed that his daughter was growing tired. He excused himself from the room, promising that he would arrange for accommodations to be made for her.
Sit tight, he said, and don't move. I'll be right back.
He exited the room, but not before ensuring that his office door locked behind him. Once he was out of earshot, Natalia sprang up from the couch and explored the room, looking for anything that would help her or her friends. On his desk sat lab notebooks filled with numbers and formulas that she couldn't even begin to understand. She found one that looked informative and carefully detached it from the binding. Then she folded it neatly and tucked it in her sock, just in case she encountered anyone who could understand what it meant. She couldn't say for sure, but Natalia suspected that her father was up to no good. Other than that, there wasn't much to his office. His fridge and cupboards were stocked with foods that made her mouth water. It appeared that whoever was in charge of making him happy had gone out of their way to ensure he still got fresh meats and produce. Somewhere, there was an underling in charge of going to the river to fish and create fresh sushi rolls. Natalia found the whole thing ridiculous. There were people rummaging for scraps to eat in their barren cities, while her father was snacking on caviar and champagne in his spare time. He didn't even have to risk his life scavenging for it either. Someone else did his bidding. When she heard him coming down the hall, Natalia jumped back on the couch and rested her head on the arm of the sofa, pretending like she had dozed off in his absence.
"Natalia," he said softly,
nudging her on the shoulder.
"Wake up. I have some exciting news for you." "Do you know where Will is?" she asked eagerly.
"What? No. I was talking about your new living quarters. I pulled a few strings and got you a room that's all yours. It's so much nicer than that shared dorm. You're going to love it."
"I don't need my own room," she said. annoyed that he was so deaf to the needs of the people in the camp. "The old one was fine. I'd just like to see my friend. If you're able to pull some strings, why don't you let the men and women mingle? This is your camp, after all." Breton poured himself a glass of scotch and sat back down on his couch. "We have a system," he said wearily. "Just let us keep you safe while I work on the virus. When this is all over, you can see your friend again." "Really?" she asked skeptically. "Why not?" he replied. "You're a young lady who can make her own decisions when the coast is clear. Just let me take care of you one last time. Then you can spend time with whomever you choose." "Thanks," she said carefully, seeing a side of her father that she remembered from childhood. He wasn't the fun, nurturing parent most kids had, but his mental faculties were all there. Perhaps her presence in his camp would humanize him and pull him out of his mania. Natalia wondered if her dad could be normal again. "Have you talked to Mom?" she asked. "I haven't had a chance to get a hold of her." "Yes, when we were in the military camp," he said. "I hadn't had a chance to update her when we got separated. I suppose I don't need to now." "Can I talk to her?" "Not now," he said quickly, standing up from his seat. "You need to go to bed. I've kept you up far too late. Let me have someone show you to your new room." "That isn't necessary," she said. "No, I insist," he smiled. On the other side of the door was the soldier who had caught her trying to escape. He placed a hand on Natalia's shoulder and guided her down the hall. "Good night, Natalia," Breton said, giving his daughter a wave as she walked out of his quarters and into hers. While her new room wasn't even close to the size of her father's, it was still leaps and bounds nicer than the plain shared dorm. She now had her own queen-sized bed that sat in one corner. A beaten-up coffee table in the center of the room featured old-fashioned and health magazines, along with a few dog-eared paperbacks on various sporting topics. Folded neatly on the bed was a white terry-cloth bathrobe, which she slipped on immediately. She slid her other clothes off from underneath, grateful to have the opportunity to remove her worn clothing. She sniffed her shirt and cringed. Everyone who had spent time with her during the last month must have been put off by her scent. She kicked the clothes to the corner and tucked herself into bed. Natalia thought about what her father had told her and wondered if any of his promises to take care of her were even remotely true. She couldn't even fully comprehend his role in the rebel camp in the first place, let alone why he was giving her preferential treatment. As she lay there, trying to think of questions to ask her father in the morning, she fell asleep. Though she tried to stay awake to make sense of everything that had happened that night, the bed was too comfortable to keep her eyes open any longer. When she woke up, light was coming in through the rectangular window in the door. Her mouth was bone dry, a sure sign that she had slept much longer than she intended to. Natalia sat up and noticed that her dirty clothes that had been lazily thrown into a pile were now neatly folded and placed on the coffee table. Someone had been in her room without her knowledge. She bolted out of bed and picked up her dingy shirt and held it to her face. It smelled of fabric softener. She quickly pulled her recently laundered clothes back on and raced to the door to find answers for all her questions. But when she turned the handle, it didn't budge. She pulled and pushed the door, but it was locked. As it turned out, her father didn't trust her any more than she trusted him. "Hey!" she called, knocking on the door. "Let me out of here!" In seconds, a soldier's face was peering in through the window. He didn't look much older than her. "Can I get you something?" he asked. "No, you can get me out of here," she retorted. "What time is it?" He checked his watch. 1300 hours. 1 o'clock? She moaned. "Why didn't anyone wake me up?" "We had orders to let you sleep. That reminds me, do you need to be escorted to the ladies' room?" Natalia scowled. "I can go myself." "Actually, you can't.
Would you like me to take you there now?
No, Natalia said, suppressing the urge to stamp her foot on the floor. Just unlock the door. I'm afraid I would be breaking the rules. I'll get your lunch now. Let me know if you need to use the bathroom.
Natalia was furious. She kicked over the coffee table, sending the magazines and books spilling to the floor. She sat on the bed and fumed. A short while later, her door opened, and a tray slid across the floor. It contained a piece of grilled salmon, a mixed green salad, a dinner roll, and a slice of cherry cheesecake. She was also given an assortment of different beverages to choose from. While she was still on lockdown, she was already being given more services than the other residents had. Her laundry had been done for her, and her meal was much better than the slightly soggy sandwiches the rest of the population got. Still, it didn't make her feel any better. She would take freedom and safety over a comfortable place to stay. Breton just wanted to get her comfortable enough to become complacent. She just knew it. She ate a little, before stashing the rest of it under her bed for later. She didn't know how long she would be held in that room, and didn't know how punishments for disobedience would be handed out. She knocked on the door again, specifically so she could speak with the guard.
Yes? I want to speak with my father.
The guard shook his head.
He's busy. It's important. It can wait, the guard said, putting on a tough act. I have strict orders to keep you in here. If he's available tomorrow, then I'll let him know you wish to speak to him. Then can you at least take me to the bathroom? She asked. Come on, he said, unlocking the door. Let's make this quick. Much to her dismay, the guard took her to a small private bathroom instead of the shared one she'd used during her stay in the dorm. She'd hoped she would be able to run into Victoria or Naomi. She would have even settled for the quiet mom, but her plans were foiled by the cautious soldier. Instead, she spent the rest of the day in solitary confinement. She hoped that Will's time in solitary was even a fraction as comfortable as her time, but she knew it likely wasn't the case. Now that she knew she was playing by her father's rules, she just hoped that Will was still okay, wherever he was. Night fell, and Natalia was beginning to lose her spark. She didn't have much fight left in her. When she needed to stretch her legs, she politely asked the guard to escort her down the hall and to the bathroom, and when she was hungry or thirsty, a tray appeared at her door. A few times, the guard slipped in a new magazine when she was finished with the selection she had. Then, when there was nothing left to do, she tucked herself back into bed and slept, hoping she'd still have the motivation to talk to her father in the morning. She woke in the middle of the night to a horrible crashing sound. At first, she thought it was a dream and tried to go back to sleep. Then she heard it again, followed by a grunt. Carefully, she tiptoed toward the door to see if the small window would give her any insight as to what the sounds were. When she pressed her face to the glass, another one was staring back at her. She raised her hand to her mouth and stifled a scream as the man on the other side of the door held his fingers to his lips. Natalia took 2 steps backwards and nearly collapsed on the floor from fright. The door slowly crept open, and a familiar face appeared, her eyes wide. "Victoria!" Natalia cried. "What are you doing here?" "We don't have much time to explain. We have to get out of here. Do you have supplies we can bring with us?" Natalia pointed to a spot under her bed. "There are a few drinks under there. Why do we have to leave? What did you find out?" Victoria, a middle-aged man, and a young girl who Natalia initially mistook for Naomi, came into the room and closed the door behind them. "Should we leave him outside?" the girl asked. "No, you're right," the man whispered, and quickly exited the room. He returned, dragging the body of the guard, and placed him in the corner of the room. "Oh, God!" Natalia exclaimed. "He's just knocked out," the man said, scratching his dark stubble. "Are you Natalia?" She nodded. "I'm Derek, and this is Melissa. You already know Victoria, right?" "Can you just tell me what's going on?" Victoria looked uncharacteristically rattled. "We found out why we're here. They aren't rounding up healthy people to keep them safe until the virus is cured. They're actually gathering test subjects to test their virus on. If we don't get out of here, we're going to all be test subjects." "I know it sounds totally insane," Melissa said, "but we're telling the truth." "No," Natalia replied, trying to gather her thoughts. "I don't think it sounds that insane at all. How did you find this out?" "We just got here yesterday," Derek said. "We had our medical exam, and I accidentally walked past the wrong room. I saw scientists in lab coats inject a man with something. He instantly went insane and started fighting them. I got out of there before anyone noticed I was gone. I didn't trust these people to begin with, and now I know that they rounded us up to kill us." "There are people everywhere," Natalia said. "How did you get in here?" Victoria shook her head. "There's some type of celebration happening in the gymnasium. I heard it when I went to the bathroom. I slipped a note to Derek in his dorm, and we planned to come looking for you. I figured you were in solitary when you went missing from your bed. We knocked your guard out, but we need to go before anyone notices." "Okay, but I can't leave here without Will." "Who's Will?" Melissa asked. "We don't have time to go looking for anyone else. We risked enough to find you. I would be out of here if Victoria hadn't insisted we find you. He's my friend. I'm not leaving without him." Melissa crossed her arms, and Derek looked apprehensive. Victoria put her hand on Natalia's shoulder. "We'll find him. He's got to be here somewhere," she said. "I don't think we have time for this," Derek said, looking at the glowing numbers on his watch. "If we decide to search, we still need to get out of here by 2300. That's 10 minutes. "That's enough time," Natalia pleaded. "If we move quickly and check as many rooms as we can, we'll find him. Please?" "Fine," Derek said after a long pause. "But if anything happens, we have to abandon anyone who isn't ready to go. We need to move as one unit. Should we elect a leader?" He looked at the other women, who returned his blank expression. "I think you're a good candidate, Derek," Victoria said. "You certainly have the most experience with this kind of thing." "Sure, Derek," Melissa replied. Natalia nodded her head in agreement, just trying to keep up with what was going on. "Then it's settled. I'll give orders in the field if necessary. Our mission is to find your friend, then evacuate through a side entrance without alerting the camp. Is that understood?" Everyone nodded. "Can you describe your friend to us so we know who we're looking for?" Natalia closed her eyes for a split second and imagined Will's face in her mind. If she could find him, it would give her the strength she needed to put a stop to her dad's plans. Chapter 21. "So," Natalia said, looking at the unconscious guard in the corner of the room, "what are you going to do with that guy?" Derek shrugged. "He'll come to eventually. Fortunately, he's probably not going to remember too much about what happened. It doesn't really matter anyway. They will notice we are missing before he does." "Are we going to do this the same way we broke in here?" Melissa asked. "I think it worked well," Derek said. "Melissa, you lead the way. Everyone else stay 10 paces back and go slowly around corners until we have the all clear from Melissa. Let's stay in a tight pack." "Shouldn't we split up so we can find Will faster?" Natalia asked. If she didn't advocate for Will, she wasn't sure that the others would care about rescuing him. "We all agreed for Derek to give the orders," Melissa said. "I don't think we have time to debate this anymore." "He knows what he's doing," Victoria said gently, giving Natalia's hand a squeeze. "Let's go." Natalia hesitantly followed the others down the hall. As planned, Melissa led the way, walking briskly down the hall. When they would reach a corner, Derek would peek around the wall to check that the next hallway was clear. Then they'd scurry after her, checking each door in the hall. Derek waved his team forward, and then everyone would check a room. The room that Natalia arrived at was an old supply closet from the community center. Volleyball nets were strewn across the room, tangling field hockey sticks and tennis rackets in it. Dozens of golf balls leaked out of tipped-over buckets. Natalia did her best to search as much of the room as possible, fearing that Will could be lost somewhere within the clutter. "Come on," Derek hissed. Natalia abandoned her futile search and rejoined the others in the middle of the hall. She knew by their faces that they hadn't seen a trace of him. Derek and Melissa looked exasperated, but Victoria had a look of concern on her face. She had met him and knew he was a person worth going back for. "Let's keep going," Derek said, nodding at Melissa. She returned his nod apprehensively before continuing down the hall. Natalia wasn't sure if she could trust the newcomers. Melissa seemed uninterested in helping rescue Will. Derek wasn't much happier about it, but Natalia found it unsettling that he sent the girl ahead of him. She seemed pretty muscular, but definitely not as strong as Derek. She thought it was a sign of cowardice or indifference about her that caused him to push her to the front. If she were with Will or Alec, they would have put themselves in the line of fire. Even Elaina would have done so. For someone who was supposed to be a leader, it seemed like a peculiar move. When Melissa turned the corner, Natalia heard an almost indistinguishable gasp. Derek spread his arms out behind him, stopping Natalia and Victoria in their tracks. "What are you doing out of bed?" a male voice asked Melissa. "I was looking for the bathroom, and I got turned around. I think I might have been sleepwalking," she said innocently. "Likely story," the gruff voice said. "What's your name?" "Melissa Sorensen," she said. "I just arrived yesterday, and I'm still a little out of it." "I'm going to have to escort you back to your dorm and give you a demerit on your record," he said, rustling through papers. "If this happens again, you will be put into isolation." "Yes, sir," she said. 2 pairs of footsteps began to walk closer to the others. Derek frantically, yet quietly, motioned for Natalia and Victoria to step back. Natalia backpedaled a few steps, ready to make a run for it. No doubt Melissa would be left behind, and the others would try their best to escape with the guards' knowledge that they were on the run. As Natalia moved back down the hall, she noticed that Victoria stopped after a few paces and turned around, so she was facing away from Derek, who had not even moved from the corner. Natalia was terrified that they had all taken the same moment to have a complete breakdown. Then, as Melissa and the guard made their way around the corner, Derek swiftly pulled out a metal bar and delivered one solid blow to the guard's head. He pitched backward, his grip on Melissa now slackened enough that she was able to free herself. The girls cowered together, while Derek raised the pipe again, ready to strike again if the situation warranted it. When he noticed that the guard was subdued, he bent down and touched his fingers to his throat. When he was convinced that the unconscious guard didn't require any special treatment, he slid the metal bar back up his sleeve and looked behind him to make sure he hadn't roused suspicion with the noise. "Which door was he guarding?" Derek whispered. Melissa ran forward like a hunting dog and pointed at a door in the middle of the hall. Natalia pushed forward and turned the handle, not even thinking about what possible dangers there could be beyond the metal door. "It's locked," she said, frantically turning the door. Panic filled her body. They had come this far, and now they would lose everything they worked for, just because of a stupid locked door. "Calm down," Melissa said. "Did you even look for the key?" "The key!" Natalia exclaimed, scrambling over to check the guard. She found a key ring attached to a belt loop and yanked it off. Flipping through the keys, she searched until she found one that would fit. She tested a few before finding the right one. Her heart stopped when the key slipped into the lock. Taking a deep breath, Natalia pushed the door open, ready to see Will's smiling face. She just hoped he wasn't upset at her for not rescuing him sooner. But knowing Will, no matter what shape he was in, he would greet her with a big hug. The room was dark, so she felt along the walls for a light switch. The second she entered the room, she was sure Will had been here. It just smelled so familiar, like riding in the back seat of the truck, or falling asleep in his arms at the hotel. It was definitely his room. Finally, she found the switch and turned on the light to reveal an unoccupied room. "No," she whispered, confused. The mattress on the ground had a crumpled blanket on top, as if someone just left for a moment to use the bathroom or get something to eat. Then she saw his blue baseball hat in the corner. The next thing she knew, she was on the ground, trying not to scream. Little gasps came out of her mouth, but the tears wouldn't flow. She was just too devastated by her friend's absence to even comprehend what was happening. "Where is he?" she cried, clutching his hat. She felt the bed. It was cold. "Shut up," Melissa pleaded. "You're going to attract attention. He's not here. We need to leave." "No," she screeched. "We have to keep looking." "Okay," Victoria said sweetly, pulling Natalia off the ground. "Let's keep looking. There's still a lot of this building left to search, but we have to get moving." Natalia nodded, feeling numb. She let Victoria wrap her arm around her waist, supporting her while she came back to her senses. Melissa charged back outside into the hallway, ready to go. She had only made it 2 steps until a gun was aimed at her. "What do we have here?" Breton Vincent said, as he investigated the scene. The runaways froze in their tracks. They could bludgeon an unsuspecting guard to unconsciousness, but they were no match for a guard with a gun. Breton's bodyguard stood at attention, while moving his aim from one person to another. Even Derek looked petrified. When Natalia heard her father's voice from outside the room, she stormed outside, ready to hit him with all the strength she had. The sight of Will being restrained by a second guard stopped her in her tracks. "Will!" she cried, reaching toward him. "What are you doing with him?" she shrieked at her dad. "I'm sorry, Natalia," Will said weakly. He looked weary, as if he hadn't slept for days. "I didn't mean to leave you alone." "Don't be sorry," she cried, a tear rolling down her cheek. "I'm sorry I left you." "Enough of this," Breton said, annoyed. "We don't have enough isolation chambers for all of them." "What the heck is she doing here?" Melissa said, pointing at a quivering Naomi, standing several feet behind Breton. "She's been very helpful," Breton said. "I let him know that there were people out of bed," she chimed in, proudly. "I thought you could be a danger to yourself or others." Natalia glared at the girl. "Are you kidding me? What is your problem?" "Hey," Breton scolded. "Naomi did the right thing here. I'm very happy that she took the initiative to point out illegal activity to people in charge. She's just doing her part to keep the camp safe." Derek muttered something unintelligible under his breath. Natalia figured that it was something profane, and she agreed with whatever he said. "Do you really think I did a good job?" Naomi asked. Breton turned to face her. "Of course you did. It's people like you who are going to help our organization meet our mission." "I'm very proud of you." Naomi beamed. "This is ridiculous," Natalia said, throwing her hands up in exasperation. "My own father is trying to use me for experimental research, and he's treating the stranger that's helping him do it like his own child. This is so backwards, it's making my head spin." "Enough of the dramatics, Natalia," Breton warned. "Dramatic? You're the one holding my friend hostage. You're the one testing your virus stuff on healthy humans. Just let Will go, and we can try to come to some sort of rational understanding." Natalia stepped forward and reached for Will's hand. His cold fingers curled up around her warm hand. It sent a tiny surge of electricity through her body to feel his touch again. "Don't touch him!" Breton shouted abruptly, causing everyone to jump. "He does not belong to you. You have no right to claim him or choose his fate. And you do? This is my camp. The rebel military is paying me a lot of money to carry out my research. I don't have time for a few naysayers to make a mess of things." "I'm not letting him go," Natalia said, squeezing his hand even harder. Will gave her a faint smile. Breton pulled something from his lab coat
and held it to Will's neck. "Let go, Natalia."
"What is that?"
she shrieked, pointing at the syringe. "I don't want to do this here, but you leave me no choice. Drop his hand, or I'm going to have to inject him with my latest work." Will's eyes pleaded with her, and she dropped his hand and took half a step back.
Okay, she panted. "I let him go. Put that thing away."
"Now I've found something to motivate people," Breton laughed. "No one listens to you when you're just a virologist working in a university laboratory. Suddenly, you have something powerful in your syringe, and everyone takes notice."
"You're insane," Natalia spat. "You acted like you're making a cure, not a weapon. You could have done so much good with your knowledge."
"In the long run, what I am working on will do good. You're just too young and naive to understand that."
"What do people in the rebel army think you're doing? Do they know you're working with dangerous viruses?"
"They know exactly what I'm working on. They're the ones who sought me out to do this particular assignment. They asked if I could create a particular virus, and I agreed to work with them."
"Do they know you created the strain that's killing thousands of people while we speak?"
The hallway went silent, like the entire atmosphere had been sucked out of the room. Everybody looked back and forth, from Natalia to Breton, with looks of horror, shock, and confusion on their faces.
"What did you just say?"
Breton sneered. "You have no idea what you're saying."
"I know exactly what I'm saying. You're an inferior scientist to Elaina Morgan. You ripped off her work and made a more dangerous virus, then spread it. You let her take the heat while you continue to do horrible things. I want everyone to know the truth. Everything that is happening in the world is your fault. This is all your fault."
Breton lunged at his daughter, and all hell broke loose. Guards rushed to pull bodies away from Breton. Will and Melissa fought one guard, while Derek and Victoria tried to subdue the other. Derek managed to pull out his makeshift weapon and knock out his guard, then moved on to the next one.
"Get off me!"
Natalia screamed at her father, who was pinning her down with a malevolent grin on his face. She jammed her knee into his stomach, sending him sprawling on his back. In the scuffle, Naomi managed to get Derek's pipe away from him and started swinging it at whomever came anywhere near her. Melissa got caught in her swing, and the hard metal came into contact with her ribs. She fell to the floor with a scream and tried to drag herself away from the madness. Hearing Melissa scream, Derek wrestled the pipe away from Naomi and pushed her as hard as he could, sending her flying down the hall. With both her body and her pride injured, Naomi was slow to get up and rejoin the melee. The remaining guard managed to raise his gun and fired 2 shots, at no specific target. Derek swung the pipe at the guard's hand, breaking his wrist and disarming him. Then he finished the job, whacking the guard repeatedly on the head and body until he fell still and silent. Breton, the only remaining threat, scurried backwards when he realized that his guards were down. He got to his feet and ran in the opposite direction, looking for a safe place to hide from the runaways. Naomi, finding herself in the same predicament, followed Breton.
Is everyone okay?"
Melissa asked, holding her injured side.
"Victoria got shot,"
Will said, kneeling over her. He had his hands pressed firmly on her upper thigh. The others gathered around to see the damage. Victoria was trying to downplay her injury, but her face was ghostly white, and a puddle of blood was spreading out all over the tile floor. Derek and Will worked together to tie a tourniquet around Victoria's leg to stem the flow of blood. Will ripped his old bedsheet up into strips to bandage her leg. They wrapped her leg tightly until the blood stopped seeping through the sheet. "That's the best we can do right now," Derek said, wiping the blood from his hands onto his pants. "Will, help her up." "How are those ribs, Melissa?" Derek asked, turning to her.
Hurts like hell, but I'll survive," she winced. "Natalia, how about you?" Derek asked, checking on the last of his team. I don't know," she stuttered, holding onto her neck with one hand. "Did you get hit?" Derek asked, moving her hand aside to see the damage. He looked at her neck, expecting to see a welt or laceration. Instead, he found the smallest pinprick on her skin. "Did he inject you with the virus?" Derek asked. The others turned to face her, looks of horror on their faces. She nodded tearfully. "Yes." Chapter 22. Everything felt like a blur to Natalia. She wasn't even seriously injured like Victoria was, but she still felt like her life was draining out of her. She tried to stand up, but nearly fainted. She stayed on the floor and pushed herself against the wall, hoping that a few moments of sitting upright would make her feel better. Nobody wanted to immediately approach her, which was completely understandable. She didn't know what the virus would do to her body. Apparently, it was her father's newest strain, something that was no doubt unpredictable. However, if her father had anything to do with it, everyone knew it was dangerous. Natalia took a few deep breaths to calm down. Once she regained a little bit of her composure, she realized that physically, she felt no worse for wear, besides a nagging feeling in her stomach. If her father really injected her with his virus, then she wasn't feeling any symptoms yet. She prayed that his recent incompetence in the field resulted in a relatively harmless virus. "Let's move," Derek urged his fellow escapees, waving his arms frantically. Natalia tried to stand, but was still feeling a little woozy. However, she managed to slowly get to her feet. Will rushed over to steady her, leaving Melissa in charge of supporting Victoria on her injured leg. "I'm fine," Natalia said, standing up a little straighter, but still thankful for Will's support. "I just feel a little faint from the shock of it all. Nothing more." "You can get on my back," Will offered, his strength returning with the flow of adrenaline. "We might move faster that way." "No," Derek said. "Leave her. She can't come with us." Will furrowed his brow. "I'm not leaving Natalia. If she doesn't leave, then I don't leave either. If you stay, you'll die." "So be it," Will retorted. Derek sighed, growing more anxious by the minute. "You're an idiot. She's infected with the virus. Pretty soon, she'll go into the rage and try to infect or kill us too. That's the whole reason why we're trying to get out of here. If you wanted to get infected, you should have stayed behind for involuntary testing." "He's right," Natalia said softly, biting her quivering lip. "No, he's not," Will interjected. "We don't even know what you were injected with. It might not be such a big deal." "We can't leave you behind if we don't know for sure that you're dangerous." "But what if she is?" Melissa asked. "What will we do?" "We'll cross that bridge if we ever come to it," Will said. "Fine," Derek growled, picking up the guard's guns. He pocketed one and tossed the other to Melissa. "But if she starts to attack someone, I'm knocking her out and leaving her on her own." "That's fair," Natalia said, walking on her own now. "So, how are we going to get out of here? I'm sure more soldiers are on their way." "This is ridiculous," Melissa grumbled under her breath. "I mean, this is so stupid. If the three of us had just left when we had the chance, none of this would have ever happened." "We should rescue as many innocent lives as possible," Victoria said faintly. "Whatever," Derek said angrily. "We don't have time to argue this any longer. When we get out of this building, we'll decide how we want to deal with this later. Melissa, take the lead again. I'll hold on to Victoria. If anyone tries to stop you, shoot them." "Yes, sir," she replied, holding her gun in front of her. They surged ahead, Melissa leading the way, with the others staggering behind. They had only made it down one length of hallway when guards started running toward them.
Without warning, Melissa opened fire on the guards, sending a spray of bullets across the hall. Soldiers collapsed to the ground, unprepared to deal with armed runaways. Survivors grasped at their ankles, and they clutched their bullet wounds, but the 5 escapees managed to run through them.
"We need backup in Corridor 5,
Natalia heard a soldier say into a radio.
"We have a group of subjects headed toward the door."
"Run!" Natalia yelled ahead. "They've just called for backup." The group picked up the pace, Melissa running at a full sprint. She pushed open a door that led to complete darkness. Suddenly, searchlights came on, blinding them with such a rapid change in light. They all scrambled forward, hands in front of them, looking for a way out. "There's a jeep!" Victoria shouted, pointing into the darkness. Natalia thought she must have been losing too much blood, because there was no vehicle to be seen. Victoria must have hallucinated it. "I see it!" Will yelled, pulling Natalia toward it. Once her eyes adjusted, she spotted the rectangular vehicle. She ran toward it without stopping to look back at the soldiers who were pursuing them.
"Stop and lower your weapons,"
a voice boomed over a loudspeaker.
"We have you surrounded."
Natalia froze and looked around. She could see soldiers scrambling outside, but it didn't appear that they were surrounded at all. In fact, the soldiers looked extremely ill-prepared for a fight.
"They're bluffing,"
she said softly, so only her companions could hear. She had a gut feeling about it.
"She's right,"
Victoria said.
"They don't have enough soldiers at the ready to fight. I say we challenge them."
"Right," Derek said.
"Will, can you drive? I think the keys are already in the ignition."
"Yes," Will said eagerly, climbing into the front seat.
"Natalia, help Victoria into the back seat,"
Derek ordered.
"Melissa, take the passenger seat. I'll stand on the back of the vehicle and fire at any threats."
Everyone hurried into position. Natalia could see soldiers gaining on them, and it was making her heart race. Each soldier was armed with a gun. Their group only had 2, one of them being held by an amateur. Derek took precise, controlled shots, picking off soldiers as they neared the vehicle. He watched and waited for the right moment before taking aim and firing. On the other hand, Melissa was firing recklessly at anyone she could see. Natalia worried she would run out of bullets before they got out of there. But whatever she was doing, it was working.
"Drive!"
Derek bellowed from the back of the truck.
"Where?"
Will replied.
"I don't know where we are." "It doesn't matter. Just go, and go as fast as you can."
Will obliged, stomping on the gas pedal so hard that Natalia had to brace herself against the seat in front of her. She ducked her head down into her lap as bullets struck the frame of the car, ricocheting off, leaving tiny sparks. Once Will found a main road, he dimmed the headlights, then turned them completely off once they made it to the highway.
"I think we've lost them,"
Derek said, relaxing a little at his post. Will let out a whoop. The excitement in his voice made Natalia feel more at ease. "That was pretty thrilling," he said. "We're not out of the woods yet," Derek warned. "Keep driving. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to come after us. We have a lot of intelligence about something they definitely don't want the rest of the public to know. We're moving targets." "We can outrun them," Will said. "Not for long. We need to make the right moves. This is a strategy game now. They will eventually mobilize their army and will be able to overpower us when it comes to manpower and weapons." "Are you saying we don't stand a chance?" Melissa asked, lowering her gun. "Not at all," Derek replied. "I'm just saying that they're going to come after us with everything they've got, and we're going to fight like hell. But if we can beat them at their own game and make ourselves impossible to find, then we might not have to fight them at all." Derek's pep talk was just what they needed. Still worried about being captured again, they made their way down the highway, alert but also excited. Nothing could stop them. But inside of Natalia's body, her father's latest creation made its way into her cells, multiplying by the minute. Even Breton wasn't exactly sure what his new virus would do, as it hadn't been thoroughly tested yet. In fact, his only daughter was one of the very first test subjects. Chapter 23.
Elaina sat up in her shared cell. "Did you hear that?" she whispered to Alec. "No, I must have dozed off. Where's Thomas?" She peered through the bars. "I don't know. Maybe he left to go to the bathroom." Elaina stretched her limbs. They had been in the cell all day, with little interaction with the outside world. After Thomas told them that he needed some time to think, he went to the end of the hallway and never returned. "Should we try to talk to him?" Alec asked. "It's been a while since we talked to him, and I don't want him to change his mind about our innocence. I don't want to upset him either. He seems like he's on the edge. I would hate to break him now. What choice do we have? We're running out of time." Elaina pressed her cheeks between the bars, trying to get a clear view of Thomas. "Maybe he's sitting in one of those empty cells." "Let's find out," Alex said. "Hey," he called. "Is anyone down there?" Keys rattled, and Alex shot Elaina an "I told you so" smirk. She leaned back on the bench, ready to present another argument as to why they should be released. But instead of Thomas, a big oaf of a man stomped down the hall. He reeked of body odor and cigarette smoke. His T-shirt may have been white at some point, but now it was a dingy gray with stains of all kinds. "You rang?" he laughed, exposing 2 rows of yellowed teeth. I didn't know that the other guard left," Elaina stuttered, confused. "You can't expect the kid to be here all night," he said. "I drew a short straw, and that's why I'm down here. I'd much rather be on the roof, shooting at the zombies," he drawled. Elaina and Alec looked at each other. There was no way they were going to convince this man of their innocence. "I bet you know what it's like, son," he said to Alec. "You're a cop. Sometimes it's more fun to hunt people. Gives you a rush. Nothing like shooting squirrels or even deer." "I don't take pleasure in killing," Alec said flatly. "Well, your little girlfriend sure does. I suppose that's the only thing we have in common." "She didn't do this," Alec protested. "Shut up," the man said, pounding his fist on the bars. "The boss was right about you two. He says it was a mistake to put you in the same cell. It was too generous of him. That's why he told me to bring the girl to the witness stand." "The trial isn't until tomorrow," Elaina shouted. "But we have such a nice little cage up there for you. You look so cute, like a little birdie in a cage," he cackled. "You're disgusting," Elaina spat. He chuckled. "Says the mass murderer. Come with me. It's time to get you ready for your trial." He fiddled with his key ring until he found the key to the cell. "You stay back, boy," he said, pointing a chubby finger at Alec. "You're not scheduled for your punishment until the day after tomorrow. I'd hate for your execution to come early." Alec and Elaina could see the bulge of his pistol in his front pocket. They knew better than to make any sudden movement. The man grabbed Elaina by the hips and pulled her out of the cell. She started to resist, but he grabbed her harder and yanked her out. "Please let me stay here until morning," she pleaded. "Just one more night." "Rules are rules. I have to do what the boss tells me." "Please!" she screamed. His grubby hands were dangerously close to inappropriate places. "Let me go!" The man slammed Elaina up against the bars, blocking Alec from helping her. He was just too large and unmovable. "Cut this crap out," he drawled. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Take your pick." "I'm not going," she insisted. The man pulled out his radio and pushed the button, quieting the static. "I need some backup in the jail. Our guests are not behaving like ladies or gentlemen should act." Within minutes, another man arrived and threw Elaina over his shoulder and left without saying another word. Elaina screamed and thrashed the whole way outside of the jail. The new guard quickly turned the key in the lock, trapping Alec back inside.
"That girl is fiery," he said. "I like that. Makes things interesting in the bedroom. I bet you can tell me all about that, Mr. Policeman."
"Stop it," Alec groaned, covering his ears with his hands. This only made the man talk louder.
"She got a pretty face. Shame it will be blasted all over the sidewalk soon." "Enough!"
Alec roared. He wanted to reach through the bars and wring the man's neck.
"Someone's a little touchy," he joked. "Sleep tight, kid. I'll wake you for your trial in the morning."
The guard walked down the hall and sat on a folding chair, resting his arms above his head. He looked too pleased with himself. Alec fumed in the cell. He wasn't sure what they were going to do with Elaina back in the courtroom, but he knew it wouldn't be good. He tried to get some rest, but sleep wouldn't come. He tried to make new escape plans, but he didn't have Elaina with him to talk things through. He was completely lost and alone without her. As time passed, horrible thoughts ran through Alec's mind. Images of watching Elaina being shot down by a gang of hooligans with a warped sense of justice flooded his head. Eventually, it was morning, the day of the trial.
"Wake up, boy!"
the guard hooted. Of course, Alec had never fallen asleep, so he sat up a little straighter in his cell, looking for the first opportunity to fight.
"I'm up," he replied wearily. "Exciting day. Things can get a little boring around here. This livens things up. It's just a shame we can't get the national news out here to talk about this on the TV. We'd be heroes."
"You'd be just another murderer," Alec muttered under his breath.
"I've got a little something to show you," the man said, leaning closer.
He pulled a small device from his pocket.
"The boss gave me this as a present for watching your sorry self down here. It's sort of like a cattle prod. You step out of line, and I'll zap you so hard you'll lose control of your body. I don't want to have to use it, so don't give me any reason to."
"I doubt that," Alec winced.
"Let's go," the man called. "Time's a-wasting."
He fumbled with his keys, squinting to find the right one. Alec could smell the alcohol on his breath as he craned his thick neck to search for the correct key to open the door. Alec heard footsteps coming down the hall. Without looking up, the man shouted to the newcomer.
"Is that you, Jimmy? I need some help with these damn keys. Why do they have to make them so small?"
From behind the bars, Alec could see Thomas walking toward them, clearly carrying something. When he got nearer, he realized there was an aluminum baseball bat swinging from his hand. In one fluid motion, Thomas raised the bat and swung it directly into the fat man's head. He stood puzzled for a moment, before ultimately collapsing to his knees. His fall shook the floor, and his head made a loud smack on the concrete floor. "The trial started," Thomas said, quickly flipping through the keys until he found the right one. He turned the key in the lock and cut Alec's ties with his pocket knife. "You're going to help us escape?" Alec asked incredulously. "On one condition. You take me with you." Alec smiled. Relief flooded his body. "Of course." "Then we need to do this right. Everyone is at the trial right now. Take his gun and my car keys," Thomas said, pointing at the unconscious guard. "You're going to go outside and get my truck and wait." "Are you sure? Wouldn't it be better if both of us worked together to get her out?" Alec asked. Thomas shook his head. "I've thought about this carefully. You've got to get in my truck and watch for us to come outside. When the time is right, start the truck and pull out in front of the courthouse. We'll jump in, and you'll get the hell out of here. You have to be careful, though. If you attract too much attention while you're outside, then we'll have trouble. You got it?" Alec hesitated to respond. It wasn't long ago that the kid was unsure about helping them. Now, suddenly, he had a plan to help them all escape. Alec didn't want to suspect the plan was fishy, but he'd learned that it could be hard to trust people in this new world. Best case scenario, they would all escape without being noticed, and the gang wouldn't find them. Worst case scenario, they were being set up by the youngest member of the crew and would be tortured and killed in horrible ways. But Alec had no choice but to trust Thomas. If his plan worked, it would save their lives. If it didn't, they were probably dead anyway.
"I need to get back in the courtroom," Thomas said nervously. "Remember the plan. Wait in my car and pick us up when the time comes."
"Okay," Alec said, following Thomas to the entrance of the jail. When they reached the foyer, Thomas wordlessly pointed Alec toward the correct exit.
"Good luck,"
Thomas muttered as he jogged off in the opposite direction toward the court entrance. Alec looked behind him one last time before exiting the building. Outside, he clicked the remote until he heard the soft sound of a truck unlocking. He followed the sound through a parking lot full of nearly identical pickup trucks until he found the source of the sound. Carefully, he opened the door and climbed into the cab of the truck. It was a brand-new truck, most likely taken when the town was abandoned. It seemed highly unlikely that everyone in that group was wealthy enough to be able to afford these kinds of vehicles. Alec watched the entrance to the courthouse carefully, ready to turn the keys in the ignition at the first sign of movement. According to the clock, he had only been waiting a few minutes, but it felt like much longer. He felt restless and wanted to act, not wait around for something to happen. Noticing the hunting knife in the passenger seat, Alec was suddenly struck with inspiration. He grabbed the long blade and quietly got out of the truck. Creeping around the parking lot, he carefully punctured as many tires as he could. Starting from the west end of the lot, he stabbed tires at random, watching them go completely flat. Then he'd run to the next truck and continue his procedure. He worked his way to the end of the parking lot, slashing and stabbing tires as he went. As he worked, the tension and anger he had been holding inside was released like the air from the tires. Low on sleep and food, he was entirely powered by his frustrations and fury for how Elaina was being treated. When he returned to Thomas's truck, he felt a little better. Still, he was nervous. Now 15 minutes had passed since he initially got in the truck. He assumed the trial wouldn't last long, as the jury had already made up their minds about Elaina. Then, he finally saw the front door swing open. Leading the pack was Thomas, dragging Elaina behind. Her face was expressionless, as if she had completely worn through her feelings. The rest of the gang followed, looks of sheer delight on their faces. It didn't look like a rescue at all. It looked like a funeral procession. Not wanting to miss his cue, Alec ducked down in his seat and watched. If he drove up there too early, the men would certainly shoot out his truck before they got to the bottom steps. If he waited too long, the men would shoot Elaina and Thomas before settling in on Alec. Everything had to be right. When Thomas was a third of the way down the long staircase, Alec started the car and gunned it toward the steps. Thomas picked up the pace, his eyes wide with fear. Alec ramped up the stairs, his tires climbing the incline. He turned and swung the passenger side door open, right in front of Thomas. Unable to see who was behind the tinted window, Elaina began to pull away from Thomas and the truck. Suspecting it had something to do with her imminent execution, she squirmed a little, giving a last-ditch effort to escape. Thomas pulled her forward by her tied hands as hard as he could. She flew into the front seat, and Thomas wedged himself in the seat next to her and slammed the door shut. When the others realized what had happened, they drew their guns immediately and fired. Alec sped away as gunfire filled the air. Thomas rolled down the window and wildly fired shots back in their direction. Eventually, they were too far away to be hit with the handguns and hunting rifles. "You have no idea how happy I am to see you again," Alec gushed at Elaina, who was still trying to comprehend what had just happened.
"There's no time to talk," Thomas said quickly. "They're going to be hunting us down in no time."
Actually, Alec smiled, it may take them a little while. While I was waiting, I slashed all their tires. They're going to have to find a new truck if they're going to chase after us. In fact, by the time they realize what's going on and get onto the roof to snipe at us, I figure we'll be out of range. Thomas smiled and relaxed in his seat. He rolled up the window and leaned against the door. I was afraid I was going to lose you, Alex said softly to Elaina, who was still wearing the same stony expression. Her mouth remained closed, but she did lean over and lightly rest her head on Alec's shoulder. That was enough of a response for him. Chapter 24. Derek? Will said as the car began to sputter. I think we're out of gas. What do you want me to do? Derek climbed back inside the vehicle and looked over Will's shoulder. We've only gone about 100 miles. That's much better than I could have expected. Put the car into neutral and coast for as long as possible. Prepare to do some walking. A forced exhale came from Victoria's lips. She was clearly in a lot of pain, but trying to power through it with breathing exercises. Do you think you'll be able to walk on that thing? Will asked. I will do my best. I might need a little help. I can help you, Will said, smiling at her through the rearview mirror. How are you feeling, Melissa? He was trying to build rapport with his new travel companions, and it was starting to work. Melissa, who had been cold to him at the start, was starting to come around to Will. It was hard not to. He was just too nice and friendly. My side freaking hurts, but I can still run. I would kill for an ice pack and some painkillers right now. How about you, Natalia? Will asked, looking back at his friend. Fine, she said quietly. She was still more in shock than anything else. Hang in there, girl, Will said. Let us know if you need anything. They managed to coast without any gas propelling them for a little while longer. But it was inevitable that they would have to abandon the car at some point. They were between towns on the back roads, and there was no sign of civilization. Will pulled off the road and put the car in park. Before we go, Derek said, let's take anything that can be of use. Melissa moved her feet and kicked something that shattered. There's a bunch of light bulbs down here, she said. Will leaned over to look. I think those are headlights, but they're for different kinds of cars. That's weird. I don't think we have any use for those, Derek said, searching the back of the car. I found some ammo. Melissa, give me your gun so I can reload it for you. I'd hate to have an accident after we went to such great lengths to get here in one piece. She handed him her gun and returned to the front of the car to search for supplies. There are some canteens back here, Victoria said, sloshing the water inside around. I found a little first aid kit, Natalia said, unzipping the small bag. Do you want me to look at your leg? She asked Victoria. Everyone turned to look at them. Victoria bit her lip. I don't know if that's a good idea, given the fact we aren't sure what the injection is going to do, Victoria said delicately. I know you're more than capable of fixing me up, but it might not be such a good idea. Of course, Natalia said, shaking her head. You're right. She felt so helpless. She couldn't even safely drink out of the shared canteens. No one wanted to touch her. Even Will had been up in the front seat while she rode in the back. She was tainted. No one wanted her around. I can change those bandages, Victoria, Will said kindly. He found a bottle of iodine and pain relief ointments and quickly applied them to her wound before wrapping it back up. He dropped the used bandage on the ground. It was almost completely soaked in blood. Because they were now out of bandages, Will started wrapping medical tape around the bandage, hoping it would stay on long enough to get her to the next destination. Derek noticed that Victoria was starting to bleed through the new layer of bandages and ripped the sleeves off his shirt. His biceps bulged from where he cut his shirt. Dang, Derek, Will said. I had no idea you were a bodybuilder, he joked, trying to lighten the situation.
I was a Marine not too long ago, he said, focusing on wrapping Victoria's thin thigh with his sleeves. That makes sense, Will said. No wonder you know what to do. No one ever knows exactly what to do, he replied. We do the best with what we've got. What else have we found? I found a couple protein bars and some caffeine pills, Melissa said. Bring them. Let's start walking before anyone sees us. We should go down into the wooded area for cover. They're going to be looking for us on the road. Should I push the car into the ditch so it's better hidden? Will asked. Not a bad idea, Derek replied. I'll help you. The women watched as Derek and Will steered the car down into the ditch on the side of the road. Will looked pleased to cause a little destruction. He had been so responsible for the past few months. Ready, Victoria? Will asked as he wiped his hands on his pants. Ready when you are, she smiled. She looked horrible. She had lost so much blood already. Her skin was nearly translucent, and she could barely keep her eyelids open. Whenever she tried to walk, her knees buckled. She had an arm around Will's shoulders for support, but he was practically carrying all her body weight. The group made their way west, walking deep enough into the woods that they weren't visible from the road. Derek and Melissa walked in front, guns in hand. Will and Victoria followed behind them, and Natalia took up the rear. They only made it a few miles before Victoria began to bleed through her bandages again. This time, Melissa ripped the bottom of her shirt off to tie onto her leg. They kept walking, pausing after 2 to 3 miles to rest, rehydrate, and add to Victoria's bandages. Progress was slow, but eventually they managed to stay on their feet until the sun came up. Eventually, Will found it was easier to carry Victoria and scooped her up in his arms. He managed this for about a mile, and then switched places with Derek. The older man was much stronger than Will. We're going to have to find a hospital, Derek said. It's important that we get Victoria fixed up. Can you take the bullet out? Will asked. I've seen some battle wounds, but I'm no medic. A lot of hospitals have backup generators we can use. Hopefully there's still some blood banked up that is safe to use. I'd say she could use a few bags. That would be nice, Victoria responded, as if she were being offered a frozen drink at the beach. She looked tired, but was doing her best to keep it together. We can't go to a hospital, Melissa argued. That would be suicide. Where else will we get the things we need for Victoria? Derek asked. I don't know. But just think about it. Infected people went to hospitals before everything shut down. If those places aren't filled with infected people, then they're filled with other nasty stuff that's sure to kill us. I hate to say it, but I think Victoria's better off with our care. A hospital could kill us all. You don't know that for sure, Will argued. What if there are people working on a cure for the virus there? He asked, looking back at Natalia. You never know, Natalia responded quietly. She missed Elaina and Alec. These new traveling companions weren't much help to her in her time of need. She knew that if Elaina was with her, she would try to help her fight the virus inside of her, not give her sideways glances and 5 feet of distance. I say we try to find a hospital, Will said. Where there's a hospital, there's supplies. We're going to need food and fresh water eventually. Besides, I know a really smart woman who can cure this virus. Who's to say she's not out there working on a cure now? If we find her, maybe she'll cure Natalia. She's as good as dead, Melissa said harshly. Have you seen anyone survive the virus yet? No, Will said. But it's not possible, Melissa interrupted. Infected people kill healthy people at an alarming rate. The incubation period is so short. Unless you find this miracle woman now, your girlfriend isn't going to make it. Hey, Will said, raising his voice. Everyone turned to look at him. We can't talk like that. Natalia is going to get the care she needs. So is Victoria. Natalia coughed. Everyone turned their heads to look at her. Victoria stopped in her tracks. What? Natalia asked, scowling at the others. They looked at her like she was dangerous. They continued walking, but the tickle in her throat and chest was too much to hold in. She coughed again, loud, barking coughs. "Nope," Melissa said, surging ahead. "Not today." Natalia hated the girl. She hadn't cared about her or Will from the very start. Natalia shivered, anger warming her face. She wanted to rest, but knew the others wanted to keep going. Her body hurt, and she needed some sleep. She started to fall back, hoping enough distance would be between her and the group, and she could quietly go off on her own. She needed Elaina. Will stopped to wait for Natalia. The others realized they were lagging behind and stopped to wait for them as well. "Are you okay?" Will asked. "Feeling okay?" "I'm fine," Natalia sniffled. "Why don't you go look after Victoria? You care about her more than you care about me." "What are you talking about?" he asked, confused at her sudden change of character. "To be honest, I care about you more than I've admitted to you. I really like you, Natalia. I think I like you a lot more than you like me." She scoffed. "You have no idea how I feel. Nobody wants me here." "That's not true," Will cried. "I want you here." "She's not wrong," Melissa said under her breath. "At least she has a good grasp on reality." "You shut up," Will bellowed, pointing a finger at Melissa. "You don't know what we've been through. You're not helping our situation." He turned to take Natalia's hand. "We're going to get you help. You're going to be fine. Just stick with me." She shook her hand away from him. He reached out for her again. This time, she shoved him by the shoulders, hard. "What's gotten into you?" Will asked. Natalia tried to answer, but she started coughing again. This time, tiny droplets of blood appeared in her palm when she removed her hand from in front of her mouth. She stared at her hand, finally realizing what was happening. She was showing symptoms of some kind of illness. Suddenly, she was incredibly dizzy. She sat down on the ground and dropped her head to her knees. "Natalia!" Will called to her, kneeling next to her. "Are you okay?" She couldn't hear him. A ringing sound drowned out all other noises. She felt herself slowly losing consciousness. Natalia collapsed on the grass. A tiny river of blood trickled out the side of her mouth. The virus had rewritten her cellular data to the point where it no longer belonged to her. Her father's virus had hijacked her body. 18 years ago, Breton Vincent gave his only daughter life. His ego and selfish attitude was now taking it away. Chapter 25. Natalia was floating a few feet above her body. She tried to open her eyes, but her lids remained glued shut with exhaustion. It felt nice to be away from the earth for a little while. "Come back down," a voice said to her. "You have more work to do." "I can't," Natalia breathed. "Come back," it urged. Natalia's eyes popped open, and she sat up straight. She felt completely better, as if her bout of illness had passed. The virus had failed to kill her. She would be fine. Then she saw Will's face. There was something about his overly expressive features that made him look like a cartoon. She had no rational reason to be angry with him, but seeing his face inches in front of hers really annoyed her. Will froze, studying Natalia's face. Her eyes were staring into his, unblinking. Her lips were puckered inward in a scowl. He had never seen her so upset before. It broke his heart that she misconstrued his helpfulness for caring about another woman more than her. "You're awake," he said, the tone of surprise in his voice. "Yeah? It's just that you passed out earlier," Will said. "You were coughing up blood." "Oh?" she asked icily.
"You're sick," he said wearily. "We need to find a hospital."
"I feel fine."
"You're not fine,"
he said, tears of frustration and concern welling up in his eyes.
"We have to find help for you."
Natalia got to her feet. She continued walking, like nothing had happened.
"Natalia, wait!"
Will called.
"Is there anything in the first aid kit we can give you? You're not okay."
Natalia shoved him again, sending him staggering backwards. "Leave me alone."
"Talk to me,"
Will pleaded, chasing after her again. Natalia was growing more agitated by the minute. She wanted to either move forward or be left behind. The thought of having to deal with an annoying Will and 3 strangers was too much for her to handle.
"I just need some space," she snarled.
"Let me be alone for a little bit." She surged ahead, overtaking the others. Melissa, Derek, and Victoria gave her plenty of space. Melissa kept muttering something to Derek, and he kept waving her off. Will didn't know what they were talking about, but he knew he wouldn't like it. Suddenly, Natalia started running. She sprinted forward, allowing the tree branches and brambles to scratch up her arms and face. Will called after her, but it was as if she didn't hear him. Finally, her foot got caught on a tree root, tripping her up. She flew forward, landing on her face. She skidded a few feet before coming to a stop. Will ran after her as she lay motionless on the forest floor. He looked at her back, but it didn't even seem like she was breathing.
"Hey!"
Will shouted, rolling her over.
"What is going on with you?"
Her eyes popped open. The whites had turned red, and her pupils were dilated. Natalia lunged at Will, springing up from her position on the ground to tackle him to the ground. He scrambled up to his feet, and she followed, circling around him like a predator circles its prey.
"Stop this,"
Will begged.
"I'm trying to help you. I love you, Natalia. I want you to be safe."
She charged at him, feeling a rage unlike anything she had felt before. She wanted him dead. There was no rhyme or reason for her anger toward him. She had just snapped. Knocking him over, she pinned him to the ground. He squirmed to get up, but he had hit his head in the process and was feeling disoriented. Her hands pressed on his windpipe, making it hard to get enough oxygen in his system to fight her off. She opened her mouth and lowered her head to the side of his neck, ready to sink her teeth into him. He closed his eyes, knowing that this would be the last moment he had his health. Throughout the epidemic, his cautious ways regarding germs had gotten him far. He avoided contact with anyone or anything that looked remotely dangerous or dirty. He'd sealed himself off from the world and lived in his own sterilized home as his city burned around him. He had been cautious until he met Natalia. Then he had reason to go outside of his comfort zone. He would throw himself in front of a group of infected people if that meant she would be safe. But he had failed her. He stood by as her own father injected her with the most dangerous substance known to humans. He had abandoned his instincts to be with a girl who reminded him that there was still beauty and fun in their dark new world. She was a shining light in an otherwise dim place. He had watched his parents destroy each other, the virus acting as a catalyst for an inevitable implosion of their marriage. He had cleaned their blood from their family home and hid from attackers. He swore to himself that he would never let anyone he cared about fall victim to the virus again. So it only seemed fitting that Natalia Vincent was going to be the death of him. He closed his eyes, feeling the irony of the moment. She was finally about to press her lips to his neck, something he had only dreamed of. A gunshot rang out, deafening Will for a moment. Something warm was pooling around his head. His ears rang, and he could hardly move. His body felt weighed down, and he struggled to locate the source of the noise. Natalia shuddered,
Will's eyes focused. That was when he realized that she was dead. He rolled her limp body off him and jumped to his feet. She had felt so heavy when she was attacking him, but in death, she was so tiny. He took a few steps away from her, covered his head in his hands, and squatted down. "Will?" Victoria said, ready to comfort him. "No," his voice cracked. "Don't talk to me." He took a few ragged breaths, trying to focus on anything other than Natalia's broken body lying a few feet away from him. He was growing accustomed to death, but nothing could fully prepare him for the death of a friend. Each death was as horrible and shocking as the last. This was his reality, though. He'd watch loved ones and strangers die in tragic ways until it was his turn. His close relationships with the human life cycle didn't make things easier, though. Will uncovered his face and turned around. Derek was still holding a crying Victoria. Melissa was frozen in place, her gun still aimed at Natalia. "Why did you do that?" he croaked. "I was trying to calm her down." "She was infected," Melissa argued, showing little remorse for her actions. "She was going to kill you. I did you a favor. She was going to die anyway. Now you can live." "For what?" he whispered, looking back at the ground in front of him. He refused to look back at Natalia. The body on the forest floor wasn't the fun, bubbly girl he knew. He couldn't bear to see the shell of the girl he had fallen in love with. Derek would have done the same thing, Melissa reasoned. Derek shrugged. "I wouldn't have let her attack us, that's for sure. It's terribly sad about what happened to your friend. It wasn't her fault. I know she wasn't in her right mind when she attacked you. There was nothing anyone could do." Will pursed his lips and nodded. Elaina could have done something, but Elaina was nowhere to be found. As far as he knew, she was dead too. "I really am sorry, Will," Melissa said, lowering her voice. "I wish I hadn't had to do it, but everyone knows that she was too far gone." Will didn't respond. He knew deep down that they were right, but he still held on to a tiny glimmer of hope that she could have been saved. He had seen some crazy things in the course of the virus. He knew that nothing was impossible. "We have to keep going," Derek said. "We've been standing in one place for too long. Plus, that gunshot probably attracted some attention." "Go ahead," Will said morosely. "I'm going to stay with Natalia." "She's dead, Will," Melissa said gently, as if she were breaking the news to him. "I know she's dead," he roared. "Are we just going to leave her here for the scavengers to rip her to shreds?" "I don't think there's much else for us to do," Derek said. "We have to move forward." "He's right," Melissa added. "We're going to get caught if we don't get out of here. I know it's hard to leave her behind, but at least you'll still have good memories of her." "Shut up!" Will snapped. He started walking forward, not stopping to look back at Natalia. "I'm just trying to help," Melissa whined. "Oh, you've helped enough," Will said, storming away. The others followed him, but Melissa stalled for a second. She couldn't seem to take her eyes off the life she'd claimed. She had shot at armed guards and infected people, but there was something more haunting about seeing the body of a girl, not unlike her, bleeding on the ground. Natalia Vincent had lived an eventful life, having survived multiple attacks and kidnappings. In 18 years, she had become a responsible young woman, escaped captivity on more than one account, and protected those she loved from the man who helped raise her. By helping a fugitive seek shelter from wrongful conviction, she did more good than she was ever given credit for. But
her bravery and determination wasn't enough. She died like so many others did, sick and confused, with no hope of survival. Chapter 26.
I hate to ask, but do you two have any input for our next destination? Alec wondered, looking at Elaina and Thomas. Thomas had moved into the back seat of his own truck and was stretched all the way out. I have no family and no one to see, Thomas replied. I just want to be somewhere safe. I've thought a lot about it, and I think I'd like to start a small community in the woods somewhere. I could live off the land, so I wouldn't have to keep going back into town to steal stuff to survive. I think I could wait out the virus like that. Okay, Alec said, acknowledging Thomas's idea. He was trying to be diplomatic, but he knew that Elaina would have other ideas. What do you think, Elaina? He fished. She looked at him and shook her head. Go on, Thomas said. I want to go to a hospital. I want to go to a hospital. No, Thomas objected. That's where sick people go. When you agreed to escape with us, you agreed to it based on the fact that I needed to get out and work on my cure, Elaina replied. Am I wrong? Thomas shrugged. I don't know. I was just so focused on getting out of there. Plus, I don't want to see people getting killed for no reason. If you still have any doubts of our intentions, then I could give you all the proof you need at a hospital or laboratory. Don't go to a lab, Thomas warned. Why not? A hospital is fine. No one is going to touch a hospital with a 10-foot pole. Now, a laboratory is going to give you some trouble. My crew wasn't the only one who was after you. I've heard word of people setting up traps in labs to kill you. Apparently, you're like a mouse with a taste for cheese. They knew you couldn't stay out of the laboratory, so they're trying to get you in any way they can. I don't know if this is true, but it's best not to try it. Elaina bit her lip. So it's settled. We're going to find a hospital. Alec sighed. Thomas tried to make eye contact with him in the mirror to appeal to him. What? Elaina asked. Is there something you want to say? You haven't given us your idea yet. You know how I feel about hospitals, Alec said. My opinion hasn't really changed. There's a very good chance that infected people still walk those halls. Have you ever been in an abandoned hospital? It's creepy. It's just going to be floor after floor of dark rooms. There are too many places to hide and not enough ways to escape. Then you two can stand guard for me while I work, Elaina offered. Sure, Alec said. We can probably handle a small group of infected. But what if we encounter a large gathering, like the one we saw at the military base? We have guns, but they're made for taking a few careful shots. We don't have the firepower for a serious emergency. Then what do you want to do? Alec shrugged, his eyes fixed on the road. I don't know. You don't have to give a practical answer, she urged. If you could do anything with our limited resources, where would you want to go? What would you want to do? Alec thought for a moment before speaking. I think I would keep looking for Natalia and Will. They're out there somewhere. I don't feel right about moving on without them. Are those your friends? Thomas asked. Yes. We were traveling together when they disappeared in the middle of the night. We were looking for them when we got taken in by your people. Who knows where they are now? Sorry, Thomas said. It's not your fault, Alec replied. They were young, though. Probably about your age. They're smart kids, but I don't know if they can make it on their own. My vote is that we continue looking for them. How? Elaina asked. She missed Natalia and Will as much as Alec did, but recovering them would be a logistical nightmare. I don't know. We can't go anywhere near the town where we lost them. We'd just get picked up again, and we'd all be killed. They were at a standstill. Everyone had their own idea about what was best for the group, and they each disagreed with the other's plans. I think we just need to decide on what's the most important, in terms of desired outcomes, Elaina said. For instance, I want to be safe,
But more importantly, I want to cure this virus. If we don't go to a hospital, then we can't cure the virus, and more people will suffer and die. Eventually, we'll probably contract it and die too."
Alec and Thomas groaned. She had put them in a difficult position. "So you're saying that because I don't want to die, then I don't care about other people dying of the virus?" Alec asked.
"I don't think that's fair," Thomas said. "You can't ask us to choose other people's lives over our own." "That's not what I'm saying," Elaina said. "I'm already so close to figuring this out. Take me, for example. I'm the first living test subject of my cure, and I haven't shown any symptoms of the virus yet." Thomas jumped so dramatically from his resting position that he almost hit his head on the roof of the car. "Wait, what?"
"Hey, easy there," Alex said, watching the kid move his hand toward his gun. "Sit tight and let her explain this one to you."
"You're infected?"
he asked again, ready to protect himself in any way he could.
"No, not really," she answered. "Would you like me to fill you in?" "Not really isn't good enough," he objected.
Alec made eye contact with Thomas in the mirror.
"I once struggled with believing her, too.
But if you let her talk, you'll understand that she knows what she's doing." Thomas gritted his teeth, not confident in his choice to release the two and join them on their journey.
"Fine, let's hear it."
Elaina explained all the relevant bits of information about her personal work on the Morgan strain, her infection by Breton Vincent, and her self-treatment. She promised Thomas that after about a week of being infected with the Vincent virus, she was feeling perfectly healthy.
"So you think your cure worked?"
Thomas asked, once she was finished talking.
"That's what I need a hospital for. If I can look at my blood and figure out what the serum is doing to the virus, I'll have a better idea about my prognosis. Plus, the sooner I fine-tune my serum, the sooner I can replicate and mass-produce it." "How long would that take?"
"I'm not sure.
If I can find a steady workplace where I don't get interrupted, it could be a matter of days or weeks before this thing is sorted."
Thomas raised his eyebrows.
"That soon?"
"Potentially."
"Do you see why this is so important to me?"
"I guess. It's just a lot of information to take in all at once." Alec gave him a sympathetic look.
"I get that," Elaina said. "That's why I was hoping I could keep all of this a secret," she said, shooting Alec a look.
They sat in silence for a while. Elaina daydreamed about how great it would be to work on a cure again, while Alec and Thomas thought about ways to compromise their need to survive with their desire to end the virus. Elaina watched out the window as the landscape flew by. She was getting tired of being obstructed from doing the job she needed to do to end the epidemic. She was determined to make things work, but with each roadblock, she was losing steam.
"We're going to have to come to an agreement sooner or later," she said. "We have just half a tank of gas left."
"I know," Alex said. "Let's take a vote. We already know your vote, Laney. What do you think, Thomas?"
Thomas thought carefully for a moment. "I'll agree to the hospital on just a few conditions."
"Such as?"
"I'm allowed to voice my input on other matters. Just because I'm agreeing to your plan now doesn't mean that you become a proxy for me."
"That's fine," Elaina said, surprised by this carefully thought-out response. She had wrongly assumed that Thomas was just another uneducated hick from a small town.
"Also, I would like to reserve a dose of the cure when it becomes available,"
he negotiated. "I can make that happen," Elaina said. "Alec, what do you think?" He turned to look at Elaina.
"I will also agree to go to a hospital."
"I know how important it is to you. But like Thomas, I also have conditions." She raised her eyebrows. "Really?" "Hear me out. If we get the opportunity to, I want to go look for Natalia and Will. I need you to promise that you won't give up on finding them."
"Deal," she smiled. "Now, how soon until we're in a city with a decent hospital?"
Alec looked back at Thomas. He seemed to have a better grasp of the land than he did. If you stay on this road and take a left at the next highway, I think that will take us close to Boise. There are a few towns in that area, so we should have some good options."
"Sounds good to me. The further southeast we get from Seattle, the better," Alec said, speeding down the road. Elaina could hardly contain her excitement. She had almost entirely forgotten about her trial and near execution until Alec brought it up. "So," Alec started hesitantly, "what happened during your trial? They didn't hurt you, did they?" She chewed on the inside of her cheek.
"No, not really. I just had to sit and be subjected to a long list of lies about me. I suppose it was no worse than what the national media is reporting. I assume that's where they got the bulk of their information."
Thomas squirmed in his seat. He was uncomfortable with the fact that he had been associated with that group and had even believed the things they told him. He still didn't know exactly what to believe, but at least he knew the blood of 2 innocent lives wouldn't be on his hands.
"I feel terrible about it," he said from the back seat. "That was the only information we got, the stuff we heard from the radio. When people are afraid, they believe anything they hear."
Elaina looked back at Thomas's sheepish expression.
"I understand."
"Tell me about the daring escape," Alec said quickly, breaking the awkward tension.
"Oh, there was nothing to it," Thomas said. "They had sentenced her to death and put me in charge of walking her outside. Their plan was to put her in the back of a truck and take her to the woods for the execution."
Now it was Elena's turn to feel uncomfortable. She fully understood that she'd cheated death. As wary as she was about Thomas, she owed her life to him.
"Thank goodness it all worked out," Alec said. "How did you know that you were going to be in charge of conducting Elaina outside? I mean, was it already planned out that much?" Thomas shook his head. "After a while, I started to figure out how they thought. That's how I knew they wouldn't give you to a fair trial. They had a vendetta against you guys, and I knew they would want to maximize your pain and suffering." "How do you factor into that?" Alec asked. "It's better that you don't ask. Just keep in mind, they always planned on killing Elaina. They were going to keep you alive, but torture you. To make a long story short, they planned on letting you see me take her away, then feed you terrible stories about what I was doing with her. But even if their plan had gone the way they wanted, I don't think that method of torture would have worked."
Alec's face turned pale. He breathed through his nose because the thought of what could have happened to Elaina made him want to throw up.
"Why wouldn't it have worked?" he asked, when he was ready for the answer.
Thomas gave them a small smile.
"Because I think you already knew that I believed you, even before I unlocked the cell for you. I think you saw something special in me, too. Otherwise, why would you have shared your story or offered to take me away from there?"
Thomas sat back in his seat, content with his current situation. He much preferred Alec and Elena's company to the men who had taken advantage of a lawless society.
"Well," Alec said, sitting up in his seat, "I'm glad you're with us. Now let's promise to never talk about that town ever again."
Chapter 27. Will walked over the hills, leading the way by a few feet. He couldn't stand to talk to anyone. He couldn't even look Melissa in the eye. He knew that Victoria only wanted to comfort him, but he couldn't even listen to her speak. Only Derek handled the situation in the way he wanted. Complete silence. The terrain was not easy to trek, especially after walking for a few hours. Derek showed no signs of struggle, but he must have been tired. He had been carrying Victoria for quite some time.
"Let me give you a break,"
Will finally offered, slowing his pace.
"I'm fine,"
Derek replied, wiping sweat from his creased forehead.
"If we get into a situation where we have to run, I can't take her. You should probably rest up."
Derek seemed to disagree with Will's assessment of his energy levels, but nevertheless let Victoria cling onto Will's back. Perhaps Will just wanted to have a purpose in a moment without hope. When the pair were a few feet away from Derek and Melissa, Victoria whispered in his ear so softly he hardly made out the words.
"If you need me, I'm here for you. Let me know if you want to talk." Thanks, he replied. I will. They continued on in silence through the brush and rocks. Walking on the highway would have been much easier on their bodies, but it would have made them susceptible to attack. In the hours they had been walking since abandoning their truck, they'd heard several vehicles on the road, but saw nothing. Does anyone know this area? I'm not originally from around here, Derek asked. We need to get off the road and find resources soon. Plus, we need to discuss shelter. We will have to rest at some point, and I want to be prepared for when we do. What direction are we headed? Melissa asked, looking at the sky. East-northeast, Derek replied. Let me hop out on the road for a second to look, Melissa said. Maybe it will look familiar out there. I can't make heads or tails of anything from over here. As they waited for Melissa to return, the three sat down on the ground and rested their tired feet. Derek took off a shoe and drained a particularly nasty blister, and Will sat cross-legged and wiped the dust from his face with his t-shirt. Victoria propped herself up against a large rock, her bandage starting to seep with blood again. She closed her eyes, and Will was afraid she wasn't going to open them again. In a moment of panic, he reached over and grabbed her hand. She returned a slight squeeze. Don't worry about me, she murmured through a tiny smile. I'm still alive. What do you want to do, Victoria? Derek asked. It seems only right that you get first priority in these decisions. She cracked one eyelid open and looked at her thigh. Then she shut it again and rested her head back on the rock. I think we all know that I'm going to need some medical attention if I'm going to make it. The body only has so much blood, and I'm losing more cells than I could make. Unless any of you have type AB blood and a means to transport it from one body to another, I think we'll have to go to a hospital. I think I'm type O negative, Will chimed in. You can have my blood. And do what with it? She laughed. You're sweet. But unless we have the right needles and tubes, we can't do a transfusion in the field. Also, it won't do much for me if we can't get it to stop bleeding. There's chemicals that can make the blood clot better, but I don't think we can find any of them here. And to think, she added, I turned down taking a class on healing properties of native plants because I thought it was too much hippie nonsense, even for me. I feel like an idiot now. You can't blame yourself, Derek said. I don't think many people would expect to find themselves needing a doctor and not having access to one because you're hiding in a forest. Except for you, she added. It was my job, Derek said. I bet you wish you would have found a medic to rescue instead of me, he smiled. It was a rare sight to see him with any other expression, let alone one of levity. So, Derek asked, you make the call. It's not an easy call to make, she frowned. I don't doubt that I would be putting your lives in danger if we went to a place where infected people spend time. I don't want to put anyone else in a bad position because of me. But what do you want? Derek pressed. She shrugged sheepishly. Is it selfish of me to want to live? I don't know how else I'm going to survive this if I don't get help. Derek nodded. Then it's settled. We're going to take you to the hospital. Don't worry about us. We've done a good job defending ourselves up to this point. In fact, I think I'd rather take on infected people than uninfected people. The three heard a rustling in the trees. Derek pulled out his gun and pointed it toward the sound. Melissa burst through the forest, red-faced and out of breath. Sorry I took so long, she panted, as Derek lowered his weapon. I ran up the road a little way to see if I could recognize anything. And? Derek asked. If I'm not mistaken, I think I've been over here before. My family used to go on camping trips around the area. If we continue in this direction, I think we'll hit a town in a few hours. I saw a sign for a gas station in the distance, but I couldn't read it from that far away. At the very least, we can stop for food and water there. Good. While you were gone, we decided that our main mission after gathering necessary supplies is to find a hospital. I'd like to see us pick up the pace and get there before nightfall. Whoa, what? Melissa said. Why did you decide this without me? I thought we were just going to keep the hospital idea in mind and play the rest by ear. This seems so definite."
Will glared at her.
"What would you rather do? Would you like to shoot her and leave her in the forest? That way you can keep your safety and security."
"Enough!" Derek shouted. "We are stopping at the nearest town. Once there, we will get supplies. If a hospital is available, we will go to it. Any questions?"
The others stared at Derek, afraid to challenge him. He had a very controlling way about him. He knew how to lead a group and take control of a situation. "Nope," Will said flatly. "Fine with me. I'd like for Victoria to get better as soon as possible." "I do too," Melissa said. "But it's a huge risk."
"I understand that," Derek said. "At this point, everything will put us at risk. We can die from lack of food, water, and/or shelter, or we can die from being ambushed. Our current priority is sustenance and medicine. After those needs are met, we can readdress the situation."
"Okay," Melissa said shortly, dusting the dirt off her pants. "Then let's get this over with." Before long, they were close enough to the nearest town that they could see buildings. There were no signs of life yet, but there was also no smoke rising from the buildings. That was a plus. Since there were no more trees or bushes to hide behind, they walked straight down the main road, into a town with a population of about 10,000 people. "Look," Melissa said, pointing to a little blue sign. "The hospital is only a mile away."
"Did you hear that?" Derek asked Victoria, who was struggling to keep her eyes open. Derek had been carrying her again, since they were walking so quickly to get in before dark. The sun was just starting to set when they reached the town. Derek had kept them right on target.
"Yeah," she said weakly. Her blood was starting to leak down the bandage and onto Derek. If he noticed, he didn't seem to mind. The town looked to be in decent condition. In fact, it looked completely untouched, except for one thing. There were no people to be seen. "I don't want to be negative here," Melissa started, looking around, "but this place is a ghost town. Do you really think we're going to find a doctor here? I think it's more likely we'll find a whole clan of infected people."
"We'll find out when we get there," Derek said. "Is there any water left in the canteen?"
Will shook the one that was hanging around his neck. The sloshing sound revealed that there were no more than a few sips left.
"Here, Victoria,"
Derek said, holding it to her lips. She drank the water, then rested her head back on Derek. It had taken too much of her energy to swallow the tiny bit of liquid. "Is that it?" Will asked, as they followed the signs down a residential area. A small 4-story building sat in the distance. It had reflective glass on every side, the sunlight turning it into a magnificent shade of pink.
"I bet it is," Derek said.
"Listen, I don't think we should all go in at once." "Why not?" Melissa asked. "There's no one in this town. That's not a good sign." "So what should we do?" she asked. "Should we keep going until we find a working hospital? I'm sure we could take a car and drive to the next town fairly quickly."
"There's no time for that, even if we did drive," Derek said.
"But I still don't think we should all go in at once. Just in case of an ambush or a trap, you know? The militia knows we wouldn't get far without going to get help," Will said.
"Exactly," Derek answered. "But it is pretty crazy that we've made it this far."
"I'll go," Melissa said, pulling her gun from her pocket. "I'll run up there, check the entrance, and if it looks okay, I'll wave my canteen in the air."
"Are you sure?" Derek asked.
"I'm sure. I think I owe this to the group."
Will scoffed, but she ignored it. "If you're sure, go ahead," Derek said. "We'll be waiting for your signal."
Melissa slung her canteen over her shoulder and took off running down the street. Her flat feet pounded the pavement with every step, until she was out of sight. "I hope she gets attacked down there," Will muttered under his breath. "That would serve her right." Derek gently sat Victoria on the ground and elevated her injured leg. He looked up at Will, his icy blue eyes making contact with Will's. His stare was so intense that Will couldn't help but look away. "I think you need to go easy on her," Derek said. "It's a traumatizing thing, taking a life."
even if that person had been infected. She clearly feels bad about it. Will balled up his fists in frustration. Then how come she pulled the trigger so quickly? She was scared. I hate to say it, but I really think she made the right move. There was nothing that could have been done for your friend. Melissa was protecting herself, but she was also protecting the group. She was especially protecting you. You were inches from being infected. I think I could have calmed her down. Then we could have tied her up and kept her stable until we could get help. Wishful thinking, Derek said. That may have happened. But she could have also infected us all. There's no way of knowing. For what it's worth, she made a tough call that she's going to have to live with for the rest of her life. It would be good of you to stop treating her like the villain. Natalia wasn't the villain, Will argued. No, she wasn't. But this is war. People are going to die. It's never fair or just, but we have to keep fighting. We can't abandon our mission because we didn't like how it was going. We march on until we reach victory. Will kicked a rock across the street. He looked down the row of empty houses, wishing that Natalia would pop her head outside the front door like nothing had ever happened. The group heard gunshots coming from the direction of the hospital. Will and Derek were on high alert, but Victoria hardly stirred. She was being drained of life more and more by the minute. Do you think she's okay? Derek wondered out loud. Will didn't know how to answer that. He wasn't even sure he cared at that moment. Chapter 28. More shots rang out. Derek tensed up and grabbed his gun. I'm going to help her, he said. If we don't come back in 15 minutes, take Victoria and get out of here. But, Will started to object, but Derek had already left. He watched him stride down the street toward the hospital. An uneasy feeling sat in Will's stomach. If both of them were killed, then he would have to look after Victoria all by himself. Without a hospital, Victoria would surely die. Then he would be all alone. He didn't know if he could be on his own again. First, his parents had abandoned him. Then, Elaina and Alec got separated from them. Now, his newest traveling companions were about to get themselves killed. Besides, a life alone on the road would be so devastatingly lonely. He didn't know where he would go or what he would do. However, the thought of becoming attached to another group made his heart hurt. He didn't want to replace the people he'd already lost, and he didn't want to have to go through the pain of losing anyone else. Either way, he would be a broken man, traversing the barren land alone. I see a light, Victoria muttered. Her eyes only opened a small crack. What? Will stuttered, afraid that Victoria was leaving him before the others could get back. I see something shining over there. Don't go toward the light, Victoria. Stick with me. No, she said a little more forcefully. Look down the street. Do you see that too? Will turned his head. A metal canteen flew into the air and landed somewhere below the horizon. Then it re-emerged, flying even higher. The light from the setting sun hit the metallic side of the canteen, reflecting light back at Will and Victoria. That's her signal, Will said, scooping Victoria off the ground. Do you think it's safe to go? I don't think she would have thrown that thing in the air if it wasn't. Good point. Will carried Victoria toward the hospital, moving as fast as he could without causing more injury to her leg. Thankfully, Derek met them halfway and helped him bring her inside. He hadn't even made it to the front entrance before he saw the canteen. Melissa had worked quickly. The entrance is all clear, Melissa shouted, holding the front door open for them. I'm pretty sure the whole place is clear. The inside looks deserted. Okay, I want you to take up the lead again, Derek ordered. We're looking for a clean examination room. If we can find one with supplies ready, that would be good. Mostly, I'm concerned about being attacked while we're in here. Don't be afraid to use your weapon, but be careful with it. Only shoot if you're positive that the target is a threat." Just as he warned her, Derek tripped over something in the entrance, nearly losing his balance and dropping Victoria. "What the?" he started, before realizing what he had stepped on. Below his boot was the overturned body of a woman wearing a pair of mint green scrubs. Beside her were two other bodies, both wearing hospital gowns. "They were infected," Melissa grimaced. "I'm sure of it. I watched them clawing at each other before I made my shots." Derek stepped over the bodies, holding Victoria's body as far away from them as he could. "Any sign of others?" "Not that I could tell." Will squinted his eyes, so he only had to see just enough of the bodies necessary to step over them. Seeing people on the ground like that just made him think about Natalia. He needed any kind of distraction he could get. It didn't help that he was in a place that represented illness and death to him. He hadn't always hated hospitals. His mom was a nurse, so occasionally he would visit her at work. He hated germs and getting dirty, but her hospital always smelled like disinfectant. It made him feel safe. This hospital did not smell nice at all. Will could smell the faint odor of decaying flesh and was terrified to find something that would haunt him for years to come. "Has anyone ever told you that you're great at killing people?" Will said sarcastically to Melissa. "I mean, fantastic job here. I bet you killed them before you even saw their faces." "Shut up," she warned, her face turning beet red. "Did you see the fear in their eyes before you pulled the trigger? Or talk to their friends and family to make sure it was the right call?" "Stop it," she shrieked. "I had to do it. Why do you choose now to suddenly be an infected sympathizer? Have you always advocated for the rights of sick killers? Or is this all because I had to save you from your psycho girlfriend?" "Enough!" Derek roared, his voice echoing down the hall. "I can't move unless I have my unit in place. If I can't move, I can't help Victoria. Get into position and stop your bickering." Will stood up straight and brushed his hair out of his face. Melissa blinked tears of frustration away. "I think the first floor is mostly reception and maybe a few basic exam rooms," Melissa said. "A lot of times, the surgical suites are on higher floors." "Let's take the stairs," Derek ordered. Melissa opened the door to the staircase and walked through the dark toward the second floor. The next floor looked a lot more like the hospitals Will had visited his mom in during his childhood. But instead of clean and controlled activity, this was an unorganized and vacant mess. Carts full of supplies lay scattered on the floor. Extra beds lined the halls, and rooms were stuffed to the brim with an array of medical equipment. "This is really creepy," Will noted, pushing over a gurney so he could walk through the hall. "What happened here?" Melissa wondered. "I'm guessing that they got overwhelmed here. There's a good chance they saw a lot of patients who were suspected of being infected. I wonder if it just became too much for them to handle, and they had to shut down. Too high of a demand for medical care, too few providers willing to put their lives in danger." "That's my guess," Derek said. A shiver ran down Will's spine. There was something incredibly unsettling about an abandoned hospital. He thought about Elaina, who so desperately wanted to go to a hospital to do her research. If she knew how creepy it was, she wouldn't want to be there either. "How about this one?" Melissa asked, pointing to a room. She pushed supplies off the exam table and pulled a sheet of protective paper down. Not like it made that much of a difference at that point. "Good enough," Derek said, gently laying Victoria down on the table. She was starting to go in and out of consciousness. She didn't have much time. "What do you need, Derek?" Will asked, ready to help. "I'm going to need something to cauterize the wound. If this hospital has any other blood clotting supplies, grab those too. I need fresh syringes and bags of blood if we're going to try a transfusion. There should be enough gauze and bandages in here. Also, we're going to need lots of water and some food." "I'll get the medical supplies," Melissa said. "I'll look for a vending machine," Will answered. "Try not to split up too much," Derek said, as he began to unwrap Victoria's bandage. "There's only one gun between the two of you." "Okay," they replied quickly, before running out to gather their assigned supplies. Almost immediately,
Will split from Melissa and didn't look back, as she started to protest. It wasn't the safest plan, but things would run much more smoothly if they were apart. Melissa found an abandoned supply cart and overturned it, emptying it of its objects. She pushed it to a supply closet and searched each shelf, looking for anything that could be useful. She found a device that packed gunshot and stabbing wounds full of an absorbent gel that she figured would work to stop Victoria's bleeding, and tossed it in the cart. She grabbed scalpels and needles and syringes, along with long plastic tubes that she wasn't quite sure what they were used for. Finally, she picked up a small bottle of ibuprofen, if anything, to ease Victoria's silent suffering. The only thing the supply room didn't have was blood. There was even a refrigerated compartment in there, but the only thing it contained were ice packs. She sprinted back to the exam room, pulling the cart behind her. "I have everything but the blood," she huffed. "I have just about everything else you could need. I just don't think they have any more blood left at this hospital." "Damn," he swore under his breath, as he tried to search for the bullet and source of the bleeding with a pair of tweezers. "What's your blood type?" he asked Melissa. "AB, I think." "Why?" "Would you be a donor?" he asked, as he injected the clotting gel into Victoria's wound. Her knees almost buckled. Melissa hated needles and never made it through a blood test without almost fainting. She had also never given blood for the same reason. "I don't know," she said, her voice quivering. "I guess." "Sit down," Derek ordered, as he changed his gloves. He rifled through the supply cart until he found the largest syringe he could find. "This will have to do. Rub some of these alcohol pads on the inside of your arm." She followed his order, the scent of alcohol stinging her nostrils. She felt sick and wanted to back out, but when she looked at Victoria on the table, she knew she had no choice. "I know this isn't how these things are supposed to be done," he said, preparing the needle. "But I'm going to fill the syringe with your blood and inject it into her. Ready?" Melissa tearfully nodded as the tiny point of the syringe entered her arm. Back on the first floor, Will looked for a vending machine. He avoided looking at the dead bodies in the foyer as he made his search. Finally, he saw 2 vending machines in the waiting room. One contained drinks, and the other one had snacks. First, he tried to reach through the bottom with a coat hanger he found on the rack. He stretched the wire out and tried to poke down a bag of crackers. When that didn't work, he found a glass paperweight on the front desk and threw it at the front of the machine. Instead of shattering the front, it merely bounced off, hardly leaving a dent. This frustrated Will. He pounded on the machine with all his might. He kicked and punched at the machine until his hands and feet were bruised. A guttural scream rose from his chest and out his mouth, his anger and sadness over Natalia coming out through his violence. He finally had a way to release the emotions that clouded his mind. He was just beginning to feel better when a voice from behind him spoke. "What did that vending machine ever do to you?" Will's heart stopped, and he jumped to find out where the voice was coming from. He regretted ever ditching the girl with the gun. "I didn't mean to scare you," Alec said, his serious expression turning into a smile. "I just can't believe it's you." Chapter 29. Will stood next to the vending machine, completely stunned. He rubbed at his eyes, clearly seeing something that was not there. "I'm losing it," he said, slumping over against the machine. "Will?" Alec asked. "Is everything all right? You haven't been infected, have you?" "No, I haven't," Will said, shaking his head. "It's just not possible that you're here right now." "Let me help you with that machine," Alec said, searching the front desk for something that could help them open the vending machine. He returned with a paperclip and a screwdriver. "Let's try unlocking it before we completely destroy it, shall we?" Alec smiled. He maneuvered his tools in the little circular lock, prodding and poking around until he finally got the lock to release. Plastic bottles started spilling out from Will's beating, but they all remained intact. Alec and Will each grabbed a bottle of sports drink and chugged it.
Will wiped the blue residue off his face, his thirst finally quenched. "Want to try the other one?" Alec used his lock-picking skills to unlock the machine filled with food. They sat down and had a quick snack. "How long has it been for you?" Alec asked through a mouthful of crackers. "Since you last ate, I mean." Will thought back to the last meal they allowed him to have at the camp. "Besides a bite or two of a protein bar, nearly 2 days. How about you?" "Same," Alec replied. "So, you want to tell me what the hell happened to you at the hotel? Laney and I were worried sick about you guys." "It was all my fault," Will said, realizing that he may have avoided the rebels if it weren't for his curiosity. "I doubt it. Where's Natalia? I'd like to hear her side of things." Hearing her name made Will cringe. He didn't know how to tell Alec about it. He felt his throat get tight and didn't think he could get the words out. He had been holding so much in that when Alec looked him in the eyes, every emotion poured out of him. The tears that hadn't come after she was shot poured freely. "Will," Alec said, clearly concerned. "What happened to Natalia?" "She's dead," he choked out. Will sobbed, wiping his eyes and nose on his shirt. Alec stared down at the ground. Alec wasn't in disbelief that this happened to Natalia. He was shocked and horrified, but there was nothing he wouldn't believe anymore. He had heard crazy stories and seen terrible things. Anything was possible, especially the worst possible things. "Can you start from the beginning?" Alec asked. Will tried to speak, but he couldn't get more than 1 or 2 unintelligible words out without blubbering or hyperventilating. Okay, take it easy." Alec scooted over, pushing through bags of snack foods until he was seated a few inches away from Will. He put his hand on his shoulder in an effort to comfort him. Will practically toppled over on him, hanging onto his shoulders. Tears ran down Alec's shoulder, but he didn't mind. He knew how Will had felt about Natalia. Eventually, Will was able to gather himself and sit up. He sheepishly wiped at his red eyes and took a few deep, shuddering breaths. "I heard something outside of the hotel room," Will whispered, his voice hoarse from crying. "Natalia was scared, and I wanted to reassure her. I don't know why I did it. Curiosity got the better of me, I guess. We went out into the woods and got picked up by a group of rebel soldiers who took us to their camp." "We looked in the woods," Alec said. "When we couldn't find you, we assumed you had gone to the road. That's when we got captured." "By rebel soldiers?" Will gasped. "No, by some rednecks practicing their own form of vigilante justice. They were in the middle of a rigged trial for Elaina when we got out. They nearly killed her." Will shook his head. "I'm sorry. If I hadn't gone outside, none of that would have happened." "You can't blame yourself. It all worked out in the end. We managed to find each other." "Did it work out?" Will asked, his eyebrows furrowed. "Oh," Alec said, feeling embarrassed. "That wasn't what I meant. What I'm trying to say is, you don't know what would have happened if we'd managed to stay together. We might all be still locked up with the rednecks. If they didn't kill us all immediately, then they would have made us wish we were dead." "I guess." "What was this rebel camp?" Alec asked. "Was it anything like the military base we wound up at?" "It was so much worse," Will grimaced. "They tried to act like they cared about us. They tried to trick us into thinking they were going to take good care of us. Natalia and I knew better, though. Eventually, a group of them figured out that we were going to be test subjects for Brett and Vincent's newest virus." "Brett and Vincent?" "The one and only," Will grimaced. "If I could get my hands on him, I would kill him. There's no doubt about that. We were in the middle of our escape, and he injected Natalia with his new virus." Alec covered his face with his hands. He knew the man was a monster for injecting Elaina with the virus,
But Natalia was his daughter. There was no telling what that man would do, if he would willingly infect his own daughter. That makes me sick, Alec spat, feeling rage toward Breton. He killed his own daughter. Indirectly, of course, Will said. She didn't get sick right away. I thought that if, somehow, we could get her to Elaina, she'd be okay. But she started getting agitated, and one of our new travel partners shot her. I'm so sorry, man, Alec said. That's horrible. That murderer is around here somewhere, Will said. There are 2 others as well. I'm supposed to be gathering food and water for them now. I know you don't want to hear this, Alec said cautiously. But you know how the virus changes people. Someone else may have pulled the trigger, but Natalia was already gone the second she turned. You have no one to blame but Breton. Will looked at the floor and took a deep breath. Yeah, his voice quivered. But why did it have to be Natalia? Alec shook his head. I don't know. That man is truly evil. Will watched Alec open and eat another bag of crackers. He had completely lost his appetite. Nobody agrees with me, but I still think something could have been done. I have this feeling in my gut that if we had done something differently, she could have been saved. I'll never forgive Melissa for shooting her like that. Alec nodded, but didn't necessarily agree with his position. But he didn't say anything. The kid had been through a lot already. He needed a familiar face to show him support, not tell him that he was being silly. Also, it didn't feel like the right moment to tell him that Elaina was working on a cure that very well could have saved Natalia. There were so few people who knew Elaina had become infected in the first place, and it was probably best if it stayed that way. Will, Melissa called, running down the stairs. What's taking you so long? Derek sent me down here to find you. I'm over here, Will groaned, making all sorts of grotesque faces at the sound of her voice. Melissa shrieked at the sight of Alec and pointed her gun at him. Relax, Will roared. You can't just point and shoot at anyone you see. Go back upstairs. I don't want you down here. I'm just doing my job. Derek gave me the gun to protect us. Who is this guy? Has he infected you? I'm Alec, he said, turning to face her. He held his hands in the air to show her that he was not a threat. I'm not infected either. I was traveling with Will and Natalia before we got split up. Could you lower your weapon? She hesitantly brought the gun down to her side. Good, Alec said in his calm cop voice. It's nice to meet you. Melissa, isn't it? She nodded, her body still tense. I'm Alec. I have 2 friends who are currently on the 3rd floor. I promise you that they're not a danger to you. 2? Will asked. We picked up a stray along the way. Actually, he saved our asses. He earned what little protection we can afford him. How long have you been here? Melissa asked. I didn't hear anyone when I checked out the place. We heard you, Alec chuckled. Luckily, I looked out the window when I heard the noise and recognized Will. Otherwise, Thomas would have come down here, guns blazing. He's a good shot, too. Her face turned red. The thought of someone beating her at her own game embarrassed her. It was terrifying to know that not even a gun could give her the protection she desired. Yeah, Alec continued, speaking casually. Thomas was working as a sniper when we got picked up. He could have gunned you all down before you ever saw it coming. Not to mention, I'm a cop. I have some experience with shootouts. You're lucky you're with Will. Will felt a small smile come to his face. He knew what Alec was trying to do, and appreciated it. Seeing Melissa squirm really did raise his spirits. They were infected, Melissa stuttered. I was just trying to clear the way for the others to get to safety. I didn't want to come to this stupid hospital in the first place. Neither did I, Alec sighed. We must have arrived a few minutes before you did. Did you walk here? Will nodded. That stinks. We managed to get Thomas's truck. We're pretty much out of gas, but it brought us this far. So why did you come here? Will asked.
I know you hated the idea of coming to a hospital. Is everyone all right?" "Yeah, everyone's fine," he said quickly. "Laney's idea, you know?" he said, raising his eyebrows. "Oh," Will answered. "I suppose that makes sense. Is she working on something?" Alec gave him a tiny nod, not knowing if he could trust Melissa. "Thomas is with her in the lab right now." "I'm glad everyone in your crew is doing fine," Melissa blubbered, "because things aren't great in our camp." "What are you talking about, Melissa?" Will asked, getting annoyed with the girl. "That's why Derek wanted me to come down here. Did you forget about Victoria?" "No," Will answered, though, to be fair, he had been so taken aback by Alec's appearance that he did forget about everything else. He picked up the bottles of water that Derek requested and put a few bags of fruit snacks in his pocket for him. "I was sent down here to get water, remember? Alec helped me open the machines. I'm on my way up right now." "Don't bother," she said, tears filling her eyes. "If you're so concerned, why are you down here? Why aren't you helping Derek with Victoria's wound?" Melissa gritted her teeth. "I was helping him. I even gave her some of my blood. It was no use. There wasn't anything we could do. She's dead, Will. Victoria is dead." Alec looked at Will, ready to support him through another devastating loss, but his demeanor was surprisingly calm. Will stood up straight and simply nodded his head. "I'm going to go upstairs to give things to Derek," Will said, holding an armful of food and drinks. "I'll come find you in the lab once I'm done." "Are you sure?" Alec asked. "I can come with you." "Yeah, it's no problem. Could you do me a favor, though?" "Sure." "Can you tell Elaina about Natalia?" "I don't think I can do it." Alec patted him on the shoulder. He didn't want to deliver the news either, but it would be too much for Will to recount the story again. "Sure thing," he said. "I'll see you up there." Chapter 30. "What's this?" Thomas asked, pointing to a round machine that Elaina was trying to hook up to an emergency generator. "It's a centrifuge. It's going to separate the blood into different parts so I can look at it. Didn't you use one in high school chemistry class?" Thomas shrugged. "I didn't take a lot of science classes. I'm sorry I'm not going to be much help." "Do you know anything about generators?" He nodded and got to work, figuring out how to power her lab. Like everything else in the hospital, the place had been ransacked. Specimen containers littered the counters, as if the lab technicians didn't have time to put them in order and just tossed them wherever there was room. Elaina carefully cleared off a counter into an already full trash can. Even in its messy state, the hospital's lab was better than anything she had used since the epidemic started. It still wasn't on the same level as her university laboratory, but it was much better than the others she'd tinkered in. Though some of it was broken, the equipment was top-notch. She didn't know much about the town they were in, but she figured it had to be somewhat wealthy for them to afford such nice equipment. "Now we're up and running," Thomas said, watching the whir of the centrifuge. "Thanks," Elaina said, as she loaded it with test tubes. "Is there anything else I can do?" he asked. He was hovering over her, too close for her to be able to think. "No, that's all I can think of right now. I'll let you know if I need anything else, though." Thomas found a stool and sat down for a moment, but quickly became bored and started wandering around the lab. He would pick up a piece of glassware and examine it before setting it back down. "When do you think Alec is going to be back?" he asked. "I don't know," Elaina answered. "I think he's going to talk to Will. Maybe he'll meet the other people he's with. Hopefully he'll find some food." She pricked her finger with a lancet and smeared a drop of blood on a microscope slide. She dropped a glass cover on top and put it underneath the microscope. "Aren't you curious about what happened to him? Who do you think the other people are? Wasn't there another girl with him?" Elaina tried not to look up from the microscope when she spoke. "I'll find out eventually. I'd like to get as much work done as possible before we get too many distractions. I've been through this before. I'll be working on something, and then we'll have to pack up and leave. For once,
I'd like to finish what I started." She looked at her blood again and was surprised with what she saw. Breton's virus was still very much apparent, but so were her antibodies from the serum. It didn't look like her serum could completely knock out the other virus, but it had weakened it. Oftentimes, viruses never really went away. Symptoms would pass, but a virus could remain dormant in a person's body for years. Sometimes it stuck around for life. Usually, it wouldn't do any harm to the body, but occasionally, symptoms could return under times of immune weakness due to stress or other health conditions. Elaina was in decent health to begin with. She didn't have a superb diet and fitness regimen, but she wasn't sickly. However, she knew that in her current state, her health mattered more than ever. Unfortunately, she only ate what she could find, slept very little, and encountered more stress than she had during her days as a doctoral student. She feared that at her current rate, she would find herself in trouble. But there was nothing else she could do. She couldn't make more time for sleep when she was fleeing her captors. She couldn't eat better when there were no fresh foods to be found. She couldn't relax when infected people were trying to rip her to shreds. "How does it look?" Thomas asked her after a long bout of silence between the two of them. "Surprisingly, not too bad. I think my serum is doing exactly what I want it to do. Of course, there's always room for improvement. I'm just glad to see that Breton's virus hasn't completely taken over my blood." "That's good news." "It is. I wonder if I introduce a higher dosage of my serum, if I can completely kill the bad virus off. I'm going to tweak it and replicate it now." "Cool," Thomas said, still wandering around. "Is there anything you want me to do?" Elaina didn't have any work for him, and his presence was starting to really irritate her. She liked to work in silence. Someone asking very basic questions threw off her concentration. "Could you see what Alec is up to? I could use some water." "Sure thing. I'll be right back. Don't worry." "I won't," she said under her breath. She scribbled down some notes in a lab notebook, and then returned to the microscope. She watched as the little viruses swam around in her blood. She could look at them all day, just marveling at how much work it took to create such unique specimens. In fact, she was so enthralled with her discovery that she didn't even look up when she heard someone walk past the lab. She sighed, having hoped that it would have taken Thomas a lot longer to find Alec. "Back so soon?" she asked, adjusting the lens. Silence. She looked up to see a man she had never seen before, wearing a bloody lab coat. His skin looked gray, and his hair was disheveled. The second she acknowledged the man's presence, he snarled at her. "Help!" she screamed, but this only enraged the infected man more. He jumped at her so quickly that she didn't have time to defend herself. She was only able to grab the lancet, which hardly affected the infected man when she jammed it into his side. It didn't appear as if he could feel pain in the same way healthy people could. She toppled over off her lab stool onto the floor. The man pinned her down, his face inches from hers. She could smell his putrid breath and felt his scaly skin on hers. The man contorted himself and craned his neck in order to sink his teeth into Elena's flesh, trying to injure and infect her. But at the last moment, she wrestled her arm free and shoved her hand in his face, snapping his head back. "Laney!" Alec shouted, having finally returned with supplies. He dropped his goods on the floor and rushed to help. Will was right on his heels, having heard the commotion from the stairwell. They both grabbed the man and managed to shove him into the side room. Locking the door, they listened to the man scream and thrash around for a moment before falling silent. The adjacent room had a wide-tinted window, and Alec watched the man, studying his curious behavior. "Are you okay?" Alec asked Elaina. "Yeah, fine. I'm just a little startled," she said, sitting back on her stool. She smoothed a hand through her hair and gathered her notes into a neat pile. "Why is he acting like that?" Will asked. "It's like he can't see through the glass," Melissa said, standing in the doorway. "He can't," Alec said. "It's a two-way mirror. We can see him, but he can't see us."
"Why is he so calm now?" Will asked. "It's like nothing was ever wrong with him."
"I don't know. Sometimes there's a switch that can make it a normal window." Alec looked around until he found an extra switch on the wall. He turned the knob, and suddenly the man began to rage again. Alec quickly switched it back, and the man fell silent.
"That's bizarre," Elaina said. "It appears that the rage symptoms are only a response to others. If the infected person is alone, they're just sick. Once you stimulate them with other humans, the rage kicks back in and they go berserk. The only problem is we can only report the cases of people going crazy because there have to be witnesses present, and the witnesses set them off."
Will whipped his head around toward Melissa.
"See? You didn't have to shoot her," he bellowed. "If we would have gotten her into isolation, she would have stood a chance. You murdered her. Plain and simple."
"What?" Elaina started to ask, but Alec violently shook his head. She closed her mouth.
"What was I supposed to do?" Melissa asked. "We were in the woods. There was no isolation chamber for her to wait it out in. What would we have done then? There was no way to cure her. She would have died, plain and simple. I'm sorry, but no matter how you spin this, I am in the right."
Will stormed out of the room, muttering something about going to see Derek. Melissa went to the hallway and sat down, sobbing. "What's going on?" Thomas asked tentatively, stepping back into the room. "Nothing," Alex said wearily. "We caught an infected person, but everything is fine now." "Then why is there a girl crying in the hallway?" Alex slouched down on a stool. "Lainey, I have something to tell you." "I have a bad feeling I already know what it is," she said nervously. She set her work down, removing all distractions. "When we lost Will and Natalia, they got picked up by a rebel army organization. Breton was testing his new virus there. He injected Natalia when they were trying to escape. She attacked Will and nearly bit him. That girl out there, Melissa, shot and killed her to save Will." Elaina rested her head in her hands.
"Breton did that?"
She didn't ask because she couldn't believe it, but because it was too horrible to be true. "Yeah, they just barely got away. Will's really torn up about it. He's been lashing out at Melissa."
"She probably made the right call," Elaina muttered. "I just wish I could have been there."
"Me too. But we can't beat ourselves up about it," Alex said, looking at the infected man on the other side of the glass, curled up in a ball. Elaina nodded. "Do you mind if I work alone for a little bit? I just need some time to process this." "Of course. I'll be nearby if you need anything. You've got a whole team of bodyguards now."
"Thanks."
Once everyone was gone, Elaina backed away from her workstation and rested her head on the table. Hot tears poured from her eyes. As she cried for her fallen friend, she felt the pain of losing her sister all over again. "We couldn't save her, Lily," she sobbed to herself, wrapping her hand around the tiny remains of her serum. She rolled the smooth glass vial in her hand, focusing on all the work and sacrifice it took to produce such a tiny portion. Steeling herself, she sat up and wiped her eyes. Will had left a bottle of water on the floor when he stormed out, so she drank until she replaced the tears she'd cried for Natalia. As callous as it felt, she didn't have time to mourn an innocent life when there were many more to save. Elaina gathered her supplies and got back to work. Chapter 31. Elaina put the last of her serum in the incubator and closed the door. Now she had nothing to do but wait for the virus antibodies to develop. She hated this part of the process. She liked to feel like she was accomplishing something. Plus, she was so eager to start testing on infected people. She looked through the two-way mirror at the infected man in the lab coat. She wondered if he was a doctor, or had just found the coat in the chaos and put it on. In his infected state, it made no difference to her, though she wished she could pick the mind of a doctor who had dealt with infected patients. Perhaps he would have a better understanding of the physical effects than she did. In her daydreams, she would finish the serum and test it on the infected man before he succumbed to the illness. As it were, he looked close to death. Occasionally, he would wipe a trail of blood from his nose, or even from his eyes. However, he was completely docile, as long as no one was within his field of vision. At least they had that going for them. She knew that the virus would eventually cause organ damage, which would lead the whole body to shut down. But when she thought about it, she had yet to see an infected person die that way. In all the cases of death she'd witnessed, the deaths were caused by blunt force trauma or gunshot wounds. Always a fan of facts and figures, she wished there was some sort of data collected to break down the causes of death in infected patients. She had a bad feeling that most of the deaths could be attributed to controlling the spread of the virus. Alec and Will returned to the lab with Derek, Thomas, and Melissa. Will had a sullen look on his face. "Are you busy?" Alec asked her, as he peeked his head in the doorway. "No, I'm just waiting on these viruses to replicate for my serum." "Okay. I figured we could formally introduce you to Melissa and Derek." "Hi," Elaina said awkwardly. "How much have you heard about me?" Melissa twiddled her thumbs. "Alec told us everything. Don't worry, we came to the conclusion on our own that you weren't the one who released the virus." "That's good," she said with a hint of sarcasm. She was getting tired of having to defend her innocence. "I suppose it helps that you've met Brett and Vincent. He's probably my best defense in this whole thing." Derek nodded. "You can't really defend the man's actions once you've seen his true character. I'm sorry about what happened to your friend." "I'm sorry about what happened to yours," she replied. She sounded like a nice woman. "She was," Will responded. "They both were." Everyone fell silent. Both Will and Melissa looked straight at the ground, unable to make eye contact with anyone. "Well," Derek said, breaking the awkward tension, "I'm glad that you're on our side." He extended his hand toward Elaina to show her that he trusted and respected her. She shoved her hand into his and quickly shook it. "What's that?" Derek asked, his tone changing. His grip on Elena's hand tightened. "What?" Elaina started, anxious by his sudden change in demeanor. She looked down at her hand and noticed a half-moon shape on her hand. "Those are teeth marks," Derek said. "Did you get bitten by the infected person? It looks like your skin is broken." Elaina picked up a cotton swab and brushed it over her hand. A tiny trace of blood smeared onto the bleached cotton puff. The imprint of bite marks was unmistakably from the infected man she'd shoved away. "Why didn't you say anything?" Alec asked, trying to suppress the fear in his voice. "I didn't know," Elaina exclaimed, recklessly pouring rubbing alcohol on the wound. The alcohol stung her skin. "I was too freaked out by the attack to notice, and then I got busy with my work. It's not uncommon for me to completely space out when I'm working." Elaina wished she had Natalia to vouch for this fact. She had seen Elaina work in the lab and knew how wrapped up in her work she got. After gaining a little shred of credibility, Elaina feared her new acquaintances would turn on her. As she had learned with Alec, if someone didn't know her already, they might not believe her idiosyncrasies were authentic. She had told her story too many times to be called a liar again. "Don't you dare!" Will roared at Melissa, who had just placed her hand in her pocket. "Everybody relax," Alex said. "This is clearly an issue we need to deal with immediately. We need to stay calm and think rationally. Let's keep our weapons out of it." "How do you feel?" Will asked nervously. He looked for some of the signs Natalia showed, but didn't see any. "I feel fine. Honestly, I didn't even realize I had been bitten. The bite isn't that deep. It just hardly grazed my skin. You still have the virus in your system, Derek said. Besides, Natalia didn't show symptoms right away either. You need to go into isolation immediately. Wait, Alex said. What about your cure? As far as I know, it's kept the infection at bay so far. I think it's been about a week since I've been infected. The others looked at Elaina with different degrees of puzzlement on their faces. I only told this to Alec, Elaina said, preparing for a full riot. But when we were at the army camp, Breton infected me with his virus too. In fact, he injected me, just like he did with Natalia. Will looked like he was going to be sick. The others looked like they wanted nothing to do with Elaina. Melissa's hand was shaking in her pocket. I immediately gave myself a dose of my working cure, and it seems to be working well, Elaina said. I haven't had any symptoms yet. But I'd be lying if I said that I was definitely immune. The truth is, I have no idea if it's going to work. I have a hunch that it will, but I wouldn't stake my life on it. I wouldn't stake anyone else's life on it. But you might be immune to it, right? Alec asked. I might. I might not be, too. Melissa and Derek looked highly uncomfortable. A vein in Derek's forehead was twitching. We need to keep the uninfected safe, he said. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you may end up being a danger to us if you start having rage symptoms. I would never want to put you in danger, Elaina said. If I don't make it, I don't make it. I'll succumb to the virus in isolation if it comes down to it. Alec winced. The thought of losing Elaina was so painful to him that he couldn't even fathom the thought of it. If Elaina couldn't survive the virus, then what hope did the rest of the world have? Her knowledge would die along with her. But if anything happens to me, she said, taking a shuddering breath, you need to give my notes to someone who can carry out my work. I've written everything down, and any scientist worth anything could follow the steps and produce a pretty good serum. I have about 25 milliliters of serum in the incubator, which would help keep symptoms at bay for most people. Plus, I think it could work as a vaccine, too, if the current strain doesn't change too much. Come on, Alex said. Don't say that. You're going to be fine. No, Derek said. This is good to know. I think it's time to isolate yourself now. Elaina nodded. She grabbed a couple bottles of water and a bag of cookies. I'm going to sit in this closet for a few hours. How long do you think it took Natalia to turn? Maybe 3 hours, Melissa estimated. Okay, then let's make it 5 to be safe. I'll hang out here for a little while. If I'm not showing symptoms when the time's up, we can assume that my particular case is different, and I might not become contagious. We'll come check on you periodically, Alec promised. If you need anything, we'll be around. Okay, Elaina said, heading into the closet. You know what to do if things get bad, right? Everyone nodded. Good. I'll see you in 5 hours. Elaina closed the door behind her, and Derek propped a chair against the doorknob. He returned to the wide window to look at the infected man, whose vitals were quickly fading. Has anyone looked at these notes? Melissa asked. Maybe we can start making more of the serum while she's in there. She said her directions were pretty clear. Oh, I didn't realize you were a scientist, Will said sarcastically. I'm not. But how hard can it be? She picked up the notebook and started flipping through pages. As she read, her face fell. Can anyone else make sense of this? Alec and Will looked at the notebook. Elaina had written an extremely detailed log of every step in her process, along with diagrams of what the different chemical structures and viruses were supposed to look like. But no one was able to even pronounce the words, let alone understand what they meant. What are the chances we find another scientist? Will said wearily. The only other scientist we've seen in months is a complete psychopath. What are we supposed to do if she dies? No one answered. Even if they managed to find someone else to replicate the serum, it would take too long. They needed to be able to distribute it before the entire country's population fell ill. "I'm going to go back downstairs and get Victoria's body," Derek said, breaking the silence. "I don't want it to sit around here with the other dead people. She deserves a proper burial." "I'll help you," Alec said. "Me too," Thomas agreed. Will and Melissa followed them out of the room. There was nothing they could do in the lab until Elena's isolation period was over. Derek pulled a gurney into the room, and with Alec's help, lifted Victoria's body onto it. Will couldn't look at her. He was tired of seeing dead bodies everywhere he went. Thomas covered her with several white towels. Then they proceeded down the stairs and wheeled her body to the garden behind the hospital. "Listen," Alec said quietly as he trailed behind with Will. "It's not healthy for you to be this angry. You have to find a way to get through this. It's going to eat you alive if you don't." "There is no getting through this," Will said. "I don't know how to forgive someone for killing Natalia. I don't know how to forgive my mom for killing my dad, or how to forgive my dad for pushing her to that point. I don't know how to forgive myself for doing nothing to stop any of it. None of those people are to blame. If you want to direct your blame it on Breton. Otherwise, let it go. I know you're hurting, but being angry at Melissa is going to poison the whole group." They watched as Thomas and Derek started digging with the 2 shovels they'd found in the maintenance closet. Will let out a strangled chuckle. "What?" Alec asked. "Nothing. I just realized that this is the first burial I've seen since the virus hit. So many people around me have died. Yet this is the first time any sort of respect has been made for the dead. There hasn't been too much time to grieve. It wasn't safe to stay in one place for too long. Maybe that's my problem," Will mused. "I haven't been able to find closure. Each death makes me feel a little bit worse. It's starting to be too much for me to handle." "Well," Alec said, walking toward the hole in the ground, "here's your chance. We're only burying Victoria, but maybe you should memorialize everyone else you've lost." Will nodded. "Okay, I'll try." They gathered around the rectangular hole as Derek and Thomas lowered her in. Then they all took turns scooping a pile of dirt back in to cover her. "I would say a few words about her," Thomas said, "but I never knew her." "None of us really did," Derek said. They stood around in silence before walking away, one by one. Will was the last to leave. He picked up a handful of soil and slowly scattered it on the grave. "Goodbye," he whispered, before getting up and following the others inside. Something about the makeshift funeral eased a hurt inside of him that had been nagging him for some time. He didn't feel great, but he felt a little more like himself. Having nowhere else to be, the group went back to the lab to see how Elaina was doing. Only 4 hours had passed, but everyone was anxious to see how she felt. Not only did they want the virologist to make it so she could continue working on the cure, but if she felt fine, that meant that they were close to seeing a cure for the Vincent virus. "Who wants to check on her first?" Thomas asked, trying to avoid making eye contact with anyone. As curious as they were about her condition, no one wanted to put their life or her life in jeopardy. Everybody put their head down. The unknown risk on the other side of the door was too frightening to fathom. "Or we could just give it another hour," Thomas said quickly, looking at the door. They all agreed. Little was likely to change for Elena's condition, but perhaps by then someone would build up the courage to face their fears. Chapter 32. Growing anxious from waiting, the group found a doctor's lounge on the 3rd floor and set up camp. It had been ransacked, just like every other room in the place, but at least it was devoid of dead bodies. Their standards for what made a space livable had plummeted in the past few months. The atmosphere in the room was uncomfortable at best. Alec didn't know any of the new companions, yet they had made important decisions and buried a body together. When he thought about it, he hadn't even known Will for very long, yet he felt a strong connection to him. With Natalia gone, his urge to keep Will safe grew. The group dynamic wasn't set up to deal with awkward silences. Alec was soft-spoken to begin with, relying on others to start the conversation. His social skills involved listening more than speaking. As a cop, he learned that a keen eye and good observation skills could be more powerful than a gun at times. He did his best to keep things cordial, but it wasn't really within his skill set to entertain. Thomas was a shy kid with trust issues. His old group had taken him in and given him protection, but forced him to do the jobs they didn't want. That meant that when he wasn't on watch duty, he was scooping dead bodies off the streets and cleaning the portable toilets. As the youngest member, he hadn't been treated fairly. He felt more at home in his new group because no one forced him to do anything he didn't want to do. But they weren't his friends. He didn't feel like the others had anything in common with him. That was the saddest part, because he so desperately wanted to connect with others and be a respected member of a group. Derek knew better than to make friends with anyone. Way before the epidemic started, he had lost friends in battle. He knew that it was important to work as a team, but this war took so many more lives than he'd witnessed in armed conflicts. He could lead a group and make the tough calls when circumstance made it necessary, but he didn't feel like joking around and playing games like he would with his fellow soldiers. Besides, everyone had slightly different goals. It wasn't easy to feel unified when they weren't all working toward the same thing. Melissa didn't have experience socializing with mixed company and mixed ages. She'd been finishing up her final year of high school when her friends and family died, and she hadn't had the chance to go outside her comfort zone before she was forced to grow up. Her life had revolved around the latest gossip and weekend slumber parties with the girls. Suddenly, she was thrust into a world where people she knew left her, and people she didn't know were betraying her. She couldn't trust anyone, and made it her mission to survive at any cost. She had to look out for herself. Otherwise, she feared no one would. Will was typically the life of the party. No one could resist his boyish charm. Whenever there was drama and negativity, all he had to do was flash his bright smile and make a joke to ease the tension. He was optimistic and energetic, and always knew how to make others feel included and wanted. But tragedy had taken so much of his jovial spirit away from him. He was working on facing his problems and moving on. But it was hard, and he knew he wouldn't get back to normal overnight. In contrast, Natalia and Victoria had both been bright, shining personalities who could talk at length on any subject or listen intently. While Natalia loved kidding around and listening to juicy gossip, Victoria was fascinated with people from all walks of life and loved to listen to people's stories. Together, they could have easily pulled the rest of the group together and helped create a tight-knit community. But, alas, they were gone. Even Elaina could hold a decent conversation, as long as it had to do with science and nothing else. Unfortunately, Elaina was locked away in a closet, awaiting a change in her biology. So instead of getting to know each other better, the remaining healthy figures lounged around on couches and thought about how insane their new world was to place them in their current position. Melissa sat on the floor and was clicking the top of a pen she had found in the mess. Every once in a while, she would look at the clock and let out a long sigh. Everyone else noticed, but no one wanted to address it. After one particularly dramatic sigh, Alec snapped. "What is it?" he asked wearily. "Has anyone else been keeping time?" "Not really. I was about to fall asleep." Alec yawned. Will rolled around and buried his face in the couch at the sound of her voice. "It's been 5 hours. Aren't we going to check on Elaina?" Everyone looked at Alec for a response. He wasn't prepared to give one. He was curious about Elena's condition, but he was too nervous to find out if she had fallen ill or if her cure had kept the symptoms at bay. He had a much greater stake in Elena's health than the others did. Despite their ups and downs, they had been through a lot together, and he had really grown to like her. When he was idle and his mind wandered, he thought about their time together in the closet and jail cell. They hadn't had the time to discuss their feelings for each other since then, because there had always been too many people around, and the timing was never right. Though they agreed that it wasn't appropriate for them to engage in anything remotely close to a relationship, Alec couldn't keep from thinking about what it would be like to be with Elaina. He was amazed at her brilliance and enjoyed talking to her. She was quiet and at times awkward, but he didn't mind. The more they got to know each other, the more comfortable he felt being around her. He thought she felt the same way. That's why it was so difficult for him to volunteer to check on Elaina. He hoped she would be fine, but Alec was terrified of being the one to discover that she was not. "How long has it been since you knocked on the door, Will? An hour?" "She was doing fine then," Thomas said. "I'm sure she's still doing okay." "That's different," Melissa interjected. "Remember the guy in the other room? He was going crazy until you put him in a room by himself. Maybe the same thing happened to her. We can't assume that she's symptom-free unless someone checks on her. It's probably best if whoever goes in there is calm, just in case she needs to be talked down before we shut her back in there." "Right," Alec said, knowing that if anyone's presence had a positive effect on her, it would probably be him. "I guess I'll go check on her." Will turned around. "Why don't you have Melissa do it? She seems eager to make a decision on Elaina." "I don't know if that's a good idea," Thomas said quietly, looking at the ground. "You're right," Will said, snapping his fingers. "We don't want Elaina dead." "Enough!" Derek shouted, getting up from his seat. "I'm going to check on Elaina. Everyone else, just stay here and wait for me to return. Try not to kill each other while I'm gone." "Tell that to Melissa," Will muttered. They heard Derek grumbling about something as he left. Alec couldn't make out what he said, except something about children. Derek walked down the cluttered corridor alone, slightly nervous about what he would find on the other side of the laboratory closet door. He kept a brave face at all times, never wanting to give anyone a reason to panic. He didn't always like having to be the tough guy, always barking orders and being responsible for everyone. But if he didn't, no one else would. His new group was so close to falling apart. He knew that fear had a lot to do with their raging emotions, but it was becoming stressful for him. Many times he felt himself about to lose control of his temper, especially when Melissa and Will fought. When he got to the lab, Derek took his gun off safety and knocked on the door. "Elaina? It's Derek. How are you feeling?" "I'm not feeling particularly angry or bleeding from any orifices, if that's what you're asking. I'm pretty bored, though." Derek looked around the room, wishing he had some backup, but ultimately knowing that it was safest for everyone if they stood back. "Okay," he said in a warning voice. "I'm going to open the door now. Maybe just stay where you are for the time being, okay?" "That's fine," she said, her voice muffled by the door. Derek opened it a crack, showing his face, in case his physical presence set her off. She seemed fine, so he opened it all the way and took a few steps back. "Take this," he said, grabbing a thermometer from the counter, handing it to her. She placed it in her mouth, and they waited in silence. When it beeped, she took a look at the screen and then handed it to Derek. He grabbed the very end of it with his fingertips. "Normal," he said, before setting it back on the counter. "I guess that's a good sign. Plus, the fact that I'm not trying to kill you is another good sign," she said, giving a weak chuckle. Derek stared at her, trying to visually assess her. She didn't have any of the trademark symptoms of an infected person. but he still suspected that there was something that was not quite right about her. "Are you feeling any symptoms at all?" he asked. "I understand you might be scared to admit it, but it's best for everyone if you're completely honest with me." She nodded. "I feel slightly jittery, like you get when you're nervous. My stomach feels a little off, too. But again, like it would if you're nervous about something, or you've been eating too much junk food." "Are you nervous about something?" he asked, not prepared to have this kind of discussion with her. He really didn't know her well enough to give her any kind of advice or support. She chewed on a fingernail. "If my cure doesn't save me, then not only am I a sham, but I die. So, if I'm not okay, then I've lost everything." Derek looked at the ground. "How should we proceed? I saw people become infected and turn pretty quickly at the beginning. Natalia took a lot longer to turn than I thought she would. Do you think there's a different incubation period depending on the strain?" "That may be true. I don't exactly know what the different viruses or mutations look like. There could be 100 by now." "So there could be different incubation periods?" "I'd say so, yes," Elaina said. Derek hoped his point was coming across. The way she chewed at her lip seemed to express that she understood what he was trying to say. "Do you want to wait here with me while I look at my blood? I think I'd feel safer if you were here." "Sure," Derek said, finding a stool in the corner of the room to sit on. He watched as she took a tiny drop of blood from her finger and put it on a slide. She hummed to herself as she looked through the microscope. "What do you see?" Derek asked after about 5 minutes, his curiosity getting the better of him. "I can definitely distinguish between the 2 viruses in my blood. The one that Breton injected me with is in a weakened state. The new virus is slightly different than the other one, and I think my serum can do the same thing to this new one." "Does it look like your antibodies are attacking the new virus?" he asked. "Not yet. It takes a little while for them to recognize an intruder. They just kind of sneak in and multiply before the antibodies have time to react. It could take a day or 2 for my body to even form a response of any kind." She took the slide off the microscope and turned it off. She stretched her arms and legs, still feeling a little cramped from sitting in a closet for over 5 hours. It all sounded very promising, but Derek was still skeptical. He didn't have time for maybes and hypotheticals. He would feel a lot better if he knew whether Elaina was a danger or not. But he figured if he was nervous about her outcome, she was 10 times more worried. "Look, I know what you want to say, but you're afraid to," Elaina said, in an unconventionally bold move. "I know you don't trust me, and I don't know if I trust myself. I'm willing to spend the rest of the night in the lab, just to make sure nothing happens overnight. You can lock me in the lab, but I don't want to go back into that tiny closet. That way you can look through the window and check in on me." Derek was relieved. He didn't want to be the one to tell her that he didn't quite trust her and her work. "I'll inform the others. We'll reassess your health in the morning. I'll lock the door now if you don't need anything else." "I'm fine. I'll see you all tomorrow," she said, holding a cotton ball to her bleeding finger. Without saying another word, Derek walked back into the hallway, carrying his stool with him. Elaina locked the door from the inside, and he wedged the chair underneath the handle. Elaina looked at him through the window and gave him a single nod. He quickly bowed his head and turned on his heel, walking back down the hall to brief the others. Chapter 33. Alec woke up very early in the morning. It was one of those nights where he woke so frequently that it didn't feel like he had slept at all. If it weren't for the strange, intermittent dreams, he would have thought that he'd spent the entire night staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore the sound of Will's sleep-talking. His dreams were short and nonsensical. Images of Elaina and Natalia walking through empty streets filled his slumber. At one point, he even had a dream that he was at a health clinic, getting a vaccination, while Elaina held his hand and laughed at his squeamishness. Alec squinted to look at the clock. It was 5:30 in the morning, and the others were still fast asleep. No one had even stirred for as long as Alec could remember. Sleep was a luxury these days, and everyone used the rare moment of peace to their advantage. After Derek had gotten back from the lab, they'd argued about where they were going to spend the rest of the night. Derek suggested they clear out a few more rooms near the lab, just in case something happened with Elaina. Melissa refused, arguing that they already had a lounge for all of them to sleep in. Plus, if Elaina became violent and escaped, she didn't want to be nearby. Thomas agreed, suggesting that if they split up, they wouldn't be able to watch out for each other if an infected person stumbled into the hospital. Finally, they decided that they would all crash in the doctor's lounge and sleep there until morning. Alec laid in his makeshift bed for as long as he could stand it, before quietly creeping outside the lounge. He walked softly down the hallway, careful not to wake his travel companions. The last thing he wanted was to startle someone and get a bullet through his head. He peered into the window, nervous about what he would see on the other side. On the floor, he spotted Elaina, curled up in a ball on the floor. His heart pounded, afraid that she had fallen ill in the night and no one was there to help her. He rapped a knuckle on the glass, his heart pounding through his chest. Fortunately, she rolled over when he knocked the second time. "What are you doing?" she asked through the door. "I should ask you the same thing. What were you doing? You looked sick." "I was sleeping," she laughed, rubbing her eyes. "Do you know what time it is?" "I couldn't sleep. How are you feeling?" "Besides sleepy, I feel fine. Do you want to take that chair out of the door handle and come in? Or would you rather talk to me through the door?" Alec moved the stool, and Elaina unlocked and opened the door. He set the stool down next to her stool and sat down. "Well, if I'm awake, I might as well test my blood again," Elaina said, grabbing her supplies and setting up her workstation. She drew another droplet of blood, her bandaged fingers outnumbering her non-punctured fingers. She craned her neck to look at her sample, completely in her zone. It would have been more thrilling to look at if it weren't a life-or-death situation for her. "So?" Alec asked, her silence making him nervous. "What do you see?" She smiled, still looking at her blood. "What is it?" he asked, a smile growing on his face. "Is it good?" She finally looked up at him. "The antibodies in the serum are responding to the new virus. The virus count for Breton's laboratory virus has decreased, and the serum is attacking the new virus from the bite. I don't know if I'm completely out of the woods yet, but it looks like things are going well. I don't think I'm contagious, and I'm certainly not having any symptoms." Alec let out a sigh of relief. "That's good news. I was pretty worried for a while." "I was too," she said, reapplying disinfectant to her bite, which was hardly anything more than a faint, thin line. "Believe me, I was terrified that I wasn't going to make it." "But you are, right?" Alec asked, as she stood up to put her supplies away. "I believe so. Yes," she said, smiling more brightly than she had in a while. Without thinking, Alec walked toward her and scooped her up in his arms, embracing her. He lifted her a few inches off the ground, twirling around in a circle. He felt so much relief and joy in knowing Elaina Morgan would be around for a while longer. Having her in his presence made his journey to safety almost tolerable, and at some moments, enjoyable. As quickly as he picked her up, he gently set her down, feeling slightly embarrassed. They both knew that anything more than a friendship would be inappropriate, and physical contact was frowned upon when disease was so readily spread. "Sorry," Alex said, his ears turning pink. Elaina blushed hard. She turned around and started rummaging through glassware, as if she were fully concentrated on finding something. "It's fine," she said. "I don't mind, really. It's just that I still have the virus in my system. I don't think I'm contagious, but I don't want to put anyone at risk." "Of course," he said.
I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I was really happy that you're okay."
"I am too," she said, returning to her workstation. "Should we tell the others my good news?"
"Yeah," Alex said, excited to see the looks on the others' faces when she told them that her cure was working. They walked back to the break room, buzzing with excitement. It took all of Alec's restraint not to throw open the door and cheer about Elena's recovery. "Hey!" Alec hissed, hoping to wake the others in a gentle manner. The sun was coming up, casting an orange light into the room. Derek sat up abruptly, but the others remained sleeping.
"What's wrong?"
Derek asked, looking around wildly.
"Nothing,"
Alex said, holding up his hands. "It's good news, I promise."
"What's going on?"
Will grumbled, stretching so strenuously that he almost fell off the couch.
"Tell them, Elaina,"
Alex said, turning to her. He didn't want to seem too eager.
"I tested my blood," she said, looking embarrassed. "I'm responding to the serum. As far as I know, I'm not a risk, and my serum is somewhat effective on the different strains."
"That's awesome," Thomas said. "Congratulations."
The others gave their congratulations and well wishes through bleary eyes and dry mouths. While Elaina explained what she'd seen in her blood, Alec went down to the vending machine to grab food for the group.
"Breakfast,"
he said, dumping a selection of snack cakes and pastries on the coffee table. Everyone grabbed their pick of snacks and sat in a circle around the table.
"What's next?" Thomas asked. "You got to test your serum, and it seems to be successful. Do we need to stay here?"
The others looked around at each other for an answer. No one seemed to have one.
"I'd like to be in the lab, but I understand that this isn't the safest place to be," Elaina said. "If you all want to leave, that's fine with me." "Are we going together?" Melissa asked.
"Why not?" Derek said. "There's safety in numbers. If we can work together, then that increases our chances of survival. I say we keep moving and try to get past the military's border. I know that I can't do it alone."
No one objected.
They may not have gotten along very well in the past few days, but they knew that sticking together was better than separating. "Now that that's settled, where do we want to go?" Derek asked. "Obviously, I think it's best to go as far east or south as we can, but I'm open to discussion on it."
"I don't have any family around," Will said, "so I don't really care where we go. I don't have anyone in a safe place that could take us in." "Me neither," Thomas said. "I think it's a good idea to have a contact wherever we're going. Elaina may be cool with us, but I know she'll be in danger if we take her somewhere where people aren't open to hearing her story." "How about Oklahoma?" Melissa asked.
"What's in Oklahoma?" Will asked, crinkling his nose.
"My grandparents? I spoke to them a few weeks ago. They live in a fairly rural area and hardly leave the house. They said no one in their town has become infected yet. Well, no one as of 2 weeks ago. They're kind people who can house all of us if we want. They're surprisingly open-minded and would believe Elaina if I vouched for her." "I don't know," she said quickly, looking at the ground. "That's the only idea I have."
Alec looked around at the group. The only person who appeared to dissent was Will, only because the best suggestion came from Melissa. "Then is it settled?" he asked. "Should we leave now and head toward Oklahoma?" Everyone, even Will, nodded.
"Let me grab the rest of my samples from the lab," Elaina said. "I'll be right back." "I'll load up the truck with the rest of the food and drinks," Thomas said, a grin forming on his face.
"And I'll see if I can siphon gas from those cars in the parking lot," Derek said. "This time, we're gonna be prepared. We have to set ourselves up to succeed." For the first time in weeks, group morale was high. They had everything they needed to make a real run for the border. If they managed to make it to Oklahoma, they had a real chance of surviving the epidemic. Now, what mattered most was staying together and working as a team. If 6 people could drive across the country
and survive spending time in close quarters with conflicting personalities, they could survive anything. This